Although the Scarlet Bees couldn't snoop on many private things like before, they still came in handy for seeking out some information that was widely known. She didn't let them get close to Hua Wuxiang. She stayed in the garden from time to time to listen to passers-by and heard a lot of news. For example, the news of the newly appointed envoy Yu was passed back to her. Information such as who he arrested yesterday and how many people he killed today, and she also knew some big things that happened in the city. They stayed in the mountains for a few months. One day, the two sat facing each other under a tree on the top of a mountain, with a small low table in the middle and a tea set on the table. Wu Lingyu was leisurely making tea for her. A gentle breeze blew by, and the fragrance of the tea permeated. Sima Yu looked at the table with one hand on the table, looked at the lush mountain forest, and said, "More and more people have come in recently. It seems that Great Bridge City has been unblocked. After checking for so long, there is no news at all. It should be that the person who stole the ore has left." Wu Lingyu said, "As a big city, Great Bridge City cannot be sealed all the time. To be honest, it's rare that it remains sealed for so many months. I'm happy to think of pitting him so miserably." Sima Yu smiled happily, her eyes curved into two crescents. Wu Lingyu smiled and shook his head. Every time she talked about this, she was very happy. It was just cheating one person, yet it made her happy for such a long time. He placed the brewed tea in front of her and she reached forward to pick it up. She slowly sipped on the tea as she relaxed and drank with relish as her eyes were narrowed into a squint, expressing her satisfaction. Everyone knows that the tea she brews was delicious, but in fact, the tea she brewed was not as good as Wu Lingyu. But no one knew about this, only she had the privilege to drink the tea he brewed. Wu Lingyu likes to see her satisfied expression. Seeing her contented, the corners of his mouth raised. He felt that she was like an adorable kitten, which makes people want to tease her. She opened her eyes, there seems to be movement. He is finally leaving? Wu Lingyu asked calmly. Yeah. Sima Yu heard the news from the Scarlet Bees and said, he's been amassing people, so he should be leaving after. Both of them have been fighting for so many months, and it is estimated that the result is about to come out. Wu Lingyu said, we have already received news about Xiao He and that he is on his way. It's really impossible to do this without Xiao He around. Sima Yu said, but why are there people from the Devil Clan in the Soul Domain? Wu Lingyu gave her a look, and she immediately understood. It is estimated that some of them were instigators, and some were like him. But most of them were the former. After all, not everyone has that strength. A day later, the Scarlet Bees came back with news, and Sima Yu's eyes lit up when she heard it. Things were progressing better than she expected. What's the good news? Wu Lingyu asked. With the help of your people, the relationship between the two sides has worsened. Now the two commanders are going to meet and talk about this matter. Sima Yu said, he knows that the two of them want to get along. If you tell him about this again, he will definitely stop it. It will be easy to do things then. I hope their speed is fast enough. Wu Lingyu had other worries, since Qing Hun is eyeing the ghost realm, he must have sent someone to pay attention to the situation over there. You can't hide the fact that you came to the Soul Domain for long. As long as you can catch Xiao He, it doesn't matter if you see him. Sima Yu also thought of this. She was a little worried at first, but after thinking about it later, she came here to find him. As long as she grabbed the bargaining chip, it doesn't matter if he found out. It will be more lively when the two meet. Let's join in the fun. She smiled playfully, I haven't seen Mu Luofeng yet, so I don't know if this person is reliable. Let's hope that his abilities can match his looks, that's all I ask for. Hua Wuxiang had been in a very bad mood recently. When Mu Luofeng came to watch the talent trials before, each and every evidence that he mentioned was a slap to his face and it hurt a lot. They were on the other side of Great Bridge Mountain at this time, and both of them couldn't bear it anymore. It happened that Mu Luofeng was in the vicinity, so they made an appointment to meet and have a good discussion. If they couldn't reach an agreement, he won't show mercy. Even if he was killed, the general won't blame him. Facing two capable people, if one died, wouldn't they have to rely more on the other? He even thought about the tying up all the loose ends and just waited for Mu Luofeng to come. Mu Luofeng also had the same idea. The people he had put in so hard were all pulled out by Hua Wuxiang. Not only that, Hua Wuxiang also killed many of his own people, which caused him a heavy loss. Therefore, Hua Wuxiang said that he would meet at the edge of Great Bridge Mountain, and he agreed immediately. The periphery of Great Bridge Mountain was his territory, so he was not afraid of the other party pulling any tricks. N/O/Commander, the manpower has been arranged. As long as Mu Luofeng comes into the mountain, unless you permit it, he will not be able to leave here. The newly appointed envoy you came back to report. Well, thank you for your hard work. Hua Wuxiang said lightly. This is what subordinates should do. Envoy Yu lowered his head and looked very humble. You may go. Yes. He retreated, and his expression changed when he turned around. Obviously, he has done a lot of things recently, but the commander still only likes to keep Envoy Swa by his side. His chances were always taken away. This was so unfair. He glared at Envoy Swa, but Envoy Swa didn't even look at him at all. He really thought that he was on an equal footing with himself when he became an envoy? Humph. He didn't know that he was just a scapegoat they had found in haste. Just like this, Judd let him be rampant and arrogant and let him be happy for 2 more days. For such a person, bothering about him was a waste of energy. But Envoy Yu felt that he was afraid of himself, and he was even more proud, imagining that one day he would be able to take his place and become the most important person around Hua Wuxiang. It didn't take long for Mu Luofeng to bring people. Hua Wuxiang, let's talk, what do you want to discuss? Mu Luofeng immediately brought it up as soon as he came, and it was obvious he did not even hold a sliver of guilt at all, instead he was high and aloof. Indeed, in all their battles, be it covert or in the open, he had a slight advantage, so he dared to extend his reach to Hua Wuxiang. Seeing that Mu Luofeng brought so many people, Hua Wuxiang said with a sullen face, Mu Luofeng, what do you mean by bringing so many people? It doesn't look like you are here for a proper discussion. Hearing Hua Wuxiang's accusation, Mu Luofeng smiled, is it because I am not sincere, or do you have no idea what a discussion means? If you want to discuss, what do you mean with those people hiding in the mountains? Hua Wuxiang's heart sank. He even knew the people who were hiding in the mountains, which meant that there were his people mixed in. How many people did he put in his place? Thinking that there were actually his people among his own soldiers, Hua Wuxiang's face turned black. But now he didn't have the time nor the energy to clean up the traitors. Mu Luofeng snorted, we all have the same idea, so don't try to play the fool. Hey, Hua Wuxiang smiled, Mu Luofeng, I always knew you were shameless, but I didn't expect you to be so brazen. Originally, his hand was by his side, but after he heard his request to compensate 10 cities, he immediately slammed his fist on the table. What a joke. Ha ha ha, it's impossible for me to give you 10 cities. Why don't you give me 10 cities, and we'll end this matter, So, we don't have to discuss anything else today. Call out your people and let's see who prevails. Hua Wuxiang no longer needed to hide his people, so he immediately clapped his hands and all the hidden soldiers ran out and surrounded Mu Luofeng and others. N/O/vel/B /forward, not a single one to be left. Mu Luofeng was ruthless and ordered his subordinates. They had been ordered long before they came. If there was a fight, they would kill Hua Wuxiang, so several people attacked Hua Wuxiang. Hua Wuxiang had the same order, so Mu Luofeng was also surrounded by many people. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were hiding in the air, and when they saw this scene, they couldn't help laughing. If it wasn't for hiding her identity, she would probably have laughed out loud. I don't know when Xiao He will come over. It's almost time. Wu Lingyu replied. Sima Yu didn't know how he knew, but since he said that he would arrive soon, then that's all that matters. Sure enough, not long after, she felt a powerful aura flying towards here, and soon he came out of the space passage. Xiao He had a squarish face and his build was similar to Deja, but Deja looks much more delicate than him. He looked at the people that were fighting coldly and the moment he let out his aura, those people couldn't resist and they all knelt down. The battle ended in such a neat manner. Hua Wuxiang and Mu Luofeng didn't know that Xiao He would come. Their affairs were secret. Now that they were caught, their arrogance were extinguished, and they all shouted together, General. Humph. Xiao He snorted coldly at the two of them, and both of them lowered their heads. They bowed their heads, not because they felt that they had done something wrong, but because they were a little embarrassed by disturbing him. Tell me, what the hell is going on with you guys? He knew that although the two of them had been at odds all the time, he didn't expect them to tear their faces directly and do such a thing. In reply to General, you know that Nan Yu Miao and the others are my capable subordinates, but Mu Luofeng incited them to defect. I couldn't take this lying down, so I killed a few of his city lords to vent my anger, and he sent people to kill my city lords in turn. I wanted to reconcile just now, but he asked me to give his 10 cities as soon as he opened his mouth. Hua Wuxiang complained first. A few? Mu Luo was in a bad mood. He pointed at him and said, you obviously killed 20 over city lords of mine. So what about killing a few of yours? I only killed a few of yours. Also, it was you who killed more than 20 of my city lords. Mu Luofeng, how dare you say that about me after doing these things? Hua Wuxiang jumped up. You son of a bitch, you are slandering me. You. Alright. The two quarreled on, regardless of the occasion, and Xiao He's face became even darker. Hua Wuxiang and Mu Luofeng stopped and glared at each other unwillingly. You all said that you only killed a few of the other party, but more than 20 people died? He asked. Yes. Stupid. He didn't expect that the two of them would be provoked so easily. Don't you think that someone is behind this, targeting the both of you? The two also reacted at this time, and they both said the same thing. If it wasn't for the other party's nonsense, then it was true. Now that Xiao He is here, you can tell how many city lords have died at a glance, so neither of them would lie. But they only killed a few of each other's men. So didn't that mean that the dozen or that were killed were under the guise of someone else? Which bastard plotted against us like this? Mu Luofeng scolded, looking at Hua Wuxiang with a confused expression, knowing that he didn't guess who was behind it. How did this matter come about? Xiao He asked Hua Wuxiang, Nan Yu Miao was the beginning of this matter, right? Who told you about Nan Yu Miao? It was a man and a woman. They arrested Nan Yu Miao and said that they were hunted down by him when they saw him and Mu Luofeng together. Then I sent someone to investigate. It was true, so I was enraged and looked for trouble. After Hua Wuxiang finished speaking, he gave Mu Luofeng a hateful look. Mu Luofeng tilted his head and snorted at the same time. Nan Yu Miao's story is true, he has nothing to say. What are the identities of those two people? Xiao He asked. Hua Wuxiang was startled, and then said, I didn't ask. But they all swore that they didn't know about Nan Yu Miao before they came to the Azure Dragon Soul Domain. I was also ashamed and angry, so I didn't ask further and drove them away. Stupid. He was so angry that he could not utter a word. Isn't this also because Mu Luofeng made me angry? If he hadn't reached into my people, how could I have been blinded with rage? Hua Wuxiang defended. You don't have a brain and yet you still want to put the blame on me? Mu Luofeng mocked. Enough. Xiao He knew both of his subordinates, and he couldn't blame Hua Wuxiang completely for this matter. He was usually shrewd, but every time he encountered something wrong with Mu Luofeng, his brain seemed to have been eaten by a dog. Well, the two of you are involved in this matter. However, now is not the time to blame anyone. General? The person who dared to plot against the two of you has also included me in, I'm afraid that's why I'm here. He said. Is it Deja's person? Hua Wuxiang guessed right away. So, apart from meeting Mu Luofeng, his mind was still very agile. It's not Deja's method, he can't think of such a way. But it must be someone from over there. Xiao He said, if I guessed correctly, the young princess of the ghost realm, you are still here. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu came out of the space. By this time, there was no longer the need to hide. It is said that the general of the Soul region is very smart, and it seems that it is so. It is no wonder that my cousin can't fight you. She smiled at Xiao He, and there wasn't a trace of embarrassment for being caught for scheming against them. It's you. Hua Wuxiang called out when he saw Sima Yu. I can't believe that the dignified young princess in the ghost realm would even give up her own body in order to come to the Soul region. Mu Luofeng snorted. Such manners of abandonment of the body was very despised in the ghost realm. Don't you know that when I came to the ghost realm, I only had a soul? Sima Yu said. How is that possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. If she died and came to the ghost realm, how could she have appeared in the ghost realm instead of the Soul region, and obviously she carried her previous memories, or she would not recognize the ghost king. But how is this possible? That's why you don't have to worry about it. Sima Yu didn't plan to talk to them so much. Young princess, you are so courageous that you dare to come to the Soul region alone. Xiao He looked at Sima Yu with light in his eyes. He had been unable to take down Deja all this time, but now he had grasped his weakness, Sima Yu. As long as she was caught, it was equivalent to grabbing Deja's 7 inches. This time he didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Deja. I've always been very courageous, otherwise I wouldn't dare to plot against you guys. You didn't disappoint me, you really attracted General Xiao He. Sima Yu said. n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. You guys made an oath, why are you alright? Hua Wuxiang couldn't figure this out. Because we really didn't know about this matter before we came to the Azure Dragon Soul region. Sima Yu said with a smile, since it's true, there was no deceit in the oath. Then how did you know about Nan Yu Miao? Mu Luofeng asked. Someone tried to eat me, but I killed him. Coincidentally, that person was the one who discovered the affair between Nan Yu Miao and you. Sima Yu said, I really want to thank you, otherwise I don't know how lead General Xiao He out of the imperial capital. You want to deal with me? For Deja? He said. No, I just want to ask the general to do me a favor. Sima Yu said, I wonder if the general would be gracious to help us out? Xiao He smiled, I was also about to ask the young princess to do me a favor. I wonder if you would be gracious to help me? It seems that there is a conflict between our plans, so we have to see who has the hardest fist. Sima Yu waved her hand, and thousands of ancient battle souls came out and quickly surrounded Xiao He and others. You are the one who went to the ancient battlefield. Seeing these ancient battle souls, Xiao He's eyes flashed. As long as he caught Sima Yu, he would be able to possess these ancient battle souls. Sima Yu didn't answer him. With a wave of her hand, those ancient battle souls moved together. Xiao He was worthy of being a general in the Soul region, his strength was much stronger than Deja. Those two ancient battle souls couldn't take him together. Seeing that the two ancient battle souls were about to be beaten by him, Wu Lingyu flashed and fought directly with Xiao He. As soon as Wu Lingyu approached Xiao He, he felt an overwhelming aura. Knowing that this person was no weaker than himself, he put in 12 points of energy to deal with him. However, he was not Wu Lingyu's opponent after all, and he was finally subdued by Wu Lingyu. Before that, those ancient battle souls had already killed all the people here, leaving only Hua Wuxiang and Mu Luofeng. Sima Yu saw the 3 people who were trapped, and smiled with satisfaction, 1 general and 2 commanders, this weight is enough. What are you going to do? Mu Luofeng tried to struggle, but it was all in vain. You don't need to worry about this matter. You should pray in your heart now, and you have enough weight in Qing Hun's heart. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she took them all into the Soul Stone. He seemed to have guessed a bit, but before he had time to think deeply, he was put into the Soul Stone and saw that Sima Yu had placed a restriction on the Soul Stone to prevent them from escaping. Well, let's see what she's going to do. All 3 of them were injured, and they should take advantage of this time to recuperate. Today's humiliation must be repaid another day. Sima Yu arranged the barrier, took back all the ancient battle souls, and smiled sweetly at Wu Lingyu. Lingyu, let's go to the imperial capital. General Xiao He and his commanders Hua Wuxiang and Mu Luofeng disappeared. The news spread quickly, and by the time Sima Yu and the others arrived at the imperial capital, the news had already spread throughout the entire Soul region and many people panicked. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu entered the imperial capital and found an inn to stay, but did not immediately go to Qing Hun. In the room, Onyx was coiled on the ground, tied a ball to his tail, and flicked his tail to tease Blackie. And Blackie, that second hand, really jumped around with his tail to bite the ball. When Sima Yu saw this scene, she couldn't help twitching the corners of her mouth, feeling helpless for Blackie's stupidity. Wu Lingyu was talking to someone in the room, glanced over here, then turned back and continued to order things. Yu, why don't we go to Qinghun? Onyx asked inexplicably. It's still early. Sima Yu decided to ignore Blackie. What's still early? Time. Sima Yu still didn't understand Onyx when she saw that. She explained, Xiao He has been dealing with those things, he has never left, and nothing happened, so Qinghun wouldn't necessarily think that he is so important at this time. After all, there are a lot of capable people under him. After a while, he will find out that he is indispensable at present, and the weight in our hands will be heavier. So that's why. Onyx understood, you humans have so many twists and turns. Sima Yu did not force the beasts to understand this, but poked its head, go play, don't bully Blackie. Hee, Blackie likes to play like this. Onyx said with a smile. Sima Yu looked at the jubilant Blackie, and rubbed her brows. Seeing that Wu Lingyu had already let people leave, he turned and walked over. In this case, out of sight is pure. Have you ordered? Well, we can just wait here. Wu Lingyu said. All right. She hugged Wu Lingyu and tucked herself into his arms. She doesn't have to ask whether these people are reliable, and she doesn't have to know what's going to happen. As long as he is there, she can completely ignore it. Recently, the imperial capital has an alchemy competition, do you want to go and watch it? Wu Lingyu asked. There must be something different about the competition that you can notice. Sima Yu raised her head and said. Its final prize is Empyrean fluid. What's the use of this? It will be useful for your mother. But what was the exact use, he didn't say. Sima Yu became interested as soon as she heard it, really? Then let's go. It is estimated that when the competition is over, things here should also settle. Previous chapter. After finding out more information from the inn, Wu Lingyu brought Sima Yu to the place to register for the alchemy competition. What was different from the before was that this time it wasn't her, but Wu Lingyu who registered to participate instead. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Don't you dislike such things? Why are you participating in it this time? After signing up, Sima Yu blinked cutely at him, do you think that my alchemy skills aren't enough and I won't win in the end? Wu Lingyu stretched out two hands to rub her head, rubbing her hair into a mess, and didn't say a word any further. The look in his eyes before he left made her understand immediately that he was here to please his future mother-in-law. She took off her hair accessories and while she combed it again, she muttered, hey, what's there to be embarrassed about that you don't even dare to say it out? Humph. Yet you dare to mess with my hair. She brushed her hair and suddenly stopped. She looked down at the strands of hair wrapped around her hands, the strands of which were no longer condensed by the ancestors for her, but real hair. Even if she was used to the state of a soul entity, she still often missed her own body. Wu Lingyu said before that with her current strength, she would be able to go back after she rescued her mother, and he will come to marry her. Thinking of his promise, she couldn't help but an enchanting smile appeared on her face. A few days later, the two went to the competition venue. After handing over the number plate, the person guarding the gate let the two of them in. After entering, Sima Yu went to the stands, and Wu Lingyu went to the competition venue below. In the past, it was her who competed, and Wu Lingyu was in the stands, but this time it was finally the other way around. This feeling was really fresh. Wu Lingyu sensed her gaze, turned his head, and smiled at her. This smile made all the women around her bow their heads shyly. He wasn't even looking at you, why are you all so shy? Sima Yu was unhappy and glared at him. Don't laugh. Wu Lingyu put away his smile, with deep helplessness in his eyes. He also smiled when he saw her smile, all right? After a while, all the people who participated in the competition arrived. Sima Yu looked over and saw a mass of people. There are so many people, this will be a fierce competition. The people next to her commented. Isn't it? I haven't seen so many people in previous competitions. That's also because the prize this time is extremely tempting. That's right, the prize for the first place is very useful to us women. If we can get it, it will also be very good for us. I don't know how many people below are going to participate for the sake of beauty. I'm afraid a lot. These people aren't all here for the prize. Oh? How do you know? After each competition, those outstanding alchemists will be selected, even if they can't stay here, they will be selected by the commanders. Even if they can't be selected by the commanders, as long as they attain good results in the competition, they will be able to go to various cities and be treated as a guest of honor. No wonder there are more and more people participating in alchemy competitions in recent years. Since you will choose an alchemist from here, will his honor and those leaders also come? Have you watched the competition before? Are they coming? They've attended on previous occasions but not this time round. Why? Is it because of the disappearance of General Xiao He, Commander Hua and Commander Mu? Well, it is said that everyone has been very busy recently. The competition hasn't started yet, maybe they will come. The speaker was in the row behind Sima Yu, and she could hear them clearly. Judging from the dialogue, this was someone who should have a high status in the imperial capital, so he clearly knew so many things. She touched her ears, wondering if those people would come. Thinking about the things Wu Lingyu asked people to do, presumably they didn't have the mood and energy to come. Sure enough, no important people came until the start of the competition, and it seemed that they were all busy with things. She watched Wu Lingyu finish the first round very quickly. In order to keep a low profile, he deliberately slowed down, but even so, he finished in the top 10. Judging from the results of the first round, no one was his opponent this time, and this time the first place was none other than him. There was one round on the first day of the competition, and after 5 days, the competition entered the final round. On the way to the competition, the two were surrounded by a group of men in black. It seems that someone doesn't want you to participate in the final round. Wu Lingyu replied lightly, step back for a bit. Sima Yu let go of his hand and retreated back as Wu Lingyu's figure disappeared in a flash, and after making a round, he took her hand and continued to walk forward. And those men in black were instantly killed without even having a chance to speak. There were only 10 people in the final round. Sima Yu looked at the other 9, wondering who sent those men in black to attack them. The host announced the start of the competition, and all 10 people began to refine the medicinal pills as required. This was the last round, and Wu Lingyu no longer needed to hide his strength. So when everyone else was more than halfway done, he was already done. Needless to say, this time the first place was his. She didn't pay attention to who the second and third were, because she didn't have to care about those people at all. The first place could only be his. After the competition, Wu Lingyu took the prize from the referee, opened it for confirmation, put it away, and raised an eyebrow at Sima Yu with a smile. Wu Lingyu, you. Before the host had talked to Wu Lingyu about joining them, a group of soldiers broke in from outside and surrounded the entire venue. Wu Lingyu looked at those people, his figure flashed, and he appeared beside Sima Yu. Sima Yu looked at the soldiers who suddenly appeared as a glint flashed by her eyes. There was no worry reflected. When the people in the imperial capital saw these soldiers, they all stood up in shock. Aren't these are the soldiers of his honor? How did they come? The referee and the host stood together, and when they saw the soldiers, they asked worriedly. Could it be that his honor is coming? But he didn't come during the competition. Why would he be here at this time? It's definitely not here to watch the competition. The host said, look at these people, the oppressive aura on their bodies is heavier than the average person, indicating that they have been trained. They must be here to arrest people. Who actually needs such a fanfare? I think I guessed who. Don't talk about it, your excellency has come in. Qing Han brought Su Yu in, and all the people in the venue knelt down, and the two standing immediately became conspicuous. When Qing Han saw Sima Yu, who was not panicking, and saw that face similar to Yu Kaluo, he knew that they were the ones he was looking for. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Everyone, leave. As soon as he ordered, all the people kneeling on the ground went out, only Wu Lingyu and Sima Yu remained in place. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right. While those people were leaving, Sima Yu looked at Qing Han. She always thought that he was using her mother in an attempt to cause a war between the Ghost Realm and the Soul Region. In the end, he forced her mother to make such a choice and thought that such a person who caused her mother to be suppressed would look like a villain. But Qing Han looked very different from her guess. Thinking of the orderly scene she saw after she came to the Soul Region, she felt that he was indeed not weak in governance. Qing Han was also looking at Sima Yu, although he had long known that she looked a lot like Yu Kaluo, but seeing it with his own eyes still felt different. Sima Yu, you arrested my general and commanders, and you dare to come to the imperial capital. He said with a sneer. Of course I have to come, otherwise, how can I meet you? What do you want to do when you caught Xiao He and the others? Naturally, I'll discuss the terms with you. Sima Yu said, without Xiao He, is there peace in your Soul Region recently? Missing 2 capable assistants, Mu Luofeng and Feng Wuxiang, so there must be a problem with resources. If you want me to let them go, it's not impossible, but I want you to take something in exchange. Qing Han was a little surprised. He thought that Sima Yu had arrested Xiao He and the others for the sake of the Ghost Realm, but he didn't expect that she was just going to exchange for something. What do you want to change for? I think you should know what I want. Qing Han stared at her, not knowing what she was thinking. I want the Western Cardinal Divine Seal. Sima Yu directly put forward her own request, you give me the Western Cardinal Divine Seal, and I will return your general and commanders to you. You want the Western Cardinal Divine Seal? Qing Han knew what she was going to do with it. You want to save your mother? That's right. Today's affairs are all thanks to you. If you hadn't changed the seal of suppression, I wouldn't have come to you to ask for the Western Cardinal Divine Seal. Sima Yu said, how is it? A Western Cardinal Divine Seal. It's a good deal to change your general and commanders, right? The Northern Cardinal Divine Seal has been missing for many years, even if you have the Western Cardinal Divine Seal, it is useless. Since the 3 Divine Seals are all there, the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal must also be there. I can always find it. You don't have to worry about it, you just need to hand over the Western Cardinal Divine Seal to me. Sima Yu said. Qing Han was a little hesitant. The Western Cardinal Divine Seal was an ancient artifact. Even if the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal was missing, the remaining 3 Divine Seals could not play the strongest role together, and each party still had a very powerful power. Just giving it to Sima Yu like this, he felt a little reluctant. And she was going to use it to save Yu Kaluo. That woman would rather be suppressed than marry him. He couldn't put down his pride. Seeing that he was unhappy, Sima Yu took out a soul stone and held it in her hand, saying nothing and simply looked at him. As long as she crushed this soul stone, the 3 people inside will disappear, and no one could be saved. Qing Han understood her silent threat. If it had been before, he might not have accepted her threat, but after so much experience, he had come to understand that they were irreplaceable to Soul Region. Only now did he understand why Sima Yu didn't come to see him immediately after she captured Xiaohe. This was what she wanted. Seeing Sima Yu's hand clenching slowly, he knew that he didn't have much time to think. Alright, I promise you. He knew that from the beginning he had no room for negotiation and could only accept her threat. She had taken hold of his weakness. He took out the Western Cardinal Divine Seal, Sima Yu took out the Eastern Divine Seal, and injected spiritual power into each other. The light of the two divine seals merged together, proving the authenticity of the Western Cardinal Divine Seal. Qing Han withdrew his spiritual power and threw the Western Cardinal Divine Seal over, and Wu Lingyu caught the Western Cardinal Divine Seal in a flash. NOV, L, B // Sima Yu didn't expect Qing Han to be so straightforward. She took the soul stone and said, I want you to promise me a condition. What condition? This is your territory. If you send someone to chase and kill me, then I will not be able to leave safely. Sima Yu said, I want you to promise not to send people to chase and kill us. Alright. I promise you. Even the Western Cardinal Divine Seal was given, and this condition was nothing. Good. Sima Yu lifted the ban and released the 3 people who were trapped inside. The 3 of Xiaohe were stunned for a moment and then reacted, seeing that Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were about to attack. Stop. Hearing Qing Han's voice, Xiaohe stopped subconsciously, turned to look at Qing Han, and called out his honor. Let them go. Qing Han said. But your honor. Qing Han just glanced at him, and Xiaohe knew that this matter was irreversible, but he was so unwilling. General Xiaohe, don't act rashly. You all know what happened just now in the Soul Stone. Do you want your ruler to be known as a dishonest villain? Sima Yu said with a smile. Sima Yu. Xiaohe gritted his teeth and called out her name in full. Don't look at me like this, you look so fierce, I'm timid, I'll be scared. Sima Yu patted her chest and leaned beside Wu Lingyu, looking like she was scared in a coquettish manner. When Qing Han and others saw her like this, they wanted to tear her smile apart. If she was timid, there was probably no one who would be called daring in this world. He had never suffered such a big insult in his life. No matter whether Qing Han agreed to let her leave safely, he would not let her out of the Soul Region. General Xiaohe, you should really put away your killing intent. You can try. Xiaohe sneered. I'm not going to try. Sima Yu said, I cherish my life very much, and I don't want to try such a dangerous thing. Qing Han and the others all looked at Xiaohe, wondering if what Sima Yu said was true. As soon as Xiaohe mobilized the soul power in his body, he immediately felt dizzy and his whole body weak, almost unable to stand. He immediately knew that he was indeed poisoned. When did you poison me? With the support of Su Yu, Xiaohe was barely able to stand still. He had been with Mu Luofeng and Hua Wuxiang, and he had no idea when Sima Yu poisoned him. This is my business. Sima Yu said, I hope we will never see each other again in the future. After speaking, the figures of her and Wu Lingyu slowly disappeared in place. What happened this time was a great shame for Qing Han, Xiaohe, and the entire Soul Region. Therefore, they must not be allowed to leave the Soul Region. As long as Qing Han gave an order, the people they prepared would immediately act and start an endless hunt for her. Even if she has a lot of ancient battle souls, she can't match the millions of troops in the spirit realm. But Qing Han didn't intend to hunt down Sima Yu. Help the general down and summon poison Dr. Xiao. After speaking, he immediately disappeared from the spot. For the rest of the people who remained, they could only helplessly look at each toher before they left together with Xiaohe. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to act without Qing Han's order. Now they can only hope that poison Dr. Xiao can detoxify Xiaohe's poison, so that they can still have a chance to hunt down Sima Yu. Poison Dr. Xiao was a capable old man. As soon as he examined Xiaohe, his whole body became excited. This poison is amazing. He stroked his mustache with great interest. If you don't mobilize your soul power, this poison will not respond, but once you mobilize your soul power, it will devour your life force. Poison Dr. Xiao, don't admire that person. That person is from the ghost realm. Su Yu said, you should hurry up and assess the general situation, that's more important. Can you cure the poison? It turned out to be a person from the ghost realm? Poison Dr. Xiao's face revealed his disappointment. If it was from there, it would not be easy for him to find that person. It's really someone from the ghost realm. You saw the general situation. How is he? Su Yu asked anxiously. If it weren't for the special identity of poison Dr. Xiao, he would have directly dealt with him. Oh, General, although this poison hurts the body, as long as the general doesn't mobilize his soul power in the past few months, it won't do any harm. Poison Dr. Xiao said. Then can you develop an antidote? Aren't you asking nonsense? Who am I? I can't develop an antidote. Poison Dr. Xiao snorted, give me a month, and I'll develop an antidote for you. Alright. Then I'll trouble poison Dr. Xiao. A month was not a long time, Sima Yu and the others could not have left the Soul Region in such a short period of time. Send the news first, and let them pay close attention to Sima Yu's whereabouts. However, their imagination was very vivid but the reality was dark. A month later, poison Dr. Xiao did not develop an antidote. From the beginning of researching the antidote, he discovered that the poison was more difficult than he expected. The estimated 1-month period was simply not enough. Su Yu sent someone to urge him many times to no avail. Later, he angered poison Dr. Xiao, and the person who urged him vertically was carried back sideways. Seeing the person who was brought down, Su Yu calmed down a little. It took another month and a half before poison Dr. Xiao sent the antidote. It took 2.5 months in total, and Sima Yu and the others have already walked most of the distance. He took the antidote and finally got rid of the poison. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief, and after talking to Xiao he went to arrange it immediately. By now, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu traveled for more than 2 months and found a valley to rest. I'm afraid the next journey will not be so quiet. Sima Yu said, there is news from the bee who stayed in the imperial capital that the poison of Xiao he has been cured. Isn't this about the same time as you expected? Wu Lingyu was not in a hurry, he thought of it early in the morning. My expectation is that it will be 3 months soon, and it has only been 2.5 months. We have been on our way for more than 2 months, and now we are not very far from the border. Let's go to the Spirit Pagoda to. 3 days later, they encountered the first wave of people who came to hunt them down. In the later time, there will be 3 days of small pursuits and 5 days of large pursuits. When they got to the back, the pursuit became more intense. If it was an ordinary person, he might not be able to stand it long ago. General, I'd better take people there myself. No. With your strength, you are no match for them at all. Su Yu also understood this principle, not even the generals were their opponents. Send those old guys. Xiao he had just been detoxified and his body hadn't recovered much. After a while, he felt powerless and leaned on the chair. Fortunately, your matter has been resolved, and many old guys have gone back, otherwise, then I'll go and order it now. Xiao he gave him his general token. Without this, he couldn't mobilize those people. Soon, Sima Yu discovered that the strength of the people who came to kill her had increased. I really didn't expect them to be able to gather so many hometowns in such a short period of time. Seeing that she was injured, her beasts became even crazier. Black Shadow and the other two also came out, but just when Sima Yu was considering whether to use lightning, a group of men in black rushed out from nowhere. The beasts were relieved of the pressure, and they all returned to Sima Yu to surround her. Sima Yu, on the other hand, looked at the people who suddenly broke in, guessing who would dare to help her. After thinking about it, she smiled. She really didn't expect to see them before she left. Everyone on the opposing side was killed. Those old guys were killed by Wu Lingyu and the others, and the rest were killed by those men in black. You guys are too bold, aren't you afraid that Qing Hun will find out? Although Sima Yu was moved, she did not agree with their actions. Yan Jiao and Fei Yi took off the black cloth on their faces and said with a smile, you didn't even look for us when you came to the Seoul region. Wasn't it because I'm afraid of causing trouble for you? Sima Yu smiled, I didn't expect you guys to come anyway. Such a big thing, if they were a little careless, they would be targeted by Qing Hun. Qing Hun tolerated them before, firstly because they were tough bones, and secondly because they belonged to the Seoul region and would not harm the interests of the Seoul region. But this matter is obviously against Qing Hun. A ruler cannot tolerate sand in his eyes. Even if he pays a heavy price, he will definitely remove them. Don't worry, we are very careful, they can't find out. Fei Yi said. The people I brought are all my men who are bound by oath. Yan Jia also said. For such a big thing, he couldn't bring people he didn't trust. Those who were bound by oath would not betray him. Knowing that they had already arranged those things, Sima Yu also felt relieved and asked, how are you here? Let's change a place to talk. Fei Yi suggested. All right. After spending so many years apart, she also wanted to have a good chat with them. Yan Jiao asked people to stay to clean up the traces of the battle. They left and found a quiet place to chat. You haven't told me yet, how are you here? Sima Yu said, it isn't near your territory at all. It really isn't. Yan Jiao said, but after hearing about the matters that happened in the imperial capital, Fei Yi first speculated that you would come by here, and also guessed that you would encounter a catastrophe when you got here. We brought people here. I can't see it, Fei Yi, you still have the attributes of a divinator. Sima Yu laughed, but, thank you. Fei Yi was a little embarrassed and changed the subject, you girl, you will cause a lot of trouble wherever you go. This time, you even had the general and the commander caught. Isn't this not something that Qing Hun caused himself? Sima Yu snorted coldly, if he hadn't changed the repression seal, why would I need to go through such trouble? You're right. Of course. If it wasn't for the things he did, I wouldn't need the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal. If I didn't need to get the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal, I wouldn't have done anything like this. Sima Yu explained very matter-of-factly. N/O/Vel/B. Is this really the last resort? Yan Jiao looked at her. Of course. Although I don't know what you can do, this is definitely not the only way. You did it on purpose. Hee hee. Sima Yu smiled, there are other ways, but who asked Xiao He to always cause trouble for my cousin? This little girl, how fortunate it is to have a cousin like you. Yan Jiao was envious. What little girl, I'm your little martial uncle. Sima Yu raised her nose in the air. Speaking of this little martial uncle, I heard that you've become a living legend in the hidden sect. Fei Yi shook his head when he thought back on what he heard. It's all the guys in the sect who insisted on seeing what I knew. If I hadn't been hiding all these years, I wouldn't have had a peaceful time. Sima Yu complained. Indeed, after you left, the hidden sect became a lot more lively. Fei Yi said, after you left, there have been legends about you in the sect. Those who have just entered the sect have not seen you, and they all hail you as the target of their goals. Why do you know so much about what's going on in the sect? Sima Yu was curious, wasn't it that after they left the sect, they no longer knew what was going on in the sect? The sect also needs news from the outside. So, technically, we haven't really left the hidden sect. Yan Jiao said. No wonder. Sima Yu nodded knowingly. Why? Fei Yi asked in confusion. I was thinking before that Qing Hun recruited you, even if the two of you were strong enough to reject him, he shouldn't just let you go. Sima Yu said, but if he knows that you still have connections with the hidden sect, naturally he won't make things too embarrassing for you. It was also because they had the confidence that they dared to bring someone to rescue her. Be prepared first to make sure you don't get caught. Even if they were discovered and headed for the hidden sect, their lives would not be in danger. Yan Jiao and Fei Yi both laughed. She was really fast, she understood it at once. They chatted for a while longer, but in order not to be discovered, they couldn't stay on any longer. It's just a few days' journey to the border here. I believe that we won't encounter such a large-scale interception again along the way. Fei Yi said, let's stop here. All right. If you go to the abyss of hell, you can go and look for Naihe. Yan Jiao said. Naihe? This person's name is really strange. Is this person from the hidden sect? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Yes, a person just like us. When Yan Jiao said this, Sima Yu knew the identity of that person. And what he recommended to her was naturally trustworthy. I happened to meet him when I went back some time ago. He is also very interested in you, a fellow disciple. He knows that you may be going to the abyss of hell, so he said that you could look for him if you have any business. Yan Jia said. Alright, I know. Be careful. I know. Thank you. She knew that Yan Jiao and the others had paved the way for her even if they didn't say it out loud. After all, it was not their territory, and they could only help her find someone who could help her. They were able to come to rescue her today and pave the way for her. She kept this affection in her heart. After separating from Yan Jiao and the others, Sima Yu asked Black Shadow and the others to go to the Spirit Pagoda to recuperate, while Wu Lingyu and her returned to the Ghost Realm. The last big interception caused a huge loss to Xiao He, and there was no chance and energy to do it again later. Therefore, she walked very calmly on the following journey, without a single interception. Dija knew the news of her return, put down what he was doing, and came to pick her up at the city gate. You finally came back. If you don't come back soon, I'll have killed my way over to you. Although Dija said that, he felt a lot more relaxed. You should know my news, so what's there to worry about? Sima Yu laughed. It's because I know and I can't help, so I'm even more anxious. Dija said. Especially knowing that she was often under pursuit of killers, but his own people couldn't keep up with the rescue, so he felt even more anxious. Although this process was dangerous, the good thing is that the result is good. Sima Yu took out the Western Cardinal Divine Seal, and Dija laughed when he saw the Western word below. With this, you will have collected all 3 Divine Seals. That's right, Sima Yu was also happy, now it's just the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal. Dija heard the meaning of her words and advised, you can rest and go before you go. Sima Yu wanted to take a break and go to the abyss of hell, but she thought that the wounds of the ancient battle souls were not completely healed, and they were tired during this time, so she agreed with Dija's proposal and decided to rest for a few days before leaving. Dija arranged a courtyard for her and Wu Lingyu. Both Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu hadn't had a good rest for a long time, so they slept for an entire day after they went back. When Dija heard the news that Di Lu reported back, he said distressingly, she has a lot on her shoulders, she's exhausted. Yeah, the young princess is too tired. It's not easy to go to the Soul region. She just came back and immediately wanted to go to the abyss of hell. If you hadn't stopped her, I'm afraid she'd be on her way again now. Di Lu also felt distressed for Sima Yu. Sleeping for an entire day the moment they came back, it revealed how tired the two of them were. Just like that, she actually planned to go directly. Go and rely my orders, no one is allowed to approach that courtyard. Dija instructed. I have already ordered them. Di Lu had thought of this for a long time. That's good. Sima Yu slept very comfortably this night, and she felt refreshed after waking up. She opened her eyes and saw Wu Lingyu looking at her while leaning one hand on his head. Did you sleep well? Wu Lingyu's magnetic voice sounded above her head, making her heart ache. She felt that she had been hypnotized, and through the dim sleepiness, she put her hands around his neck, and with a little force, she leaned in and grabbed his lips. The corner of Wu Lingyu's lips widened into a smile, and he wrapped her head with a big hand, deepening the wake-up kiss. After kissing deeply and shallowly for a long time, Wu Lingyu released her and accused, you forced me to kiss. So I forced you to kiss, why, don't you want to? Of course I do. I wish you would force me thousands of times every day. Go, try to force you thousands of times every day, then we don't have to get out of bed every day. It's good not to get out of bed every day. Dirty. It was you who forced me, and it was you who made it dirty. What about this guy's face? The two were tired and discussing odd issues on the bed for a long time before they got up. After packing up, they went to find Dija. Dija was training the army, and Di Lu led the two in. Dija nodded towards the two of them, you came just in time, how about these soldiers? The Soul region and the Ghost realm was very large, and there were thousands of troops. It was impossible for everyone to be a master. Naturally, there are also these soldiers who are not particularly strong. When the two armies are fighting against each other, the strong people will avoid these armies and go to fight elsewhere, so these small soldiers are still very important. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu walked to the podium and stood side by side with Dija. The soldiers below saw Sima Yu coming up and called out to the young princess in unison. N/O/vel/b /in.c/. The spirit of these people aren't bad. Sima Yu said, I hope their fighting power is as good as their spirit. They are all people who have experienced war, so they look better than ordinary soldiers. Speaking of the war, I came to talk to you about this matter. Sima Yu said, I was too tired that day, so I didn't talk much. Deja knew that she had something important to say, and had people watch the drill here, and he went back with them. What's the matter with you? Actually, it's nothing, I just think I should warn you. Qing Han and Xiao He have suffered such a big loss from me this time. If they want to kill me but fail to kill me, they will definitely put their anger on others. You mean they might start a war? I think it's very possible. They have always been eyeing us, and this time I gave them such a good excuse, maybe they will take this opportunity to send troops. Alright, I see. My side will attract attention, so you don't have to worry about it. Sima Yu knows that he has already attracted attention by saying this, so he no longer needs to emphasize too much. She took out a book and gave it to Deja. This book is for you. What kind of book is this? Deja took it over and opened it, and found that it was not printed but handwritten, and the ink on it was very new. These are some methods of arranging troops that I knew before. Although they may not be suitable for now, you might learn something from them. Sima Yu looked at it and said. Deja flipped through the contents, and was immediately attracted by the contents. Lianxing praised, some of your strategies are quite useful, and I have used a few. These are very effective in deploying troops and fighting. It's good if it's useful. Sima Yu was very happy to be able to help. Cousin, I plan to leave early to go to the abyss of hell. Didn't you say to take a few days off before going? Since I know that there is a possibility that the Soul region side may launch an attack on this side, I still want to solve this matter as soon as possible. If there is anything, I can come back and help. Sima Yu said. Deja thought she was feeling guilty and persuaded, let's not say whether this will happen or not, even if there are troops there, it can't be blamed on you. They have wanted to do this for a long time, but this is just an excuse they need. You don't have to be under any pressure. Do you think I'll feel guilty? Sima Yu shook her head, to be honest, I don't have any regrets or guilt about this matter. Even if they do send troops, I don't know how many people in the dawn have lost their lives. I will regret it. In my heart, mother is the most important thing. It's best if you can think like this, just because you're afraid you'll have a psychological burden. I just think that if my actions really caused this war, then I should also do something. Alright then. Deja understood her well. Although she will not regret her decision, there will still be some pressure in her heart. Only let her go back early. Sima Yu stayed for a few more days. Seeing that the ancient battle souls were almost recovered, and the rest of the wounds could be taken care of while they were on their way, she and Wu Lingyu left the ghost realm and used the method given by Deja to enter the abyss of hell. The abyss of hell was very different from the ghost realm and the soul region. It was the most barren place and cultivation resources were particularly scarce, so fights often broke out over little issues over here. And the most special thing here was its special rules. Anyone who violated their oath after taking an oath in any other continent will be punished by heavenly Tao here. And those who got here, because of the rules, it was impossible for them to leave the abyss of hell for eternity, and they can only stay in this brutal place. Of course, those who were born and raised here could still leave here via other channels, such as Shi'er Mo and the others in Abyssal City. The two of you stand still. Hand over the things on your body and you can go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comment. Sima Yu was momentarily shocked. Was someone trying to rob them the moment they entered the abyss of hell? She and Wu Lingyu turned around and saw more than a dozen ruffians walking towards them intimidatingly. It's the first time I've encountered a robbery since I've grown up. It's quite fresh. Sima Yu was a little excited as her eyes sparkled. Indeed, it's really a fresh feeling. Wu Lingyu had never been robbed before, to dare to rob them, it was a kind of courage. Just don't know if these people were ready to die. Hand over all your spatial artifacts, and we'll spare your life. Hurry up, don't let us say this another time. Sima Yu smiled, really? The last person who wanted my life paid a heavy price. Are you sure you want to follow suit? Little girl, you can't sprout big words casually, be careful that the strong wind will cut your tongue. Then let's see whose tongue will be cut. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she directly attacked those people. Teleport, assassinate again. The speed was so fast that they were all killed without even seeing her figure and technique clearly. From the beginning to the end, Wu Lingyu didn't make a move. Sima Yu delved her divine consciousness into the boss sea of consciousness and read his memory. With this little strength, I feel too embarrassed for you to come out and rob, and lose your grandfather's face. She let go of the person, and the corpse turned into black smoke and dissipated. The soul trapping technique taught by Mou is good. Wu Lingyu said. I think it's good too. Sima Yu said with a smile, these people couldn't stay in the soul region and were forced to come to the abyss of hell. They haven't been here for a long time, so they don't have much desirable information. It doesn't matter if they don't, we will naturally know when we enter the interior. Wu Lingyu said. Yeah. Sima Yu wasn't disappointed either, things like getting important news when Soul region would not happen often. The Southern Cardinal Divine Seal is in Mulan's hands. We don't know what Mulan's attitude is now. Now we can only go over and see the situation. Are we heading to the Imperial capital now? Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yu looked in the opposite direction to the Imperial capital, and said quietly, no, let's go to another place first. Wu Lingyu saw her face sinking instantly and knew where she was going. 2 months later, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu came to a barren mountain. They were blocked from entering the mountain with a barrier. There was no vegetation nor a single creature on the scorched black land. It can be said that everything was silent. For some reason, the temperature here was extremely high, and even standing on the mountain, one could feel the scorching temperature. This is the place where Mother is being suppressed at, it's so desolate. Sima Yu murmured, it's so hot, Mother was locked up in such a place for more than 100 years, how hard it must have been. It'll be over soon. Wu Lingyu took her by the shoulders and comforted her. Yes, very soon, no matter what, I will get the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal. Sima Yu clenched her fists in determination. Do you want to go in? Wu Lingyu asked. Is it possible? But I don't dare to attack this barrier, if I hurt my mother, it will be bad. So, it's better that they don't meet yet. Try it. Your grandfather can go in, I think it should be possible. Wu Lingyu walked forward, and a barrier stopped him. He reached out and touched the barrier, which did not attack him. It seems that this barrier was aimed at stopping people, not hurting them. Wu Lingyu held Sima Yu with the other hand, not knowing what he did. Sima Yu only felt a dazzling white light suddenly appear, and she closed her eyes subconsciously. Then she felt her body fly. When she opened her eyes, the two had already entered the barrier. Cough cough. Wu Lingyu coughed twice. Sima Yu saw that his complexion was very bad, and asked him with deep concern, Lingyu, how are you? NOVLB //JNN. Wu Lingyu didn't hide his situation, and smiled weakly. This barrier should be connected to the seal, so it is relatively powerful. But it's alright, it's within the range I can bear. Do you want to go to the Spirit Pagoda to recuperate? No need. I don't know what danger will be here. I'm worried about leaving you out here alone. Wu Lingyu refused. Sima Yu was moved, grabbed his hand, and took him into the Spirit Pagoda. You heal first, anyway, since we are already here, what's a few more days? She took him to Elder White and asked Elder White to have a look at him. Elder White gave him a little essence, and then let him meditate under his tree. You're here to recover, I'll go and talk to Father. Sima Yu pressed him to the ground and sat down. Don't worry, even if it's for your peace of mind, I won't go out. Alright. Wu Lingyu thought that there were many dangerous places in the abyss of hell, and it is really not good for him to be injured. And she said so she wouldn't run out alone. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and began to concentrate to heal his wounds here. Sima Yu went to Sima Luxian, who was currently reading a book with his back facing her. Seeing his white hair floating and thinking back that he was trapped outside the ghost city for decades in order to find her mother, his black hair turned into silver strands, yet he couldn't even see her mother. Her heart ached. Thinking about it now, what he did at that time was really stupid, but it made tears well up in her eyes. Sima Luxian sensed that someone was coming, and when he turned around, he saw her tearful eyes. He frowned slightly. Wu Lingyu bullied you. No. Sima Yu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. How could he bully me? What happened? Were you wronged outside? Sima Luxian put down the book with a serious look on his face, as if someone had bullied her. He wanted to go out and clean that person up. Sima Yu walked over, sat down next to him, looked at him, and said with a smile, Father, we're finally going to see my mother. What did you say? The long-awaited day was finally coming, and Sima Luxian couldn't believe his ears. We are already in the place of suppression, and it should be only a few days away from the center where Mother is. Sima Yu explained, but I haven't obtained the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal, so I can't rescue Mother yet. Your mother, you. The news was so shocking that he didn't even know what to say. Wu Lingyu was injured when he entered the barrier, so we came here to recuperate first. Sima Yu knew what he wanted to know, and explained, my grandfather didn't say anything about the situation here, so I don't know what to expect later, but currently there's no danger, so here I am to tell you first. Good. Good. Sima Luxian said and looked at Sima Yu with relief. Thank you for your hard work, it's been hard on you. Although he didn't see everything that had happened to her, he knew how much she had gone through all these years. Sima Yu took his arm and put her head on his shoulder. As long as I can save my mother, it's not hard on me. There were times when she thought about it. She had experienced so many things along the way. Was it bitter? Of course the answer was yes. In addition to studying in the hidden sect, she had been busy with various things all these years, and there was very little time to really relax. But did she regret it? She never regretted it, not even once. Fortunately, her efforts were also rewarded, and she could see some hope of victory. Father, you wait here. When I meet with Mother, I will let you go out and meet her. Sima Yu said. Let me go out with you. Sima Luxian demanded. Father, I don't know what's going on outside. If you go out, it's too dangerous, or... Sima Yu softened when she saw the gaze in which he was looking at her. Time passed faster in the Spirit Pagoda than outside. Even if she only needed a few days to find her mother outside, in here, it amounted to tens of days. It was an ordeal for him. Then you have to follow us closely. If there is any danger, I have to let you come back immediately. Alright. Sima Luxian agreed. After staying in the Spirit Pagoda for more than 10 days, Wu Lingyu's injury was completely healed. She had to say, the effect of Elder White on the soul was really great. The three of them left the Spirit Pagoda. Sima Luxian saw the charred mountain top, and when he thought of Yu Kuluo being pinned down here, his heart ached for a while. Originally, she returned to the ghost realm for them, and she was unwilling to betray their feelings, so she was suppressed in such a place. All because he didn't have the strength to protect her. He closed his eyes to keep his emotions from flowing out. Sima Yu saw his self-blame, went up to hold his hand, and said, "Father, let's go, Mother definitely doesn't know we're here, maybe she'll be startled." Regardless of the past, they should look forward to the future. He nodded towards Sima Yu, "Let's go." They walked towards the middle of the mountain range. Grandmother said that Mother was suppressed in the center of the mountain. If they walked all the way into the middle, they should be able to find her. The deeper they went in, the higher the temperature. Wu Lingyu was strong and could resist with the power of the underworld. Sima Lu Xian was originally a fire attribute, so this was nothing to him. The worst was Sima Yu, she was currently in her soul state, hence fire was her nemesis. She was not strong enough, so in the end she had to let little birdie come out to isolate the heat. The temperature here is so strange, I suspect there is something underground. Sima Lu Xian said. Fire has a restraining effect on ghosts. Mother is here, I don't know how she's able to withstand the heat. Sima Yu was worried about Yu Luo. Sima Lu Xian was also worried, and the three of them accelerated their pace towards the middle. When she got to the middle mountain and saw the volcanic ash, she knew why it was so hot. It turned out to be a volcano. They circled around the volcano. Judging from the surrounding fluctuations, the place of suppression was right here on the volcano. Mother was suppressed in the volcano. I don't know what this seal looks like. Sima Yu said. Go down and have a look and you'll know. Wu Lingyu said. Yeah. Sima Yu was a little worried about whether Sima Lu Xian could hold on, but Wu Lingyu had formed a protective circle to cover the three of them. I don't need it. With little birdie here, these magma and flames can't hurt me. Sima Yu said, just protect father. The larger the protective cover, the more power it needed to consume. The smaller it was, the less pressure on Wu Lingyu, and the better the protection of Sima Lu Xian. Wu Lingyu thought for a while, and reduced the protective cover just enough to cover him and Sima Lu Xian. Let's go down. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she jumped down first. Wu Lingyu and Sima Lu Xian followed behind. After they fell a few hundred meters, they saw the shadow of the magma. Sima Yu formed a protective shield around her, and then plunged into it. She opened the way in front, and when the magma came into contact with little birdie, they unconsciously gave way to the surroundings, making way for her. Sima Yu was very surprised, these magma actually know how to avoid it. Could it be that they all gave birth to spiritual wisdom? But now was not the time to think about this. Her energy must be put in the front in case of any unexpected situation. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. She didn't know how far she had fallen, but she finally felt that something was different down there. Wu Lingyu and Sima Lu Xian followed her without any obstructions, but it was only above. I saw a space below, which should be the place to suppress my mother. There seems to be a barrier in front. Sima Yu said that she had fallen on the barrier. She originally thought she would be blocked, but found that the barrier took the initiative to give her one. Export out. Is this barrier still afraid of little birdie? She was puzzled, but she didn't have time to think about it, because she fell into a dark hole, and the restriction above was closed after she fell, blocking Wu Lingyu and Sima Lu Xian on it. She wanted to go up and follow Sima Lu Xian and the others, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Who is there? In the darkness, that voice was hoarse and weak, not as pleasant as Sima Lu Xian described to her. Being in such an environment for too long made her throat hoarse. Sima Yu's tears flowed down all of a sudden. Her mother was not like her grandmother and they said she was just imprisoned and free. Luo seemed to sense something too, widening his eyes in the darkness, wanting to see something from the place where the sound was made just now. Puchi dash. A faint light appeared in that place. Fortunately, the light was very weak, so that Luo's eyes that had not seen the light for a long time were not harmed. The light wasn't bright enough, but it was enough for them to see each other clearly. Sima Yu saw Luo's emaciated figure, sunken cheeks, dull eyes, and tears could not stop flowing down. Compared to her distress, Luo was stunned. She looked at Sima Yu and said, got up and wanted to move forward, but after only a few steps, she was bounced back by a force. She stood up and wanted to come over again, but stopped when she saw Sima Yu shaking her head. You are Yu, aren't you? She looked at Sima Yu and didn't dare to blink, for fear that it was just her hallucination. Although the person in front of her is only 7 points similar to herself, she can be sure at first sight that she is her daughter. Mother. Sima Yu shouted, confirming her guess. Sima Yu walked forward, wanting to try this seal, but was violently bounced back by a force. Don't come here. Luo cried out in distress when she saw her injury, don't come here, don't, it will hurt you. Sima Yu got up from the ground and saw something hidden in the four corners of this space. Previous chapter. My child, how are you? Luo looked at her worriedly. Sima Yu shook her arm that hurt from the fall, smiled at Luo, and said, Mother, I'm fine. The collision just now made them soothe their emotions from meeting for the first time. Luo looked at Sima Yu with loving eyes, but she was no longer impulsive and irrational. My child, how did you come here? Luo didn't expect to see her daughter in this lifetime. My grandfather told me you were here, and I happened to be passing by, so I came to see you. Sima Yu explained. How could you? Luo couldn't believe it, it had only been over 100 years before she was able to come here. Mother, I know you have a lot of things you want to ask me, but now I'll go pick up someone, the person you want to see the most. Sima Yu said. You mean? Yuko Luo looked at her, excited but unable to believe it. How could he come here when he's from the human realm? At this time, she remembered that Sima Yu turned out to be a soul body. Could it be that she had already? However, Sima Yu went up without waiting for her to ask. She looked at the top of her head, and she hadn't raised her head ever since she was locked in here. Because she knew that she had no chance to leave. In the past, she also felt that it didn't matter. She didn't have her love and child by her side. What was the difference between her here and outside? So she never looked up, never looked for a way out and had no intention to go out. But now things were completely different. Her daughter appeared in front of her eyes, and the person she loves may also have come here. Her life seemed to have her hope ignited again. She had so many things she wanted to ask her. She wanted to know how they were doing over the years, how they came to the ghost realm, and how they got here. She desperately wanted to know everything about them. What she wanted to know more was whether he would really come down from above in a while. It sounded so incredible, she still couldn't believe it in her heart. Sure enough, when Sima Yu came back, she was still alone, and Yuko Luo was a little disappointed. However, she immediately put away these emotions. Although she felt uncomfortable not being able to see him, it was also good to be able to see her daughter. Sima Yu stopped, saw the fleeting loss in her eyes, and smiled. If it was someone else, she might even tease them before letting them meet. But now facing her own mother, she was reluctant to see her disappointed and sad. So, she smiled at Yuko Luo and called Sima Lu Xian and Wu Lingyu out of the spirit pagoda. As soon as Sima Lu Xian came out, Yuko Luo was stunned and looked straight at him, tears flowing before he spoke. Ko Luo. Lu Xian. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Sima Yu saw that the two were so excited that they didn't know what to say, and said to Sima Lu Xian, Father, Lingyu and I will go first. I will let little spirit block the outside world. After all, she dragged Wu Lingyu into the spirit pagoda. Wu Lingyu was a little surprised by her reaction. Aren't you curious about what your parents are going to say? I'm curious, but my parents have been separated for so long and have suffered so much. Now that we see each other again, we will naturally have a lot to say. If we are outside, our parents will be embarrassed and can't let go, and some words will not be heard. I said it. Sima Yu said, again, even if you don't listen to those words, you can guess what they are. Let's not be a light bulb. Alright. He wasn't interested in this kind of thing anyway. Lingyu, what I'm more curious about is the fire attribute here. Sima Yu said, did you notice that when we came down, the magma took the initiative to make way for me? I noticed. They will take the initiative to give way, indicating that these magmas have their own consciousness, and they are afraid of little birdie. But under what circumstances will the magma give birth to its own consciousness? Sima Yu said, besides, my grandmother would not lie to me, she said that my grandfather had came before to take care of my mother, and my grandfather should have been here. But as you can see, my mother's condition is very bad. Do you think there is something under the magma? I don't know either, but since we've already come all the way here, I have to find out. Sima Yu said. There is indeed something here. Crimson Flame's voice suddenly sounded, which made Sima Yu very happy. The incident at Sage Pavilion almost killed her and all her beasts were unconscious, and Crimson Flame was hit hard again at that time. Although he woke up later, he was asleep most of the time. For so many years, even Sima Yu didn't say a few words to him. Crimson Flame, are you awake? She asked happily. Crimson Flame's figure appeared in front of them. Jun Yi's face was still a little pale. Even after being raised for so many years, even with Qing Yi around, he still hasn't fully recovered. How are you? Sima Yu looked at him with distress and guilt. I've recovered more than half. Crimson Flame smiled at her, wanting her not to feel guilty. She was the only person in this world who could make him smile. You said just now that there is indeed something here, what did you sense? Wu Lingyu asked. Under the magma, there is something. It is far away, and there is something blocking it, so I can't see clearly. Crimson Flame replied. Did that thing help you? Sima Yu asked. It should be, but how much help it can be, we have to look at it in detail. Crimson Flame doesn't know what to do now. Then let's go down and take a look while father and mother are talking. Sima Yu said. I'll follow you in whatever you decide to do. Wu Lingyu had no objection to this. Sima Yu took Wu Lingyu and Crimson Flame out. Sima Lu Xian and Yuko Luo were much calmer at this time. The two sat opposite each other across the seal, talking about the past few years. Seeing Sima Yu come out, both of them stood up. Father, mother, Crimson Flame said that there is something down there, we have to go down and have a look. You continue, ignore me. Sima Yu explained the reason why she came out. Wait. Yuko Luo stopped her, the things here are no trivial matter, you have to be careful. Mother, do you know? Sima Yu asked. Although I don't know what it is, I know when it started. Yuko Luo said, back then, Qing Hun changed the seal of repression, and your grandfather came to support this space for me. At that time, this place was here. It wasn't that hot yet. But after a while, things changed. It seemed that something suddenly came and changed the environment here. The magma erupted frequently and the temperature rose a lot. But I didn't find anything coming. So I suspect it was generated from here. Yuko Luo's words made several people silent for a while. If it was something generated here, then this guy seemed a bit powerful. There must be something special about this guy who can grow to this level in such a short period of time. Sima Yu smiled. If that's the case, that's even better. Why? Yuko Luo was puzzled. That guy was amazing. Not only was she not worried, but she was happy instead. Mother, Crimson Flame is injured. If that guy is very powerful, Crimson Flame can absorb it and recover from his injury. Sima Yu said, continue with father, we will be back in a while. After speaking, she brought Wu Lingyu and Crimson Flame out. Before Yuko Luo could say more, Sima Yu was no longer there. She looked down and saw that Sima Lu Xian was just looking at herself, sulking while blaming him. It's so dangerous here, why didn't you stop her? Our daughter is very powerful. And with Wu Lingyu and Crimson Flame, she will be fine. Sima Lu Xian said while consoling her. They are very powerful? Who are these two people? What happened to our daughter? I don't want to know about you now. Tell me about our daughter. Sima Lu Xian. Daughter is more important than him. There was a gap in his heart. Why are you still standing there? Say it. Crimson Flame is Yu Yu's natal contract beast, and Wu Lingyu is our future son-in-law. What? Future son-in-law? You've agreed? How is this person? Is he good to our daughter? How did they know each other? Who is he? She bombarded him with a series of questions. Don't worry, our daughter's vision is not low. Sima Lu Xian really wanted to go up to hug her and comfort her when he saw her anxious expression. Tell me about our daughter, no matter how big or small, tell me everything you know. Yuko Luo said. Alright, but when I tell you, you can't get too excited. If you're like this now, it's not good for your health to get excited again. Sima Lu Xian said with distress. Alright. Crimson Flame is our daughter's contracted beast, the divine vermilion bird. No one can resist his nirvana flames, so they won't have any trouble when they go down. Crimson Flame absolutely suppresses these things. Sima Lu Xian asked her not to worry about her safety. What about this Wu Lingyu? What is his identity? His affairs are more complicated. Sima Lu Xian talked about the contract between Mo Sha and Sima Yu, as well as Wu Lingyu, and finally sighed. I didn't want to acknowledge him at first as I felt that his identity would bring a lot of trouble to Yuer. But Yuer likes him, so I have no forcible opposition. I didn't expect that after the incident at Sage Pavilion, he would actually take out his soul and go to the ghost realm to find our daughter and protect her all the way and let her grow. Watching him like this, I can't bear to separate them. Our daughter's eyesight is really good. After hearing these things, Yuko Luo was quite satisfied with Wu Lingyu. Yuer always wanted to save you before they got married, so their affairs have dragged on for so many years. After you go out, we can start preparing for the wedding. Sima Lu Xian couldn't bear to embarrass him anymore and preempted Yuko Luo. Can I still go out? The last time her father came, she told her everything, including the news that the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal had been missing for many years. If you can't find the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal, it is useless even if you collect the other 3 Divine Seals. Besides, the other 2 Divine Seals are not so easy to obtain. As far as Qing Hun's side is concerned, it is impossible for him to give it. Are you worried about the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal? Well, the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal has disappeared. Father said that it hasn't appeared for many years, and he doesn't know where he is, so Yuer has collected all 3 Divine Seals. Sima Lu Xian said. 3 Divine Seals? Yes. The Northern Cardinal Divine Seal, the Eastern Cardinal Divine Seal, and the Western Cardinal Divine Seal are all in her hands. Now only the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal is left. She found the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal? How did she find it? The Eastern Divine Seal. How could Qing Hun give her the Western Cardinal Divine Seal? What did she do? Don't worry, let me tell you slowly. Sima Yu, Wu Lingyu, and Crimson Flame left the cave and were suddenly surrounded by hot magma. But the magma hurriedly retreated before it could get close to their skin and absorb their vitality. Although there were no words or expressions, Sima Yu still felt fear from the magma. Presumptuous. Crimson Flame snorted coldly, as he brought them down to the ground. Fire element, a steady stream of fire elements, he could feel them rushing into his body, making him close his eyes comfortably. There must be a good guy down there. Crimson Flame was in a good mood, and Sima Yu naturally felt it. They kept flying down, and the further down they got, the hotter they got. Sima Yu couldn't take it anymore. Crimson Flame felt her discomfort and said, you guys wait here, I'll go down by myself. Sima Yu didn't intend to be brave, but she didn't trust him to go down alone. You still have injuries, let Lingyu go down with you. Let him protect you here. Crimson Flame was worried about her and refused. No, I'll release the domain here, and the magma won't hurt me. Let Lingyu go with you. She released the realm, and with the protection of the realm, she really wouldn't be in any danger here. If you can't hold on any longer, tell me. Crimson Flame urged, and then continued with Wu Lingyu. Sima Yu used the realm to build a room the size of a room for herself. The magma was isolated from her. She took out a chair and sat waiting for them. She didn't know what happened next. Crimson Flame and Wu Lingyu kept going down, about 2 or 3 kilometers down, and finally saw the figure swimming in the lava. The little guy looked a bit like a civet cat, with short claws flapping in the lava. Wu Lingyu looked at the little guy. Crimson Flame was even more surprised than Wu Lingyu, because he not only felt the power in its body, but also recognized its identity. Do you know this? This is the god of fire. I haven't seen it before, but I know it from the inheritance of my ancestors. If it grows up, it may rank even higher than me. Wu Lingyu was shocked. As the divine vermilion bird, Crimson Flame's flame was already the most powerful the world knows. He didn't expect this little guy which was just the size of a fist to be even more powerful than him. You said that it may even be more powerful than you when it grows up, that means, it can't rival you now? Are you going to absorb it? Crimson Flame was silent for a while, and said, before I came down, I planned to absorb whatever was below, but since it is not worthwhile to absorb it. Do you want to take it away? It's not me, it's you. But her current state is not suitable. Wu Lingyu said. Before she even came close to here, she couldn't take it anymore. If she wanted to subdue this guy, it was estimated that she would be roasted before she could touch it. So, it's really unfortunate. Crimson Flame said, I discovered it before it grew up. Wu Lingyu raised his eyebrows and understood what he was thinking. If it was allowed to grow up, Crimson Flame couldn't do anything about it, but at this time, its power was not enough to resist him. He could subdue it first, and then let it establish a contract. It's just that she might suffer a little in the process. Can't it wait until she returns to her body before establishing a contract? It has grown to such a degree in just over 100 years. By the time she returns to her body, we do not know how much it would have grown by then. Alright. I will protect her by the side. Crimson Flame said, now, go and subdue this little guy first. The jubilant god of fire that was swimming in the lava had already spotted the two of them, but he didn't bother to care about them. Hearing their words, it snorted disdainfully in its heart. Just the two of them still want to subdue it? Dream on. In no time, it will roast them all. Crimson Flame and Wu Lingyu both felt the little guy's contempt, and snorted at the same time, revealing their strength. After sizing up Wu Lingyu, it still felt it was alright, the little guy thought it could still handle him. But as soon as the flames of Crimson Flame came out, it knew that it had encountered an enemy, although it lacked common sense and did not know who he was. Sima Yu was anxiously waiting above. They had been down for so long, and there was no movement at all, and she didn't know what was going on, but she didn't dare to approach. Waiting here was the limit of her tolerance. Suddenly, the temperature below suddenly increased, she felt the heat wave rolling in, and ran up quickly. PFFT. The heat wave rushed past her and continued up until it hit where Yuko Luo was. The space shook violently a few times, and the expression of Yuko Luo inside changed. What's the matter? Could it be that something happened to Yuer? In comparison, Sima Lu Xian was much calmer. He comforted the flustered Yuko Luo. Don't worry, such a little movement won't hurt Yuer. Really? Yuko Luo was still worried. Why don't you go and have a look? Don't worry, what she has experienced is much more dangerous than this, you have to trust our daughter. Sima Lu Xian had great confidence in Sima Yu. No matter how powerful she is only over 100 years old. Go and see. Yuko Luo said angrily. Yes, I'll take a look right now. Sima Lu Xian turned around and whispered, after so many years, this temperament has not changed. When he wanted to go out and wait, only then did they remember that he couldn't get out of this place at all. Luo, only you can go out. He turned around and said to Yuko Luo. Yuko Luo was in a hurry, but there was nothing she could do. Just when the two of them stared blankly at each other, Sima Yu's voice came from above. Father, mother, are you all right? We're all right, how are you? Are you injured? I'm fine, mother. I was in my spirit realm at that time, so the heat wave didn't hurt me. Sima Yu said, it's fine if you're all right, I'm going down to see how Lingyu and Crimson Flame are doing. After speaking, her voice disappeared, and the surroundings became quiet again. See? I told you that Yuer will be fine. Sima Lu Xian smiled at Yuko Luo. Humph. Yuko Luo gave him a cold hum, still unhappy. As a father, he was not too nervous about his daughter. Sima Lu Xian also understood her feelings. If he hadn't been with Yu all the time and knew her abilities, he wouldn't have been able to be so calm. He sighed and said, Yuer has been so fortunate over the years. She has many things herself, and she has been looking for you and me. Hearing this, Yuko Luo burst into tears. Us as parents are too incompetent. Speaking of which, it's good to have Wu Lingyu by her side. Yes. We are all too incompetent. Sima Lu Xian felt that he was too useless. Go ahead and tell me about Yuer. Yuko Luo said. Although she didn't participate in it before, she also wanted to know. Alright. After Sima Yu left, she flew down again, wanting to go down to see Wu Lingyu and the others, but she still couldn't get down to the previous place. She released the spirit realm to protect herself and continued to wait here. She didn't know what was going on below. Except for the heat wave just now, there was no movement below. It's been so long. Could it be that Crimson Flame has subdued it and is absorbing it? She said to herself, Lingyu didn't come up to report it either. I don't know if people are worried. She can use the contract to contact Crimson Flame, but she doesn't know the following situation, and she doesn't dare to contact him rashly. If it is at a critical moment, it would be bad to disturb him. After waiting for a long time bathed in apprehension and anxiety, she finally got a response from below. The first thing to notice was the temperature below. The scorching heat quickly dissipated and returned to the normal magma temperature. She put away the spirit realm, formed a protective layer, and went down. It didn't take long to see Wu Lingyu. She fell to Wu Lingyu's side, did not see Crimson Flame, and asked, where is Crimson Flame? Below. Wu Lingyu said. This space should have been propped up by the unknown guy. The magma below was still bubbling, the bubbles burst, and a burst of heat was emitted. What kind of guy is under this? Crimson Flame went to absorb it, she asked. He didn't absorb it, he's going to teach it a lesson. Wu Lingyu said. To dare to despise the two of them before it even grew up, it would be strange if Crimson Flame doesn't teach it a good lesson. Sima Yu was a little surprised, didn't Crimson Flame absorb it? What kind of guy is this? Crimson Flame said it was the god of fire, and said he would subdue it. Wu Lingyu looked at her sympathetically. Sima Yu was taken aback by his expression and said, "Don't look at me like that, you'll scare me." Previous chapter. Wu Lingyu was also reluctant to let her suffer, but it would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. Moreover, it is impossible for her to not avenge Crimson Flame's revenge. The 9th Underworld clan was on top, and she cannot ignore it as the young sovereign. So she will go up there in the future. But since it is the realm of the gods, the strength of the people above can be guessed without thinking, it must be very strong. It would be good to have more protection around her. Crimson Flame wants me to subdue it? Sima Yu was amazed. I can't even get close to it, how can I subdue it? I think I might be directly roasted into a puff of smoke. Crimson Flame will subdue it first, and then let it recognize you as its master. With him protecting you, your life will not be in danger. But this pain is definitely indispensable. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu remembered the pain when her body was tempered by flames when she contracted with Crimson Flame. The corners of her mouth twitched and looked at him with a crumpled expression, with a pair of pitiful eyes. You also have a flame, why don't you take it, Wu Lingyu shook his head, put his left hand on her shoulder, touched her head with his right hand, and said with pity, if I can, I'm willing to take you to suffer this crime, but I can't. Why? Although it hasn't grown up yet, its power is already very strong. Now only Crimson Flame can suppress it here. But he is not my contract beast. If it wasn't for his contracted beast, he wouldn't be able to discover the abnormality of his body at the first time, nor would he be able to suppress it at the first time. Even if his strength is good now, he was not sure that he could suppress it. So, only she could do this. Alright, that's fine. Sima Yu took a breath, it's not that big of a deal, the most is that I'll be in pain again. Wu Lingyu hugged her, if you don't want to, forget it. That won't work. Sima Yu shouted, since I met it, how could I miss it? It was just a... Haha. Wu Lingyu let go of her and flicked lightly on her forehead. Gurgle. The magma receded, and Crimson Flame came out from it, as if walking in water. In his hand was a little guy like a civet cat. This is the god of fire? It's so small. Sima Yu said. Squeak, the little guy struggled in Crimson Flame's hands and shouted at Sima Yu. Shoo. Little birdie lifted it up in Crimson Flame's hands and wrapped the little guy. Sima Yu heard the screams. Crimson Flame burned for a while before holding back. The little guy was much quieter at this time. It's only been over 100 years, but it's so powerful. Sima Yu looked at the little guy in surprise. She knows how powerful little birdie is, and she also knows how much power Crimson Flame used just now. If it was an ordinary person or something, it would have been burnt to the point where there was no slag left. But this little guy was just making some noise, other than that, nothing happened. What an unlucky guy. Sima Yu looked at it with pity, if it hadn't met them, who would be its opponent when it grew up? Establish a contract. Crimson Flame's low voice sounded, and the little guy in his hand shivered. Recognize a weak woman as its master? Can it say no? It squeaked twice. Crimson Flame seemed to understand what it meant, nodded and said, it's alright if you don't want to recognize her as master. Squeak dash. Sima Yu felt its happy aura, and she warned in her heart that it was too early to be happy. Sure enough. If you don't recognize her as master, it's useless to keep you. I will absorb you, and my injury will probably be fine. Crimson Flame picked up the little guy and was about to absorb it. Squeak dash. The little guy felt that Crimson Flame was not just talking, but really wanted to absorb itself, and it screamed in fright. Crimson Flame, are you really going to absorb it? Sima Yu also found that Crimson Flame was not just talking. If you can take it, if you can't take it and discard it. Crimson Flame didn't really care. Wanting to accept the little guy was based on its identity, but if it was not obedient, it was useless to accept it. To be precise, if it was disobedient, he will not let Sima Yu accept it, because it is risky. Squeak dash, the little guy struggled in Crimson Flame's hands, seeing that Crimson Flame didn't want to let go, it turned his head to look at Sima Yu. When Sima Yu saw its big, helpless eyes, she couldn't bear it, and said, why don't you just accept it? Would you like to follow me? Squeak dash. The little guy nodded quickly, it was better to follow her than to dissipate. Crimson Flame stared at the little guy for a while, his eyes were still cold, and he said coldly, then establish a contract. Although it's not very good, I think it's better to go back and do it. Wu Lingyu said. The little guy couldn't leave the magma and go to the spirit pagoda now, but inside the magma, it was not good for Sima Yu, and after thinking about it, the only place to suppress Yukoluo was the best. However, in that case, Sima Lu Xian and Yukoluo would see her pained appearance. Just here. Sima Yu didn't want her parents to worry. Go back. Crimson Flame said. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu saw his solemn appearance and knew that there was no room for maneuver in this matter, which also showed how dangerous this matter was, and even the slightest accident could not happen. Sima Yu took them back. Sima Lu Xian and Yukoluo hadn't seen the little guy in Crimson Flame's hand, but they both felt the suffocating heat. Yuer, how is it? Sima Lu Xian asked. Sima Yu briefly explained the situation. Sima Lu Xian and Yukoluo were shocked and they heard that she was going to accept this little thing. Are you sure? Yukoluo asked worriedly. There's Crimson Flame here. Sima Yu smiled at her, it's just that the process is quite uncomfortable. You must be steady for a while and don't interrupt us, otherwise Crimson Flame and I will have an accident. Alright. Yuko Luo nodded, looking at her nervously. Sima Yu and Crimson Flame came to the farthest position. Crimson Flame put the little guy in front of her. She immediately felt a hot breath coming towards her face, and then the whole person felt like being steamed, and the whole body was in pain. They all attacked her brain, causing her consciousness to drift. Pain. Endless pain. Except for the pain, she couldn't feel anything else. Fortunately, with Crimson Flame around, she didn't have to force herself to stay awake. She didn't know how long she had been in pain, she didn't know how she rolled on the ground but couldn't bear to make a sound, which made everyone present feel distressed, and she didn't know that her mother was in distress till tears were streaming down. She didn't know what Crimson Flame said, nor what the God of Fire said. She only knew that when she heard whether she was willing or not, she used all her strength to say yes. When she heard Crimson Flame said that she had succeeded in establishing the contract, and when she felt the connection with the God of Fire, she finally couldn't hold it any longer and fainted completely. Previous chapter. The pain kept eroding her nerves, and even while in a coma, her body curled up in pain. Wu Lingyu went up to protect her, and gave her the spirit fluid and the essence of elder white that she had prepared earlier. The cool relief dissipated a lot of the burning sensation in her body, and her body no longer trembled so much, but her frowning brows still did not relax. You are. This was the first time Yuko Luo had seen Sima Yu in such pain, and it was heartbreaking. She has already overcome the worst, she will recover soon. Sima Lu Xian said. Every time such a thing happens, although the process is painful, the harvest is still quite rewarding. Crimson Flame said. Whether it was the first time that his own flames tempered her body, or being struck by lightning again and again, it was not easy. But fortunately, after going through such pain each time, she reaped fruitful rewards. When Yuko Luo heard Sima Lu Xian tell her those things, she knew that her daughter had suffered a lot, otherwise she wouldn't be so powerful at such a young age. But seeing it with her own eyes made her feel different. Sima Lu Xian also felt sorry for his daughter, and even more reluctant to let Yuko Luo feel sad. But now seeing her sad and crying, he couldn't even give her a hug. Ugh, Sima Yu let out a painful groan, and the cave fell silent for a while. They didn't speak much until she woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Wu Lingyu's self-blame and distressed eyes. She smiled at him, but felt pain from all over her body. You've awoken? Do you feel better? Wu Lingyu asked with deep concern. It still hurts, but it's much better than before. Sima Yu said weakly, I'm going in to soak in some spirit fluid. After speaking, she disappeared from his arms. Little Spirit had prepared the spirit fluid for her long ago. The big wooden barrel was full of spirit fluid, and it took out most of the family's wealth over the years. In addition to the spirit fluid, there was also the essence that he asked for from Elder White. Sima Yu was lying in a wooden barrel, her body was soaked in spirit fluid, and the burning sensation and pain all over her body were instantly relieved a lot. Yu, eat my meat. Little Seven lay beside the wooden barrel, looking at Sima Yu with tears and distress. Except for her, other beasts also surrounded her, all of them were distressed, and they wished that they could feel the pain for her instead. She raised her hand laboriously, touched Little Seven's head, and said, I already have the spirit fluid and the essence of Elder White, I just need to soak in it and it will be fine. I just soaked it and it's already much better, so don't worry. Really? Little Seven's eyes were hazy with tears, so she couldn't see Sima Yu clearly. She pulled Qing Yi's clothes aside and wiped away her tears and snot. Qing Yi smiled helplessly, and with a wave of her hand, the tears and snot on her clothes disappeared. Sima Yu smiled when she saw this scene, she didn't have the strength to say anything to them, she closed her eyes to recover from the injury. She soaked in the wooden barrel for 3 days, and when she came out, she had already recovered. She opened her eyes, and the beasts were still surrounding her. Sima Yu felt that she had neglected them all these years. Yu, are you alright? Little Seven asked happily. It's already much better, and the rest needs to be recovered by medicinal pills and time. Sima Yu touched her head and said with a smile. It's fine, you scared us to death this time. Floey said. I'm sorry, I made you all worry. Sima Yu apologized to the beasts. She's been so busy lately that she rarely thinks about them and how they feel. As long as you are well. Little Dream hugged Little Birdie, and there was a hint of smile on its usually indifferent face. Yu, where's that guy? We have to say hello to him. The little golden snake asked. Let's go outside with Crimson Flame. Sima Yu said, I'll go out and have a look. If I don't go out, my parents would be anxious. Yeah. After rescuing Mother, we can go back to the human world, and then you all can come out freely n/o/vel/b/c/in.c//om. Great. I've been stuck in this place for so long, I'm about to be stifled to death. Little Seven jumped up cheerfully. I'm sorry, these years. Yu, we all understand. Thousand Resonance said, you don't have to feel sorry for us. That's right, Yu, go and do your business. We'll wait for you here. Little Dream said. Sima Yu looked at the beasts with emotion, nodded heavily to them, and walked out. Only several hours had passed on the outside, and from the moment she went in, Yuko Luo and Wu Lingyu talked for a long time. As for her future son-in-law, Yuko Luo liked him the more she came into contact with him. Aunt, uncle, I made an agreement with Yu that we will marry after we rescue Aunt. I wonder what your requirements are for the dowry? Wu Lingyu asked. Was he too direct? We don't have any requirements, we'll leave it to you. Yuko Luo said, I only have one request, you have to be good to Yuer. I most definitely will. Don't think that you can bully Yuer even if you are the Devil Emperor. Although you are the Devil Emperor, she is still the granddaughter of the Ghost King. You dare to let her suffer a little bit of grievance, we won't say what we can do to you, we'll simply take Yuer away. Sima Lu Xian threatened. Don't worry, uncle, even if you wronged me, she will not be wronged. Humph. It's good that you know. Actually, they were very satisfied with this son-in-law, and even if they were a little dissatisfied, they dissipated in Sima Yu's love. There was no choice, who made his daughter like him. When Sima Yu came out, the atmosphere was still a little awkward. She looked at them and asked, what are you talking about? Ling Yu is asking for marriage. Yuko Luo saw that Sima Yu looked pretty good, and said with a smile, how are you? Well, it's almost good. Sima Yu automatically ignored the previous sentence, looked around, but didn't see Crimson Flame and the little guy. What about Crimson Flame and the others? They've went down, saying it's better to deal with the little guy below. Wu Ling Yu said. Then I'll go take a look. Sima Yu went out after speaking, leaving the three of them smiling and silent. Was she shy just now? Speaking of this before, it was quite calm, and he thought she really wouldn't be shy. Seeing her like this for the first time, only one thought filled his mind, she was so beautiful. Sima Yu came out of the cave, sensed the positions of Crimson Flame and the little guy, and flew towards them. The magma, who had been a little afraid of her before, felt affectionate when it saw her, and kept approaching her. She fell to the place where the little guy was before, and saw Crimson Flame sitting in the magma meditating and the little guy swimming around him. When the little guy saw Sima Yu coming down, it came out of the magma with a swish and flew into Sima Yu's arms. Sima Yu thought of the previous pain, subconsciously waved her hand, and the little guy was shot back into the magma by her. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip. You, bad. The aggrieved voice was like a child's, immature and vague. Crimson Flame opened his eyes and glanced at her. Although he had no expression, she felt that he had a smile in his eyes. She touched her nose and said embarrassedly, cough, that, conditioned reflex, it wasn't deliberate. Humph, the little guy snorted aggrievedly. You can't come over? Sima Yu asked, if you aren't coming over, then I'll go up already. Whoosh dash. The little guy flew towards her, but Sima Yu didn't shoot it away this time. You're red, do you want to call you Xiaohong? Sima Yu looked at its fiery red body and poked its head with her fingers. Little fire. Crimson Flame said. Sima Yu looked at him and saw that he raised an eyebrow at her. Knowing that he disliked her name, she pouted and hummed, Little Fire is Little Fire, in fact, it is with Xiaohong. Pretty much. Little Fire rubbed against her palm, fire. Alright, I'll call you Little Fire. Sima Yu said. She picked up Little Fire's neck, looked at it carefully, and said, God of Fire, why does he look like this? Not domineering at all. Squeak dash. Little Fire's small body trembled, and his long claws were scratching everywhere, and he squeaked in his mouth. It seemed like he was very angry. Seeing that she was amused, Crimson Flame shook his head slightly and said, when you go to the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal, Little Fire and I won't go, we'll be here waiting for you to come back. Why, is there anything special here? Sima Yu let go of the Little Fire and looked at the magma curiously. It's really unusual here, but I haven't found out the specifics. Here, my injury will heal quickly. And since he hasn't grown up yet, staying here can make him continue to grow. Crimson Flame said. You have been guarding the continent for so long, and you have never seen the God of Fire, but it has been created here, which shows that this place is really unusual. Sima Yu said, since this is good for you all, then stay here. Well, I'm staying here, one reason is to recover and the other is to find out why. Crimson Flame said. Alright. Sima Yu replied, Besides that, I want to ask you one more thing. What is it? With my father's temperament, seeing my mother, I'm afraid he won't follow me again. If he wants to stay, can you please help me take care of him as well? If anything happens, let me know immediately. Sima Yu said. Alright. Sima Yu touched Little Fire's head and said, Little guy, I'm leaving, you have to be good, alright? Squeak. I know you're reluctant, but it's better for you to stay here. You have to grow up here, so that you can protect me in the future. If someone bullies me in the future, you can burn that person up. Sima Yu said. Little Fire still didn't know what protection meant, but he understood the last sentence. She wanted him to stay here and become stronger. If others bully her, he could burn those people to death. His current strength was still too weak. So, he decided to stay. Sima Yu left it to Crimson Flame, and then returned to the place of suppression. Are they still down there? Wu Lingyu asked first, afraid that she was still shy. Well, they will stay here this time round and won't be following us. Sima Yu said. Yuer, I also want to stay here. Sima Lu Xian said, your mother has been here for so long, I will stay with her. Alright. Sima Yu had guessed it long ago, so she wasn't surprised at all, but you have to know that if you stay here, you can only stay in here, and won't be able to go out until I come back. I know. Sima Lu Xian said, it doesn't matter how small the place is, as long as I'm with your mother. It's good to have you here with mother. Sima Yu said, if something happens, you can make some noise. Crimson Flame and Little Fire are below, and they will keep watch. If something goes wrong, Crimson Flame can reach me. All right. Sima Lu Xian replied. Yue, are you leaving? Yuko Luo looked at her reluctantly. Mother, I'm going to find the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal, so that I can rescue you. Sima Yu said, don't worry, I'll be back soon. You have to be careful. Yuko Luo urged. In the past, she felt that it didn't matter whether she was suppressed here or not. But now it was different. She had seen her child and her beloved man, knowing that they had made so many efforts to save her, how could she continue staying like this? Cough cough, she felt a sweetness in her heart, she couldn't help coughing twice, but spit out a trace of blood. Mother, how are you? Kuluo, are you alright? Sima Yu and Sima Lu Xian shouted out in panic together. I'm fine. Yuko Luo waved her hand, I'm fine, it's just that my throat that has been smoked by this magma recently is a little uncomfortable. Your face is ugly, do you still have any medicinal pills? Yuko Luo wanted to say there was more, but seeing their eyes, she couldn't bear to lie to them. Perhaps after Little Fire took shape, the surrounding temperature became much higher, and I had eaten all the medicinal pills from before. Yuko Luo said. She feels that the situation had deteriorated a lot recently, and she had no desire to survive, so her body condition was extremely bad. If they hadn't come at this time, maybe if they came later, they would only see her body. Mother can't last long like this, we have to find a way to get some medicinal herbs in. Sima Yu said. But the seal can't be opened. Yuko Luo said. Try it. Sima Yu said while condensing her spiritual power, she slashed at the seal. As soon as she touched the seal, she was bounced back. Wu Lingyu responded quickly and flew over to catch her. Yue. I'm fine. Sima Yu came out of Wu Lingyu's arms, just in time to see the faint rays of light in the four corners of the north, south, east and west dissipate. Are these places where the cardinal points divine seal are supposed to be placed? After she finished speaking, she wanted to attack the barrier, but was caught by Wu Lingyu. Let me see, you observe. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu didn't try to be stubborn, and stepped aside with Sima Lu Xian. Wu Lingyu condensed a little strength to attack and almost immediately formed a protective circle to protect himself. Sima Yu really saw it this time, there were indeed 4 places where the light flashed. If my guess is correct, the 4 places are the places where the cardinal points divine seal are to be placed. Sima Yu said. However, with 1 seal missing, we can't lift the suppression. Sima Yu thought for a while, and said to Wu Lingyu to try it again. Wu Lingyu condensed his spirit power and attacked again. At the same time, she teleported to the north, took out the northern divine seal and imbued her spiritual power and placed it in the light. Previous chapter. Everyone was staring at her, wondering if it would be effective for her to do so. Sima Yu felt that almost all of her dark power was sucked in by the northern cardinal divine seal, but she couldn't get it out even if she wanted to. Wu Lingyu found that something was wrong with her, and came over to take out the northern cardinal divine seal, but she stopped him. Don't move yet. There is a reaction. Sima Yu was at a loss for words, but she still managed to make Wu Lingyu stop. Wu Lingyu followed her gaze and saw a small hole the size of a palm appeared around the northern cardinal divine seal. A hole this big was enough. Sima Yu and a pile of jade bottles rolled in from there. Lingyu. Sima Yu couldn't hold on any longer, she called out to Wu Lingyu, and he immediately pulled the northern cardinal divine seal out of it. The huge force made the two of them hit the edge of the seal and slammed into it, causing the entire hole to shake. NOVLB //JNN. At the last moment, Wu Lingyu held Sima Yu in his arms, and he endured the final shock. Crimson Flame, who was below, felt the movement above, a glint flashed by his eyes before he closed his eyes to continue to cultivate. Yue. Sima Lu Xian ran over, how are you? I'm fine. Just need some rest. Sima Yu looked back at Wu Lingyu, and when she saw that he was fine, she was relieved. My child, you should stop when you know there is danger, why do you always do these dangerous things? Yuko Luo was very frightened by Sima Yu. How long has it been since they met? She was hurt again and again, which made her feel distressed. Father as well as everyone else all said that my temperament is very similar to my mother. Sima Yu came out of Wu Lingyu's arms, pulled Wu Lingyu up again, and smiled at Yuko Luo, there are many kinds of medicinal pills here. Mother, just take whatever you need. She gave a lot of every kind of medicine pill, even if you can't prescribe the right medicine, the general healing medicine pill would still have some effect. Yuko Luo looked at all the medicinal pills, then took 2 medicinal pills, and the burning sensation in her body immediately dissipated a lot. After a while, her complexion improved. It seems to be effective. Sima Yu smiled happily. She saw the northern cardinal divine seal that she had thrown away just now and walked over to pick it up. Because of the people behind their backs, they didn't see her solemn expression. It was so difficult for her to be alone. If there were 4 together, would she be able to control it? However, don't let them know about these things, lest they worry. She put away the northern cardinal divine seal and said, Father, Mother, Lingyu and I are both injured. The environment here is not suitable for us to recuperate, so we will leave first. We'll go up to recuperate, and then go to Mulan. Alright, be careful. Although Sima Lu Xian was also reluctant to her, she was right, the environment here was not suitable for the 2 of them to recover. Seeing Sima Yu, Yuko Luo put all those worried words in her stomach and smiled at her, go, be careful, Mother is waiting for you here. I'll be back as soon as possible. It's time for our family to truly reunite. Sima Yu said. She took Wu Lingyu into the spirit pagoda, gave her parents a deep gaze before she left reluctantly. As soon as she left, the tears in Yuko Luo's eyes fell, and Sima Lu Xian said distressedly, "Don't be sad, we will be reunited soon." Yeah. Yuko Luo nodded with tears in his eyes. "I just feel sorry for our daughter, she has to bear so much at a young age." Yeah. Sima Lu Xian also felt distressed. "However, I don't think she wants to see us feel distressed, she wants us to be proud of her. If there are women like this, what more can a husband ask for?" Sima Yu left the crater and went to the spirit pagoda. When she came out again, both her and Wu Lingyu's injuries had completely recovered. They came to the edge of the barrier, and Wu Lingyu took her by the hand and took her out. After the last experience, Wu Lingyu had a good grasp of the degree this time, so he only suffered a slight injury, and it was not as painful as when he went in. Sima Yu wanted him to go in to recuperate, but he refused. "I know you want to get the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal as soon as possible, so let's not delay here. I'll take care of this injury on the road." Wu Lingyu smiled at her and let her check for herself. Sima Yu found that he did not suffer multiple injuries, so she did not force him to go in. She called out Onyx and went to a nearby city with Wu Lingyu. When she got to the nearest city, she asked Onyx to go back and enter the city with Wu Lingyu. Of course, when they entered the city, the two had to pay a large amount of entrance fee. Because Wu Lingyu's injuries were not completely healed, they went to an inn to stay and let scarlet bees go out to inquire about the news. Euphemistically, they said that they would first understand the situation of the abyss of hell. Wu Lingyu didn't know her thoughts, but it made him feel sweet, so he didn't want to argue with her. Wu Lingyu meditated on the bed, while she stayed by the window, gazing at the people walking by while listening to the news that the scarlet bees reported back one by one. Asking scarlet bees to inquire about the news was originally just an excuse. Sima Yu didn't hold out much hope, but it really allowed her to hear useful news. She looked at him who was healing, her eyes flashed, but she didn't speak. 2 days later, Wu Lingyu woke up from the meditation and saw Sima Yu standing beside him, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. When Sima Yu saw him awake, she walked over and asked, "Wake up? Is your injury healed?" "It's ready." Wu Lingyu stretched out his hand and asked her to check, "Have you heard any useful news?" Sima Yu checked him out to make sure that his body was healed. Hearing his words, she said proudly, "There really is." Wu Lingyu raised his eyebrows. "Then what did you hear?" "Didn't my apprentice Xiao Ling return to the abyss of hell? He happened to be nearby recently. Let's go to him and see if we can go to the imperial capital through him." Sima Yu said. "Such a coincidence?" "Yes." Sima Yu said, "I heard that he was still here a few days ago, but he has already left." "Then we came a little late." Wu Lingyu said. "It's nothing, we'll just chase after him." Sima Yu said, "I heard that he seems to be staying in every place for several days." "Well, let's go now." In Emgrand City, Xiao Ling sat on a chair boredly, watching the shopkeeper's mouth open and close, not knowing what he said. Alas, when will such a day end? I really want to go back to run his restaurant soon. He hasn't fully researched the recipes given by his master. "You look listless and you don't look like the person I knew before. Or, did I recognize the wrong person?" The moment Xiao Ling heard Sima Yu's voice, his entire person became spirited as he immediately got up from the chair and rushed outside the store. "Master! How did you come to the abyss of hell?" Xiao Ling excitedly wanted to go up and hug Sima Yu, but Wu Lingyu pulled him away and he was left hanging in mid-air. Sima Yu smiled at him. "I did say that I wanted to come here before. But you said you didn't know when you'll come. I thought it would take a long time for you to come here, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. How long have you been here? How did you know I was here?" Xiao Ling rattled on excitedly. "It's been more than a month." Sima Yu replied. She looked around and said, "Are you sure you want to catch up here?" Xiao Ling looked around. They were on the street now, and people who came and went stopped to watch the fun when they saw that he was so excited. The Xiao clansmen who followed him out were even more astonished. Did they hear it right? Their young master calls this woman master? "Master, let's go inside and talk." Xiao Ling made a gesture of invitation, and he followed after Sima Yu. "Steward, what's the background of this woman?" "It turns out to be the master of the young master." "However, when did the young master have a master?" "We haven't heard of it." The shopkeeper was very heartbroken when he thought of the comparison of Xiao Ling's attitude before and after. This gap was simply too big. "Yes, steward, who is this person, n/o/vel/b/. It's not only you who don't know, even I don't even know." The steward of the Xiao clan replied earnestly. "How could you not know? Don't you follow the young master all the time?" "That's only after the young master came back, how would I know about his previous affairs in Abyssal City?" The steward said wryly. "So, this person is the master that the young master acknowledged over there? Do they know about the master?" "I've never heard anything from the patriarch. If it's really a powerful person, patriarch, they won't hide the news." "So, the patriarch and the others don't know." "Steward Xiao, you have to tell the patriarch and them about this." "It's natural." The steward of the Xiao clan responded and turned around to tell someone to report. He had been following Xiao Ling since he came back. The euphemism was to bring him familiar with the family's business. In fact, he also has the task of supervising Xiao Ling. Now suddenly an inexplicable person appears, and he must report this matter back. This was originally a tea house. Xiaoling took Sima Yu to the private room that was on the highest level and let people prepare the best tea. Xiaoling, what were you doing just now? You're so listless. Sima Yu asked after taking the seat. What else could it be? Since I came back, people have been taking me around to see the family's properties. I was just listening to the shopkeeper's report on the situation here. He got angry when he said this. Master, I'll tell you, they just got me back and let me do these boring things. No wonder. Sima Yu smiled clearly. Xiaoling likes to cook and doesn't like to manage these things. It was indeed a very painful thing for him to have him inspect the family's property. Hey, my parents and the others insisted that I get to know the family's business before letting me continue to open a restaurant. There was no other way, so I had to follow. Xiaoling felt depressed when he said this. Sima Yu thought a little more than he thought. It seems that Xiaoling's parents were still not optimistic about his cooking, hoping to cultivate his interest in the family business through this. Unfortunately, the effect of this is not very obvious. Xiaoling obviously didn't understand what his parents meant. He just took this thing as a task to complete, and fantasized about finishing this thing quickly so that he could open a restaurant. By the way, Master, what are you doing here? Is there anything I can do to help? Xiaoling asked. I do have something I want to ask for your help, but I don't know if you can help. Sima Yu said. Really? What's the matter? Let me listen to you and see if there is anything I can do. Xiaoling didn't finish his words all at once. I want to see Mulan. Sima Yu said. Pfft, Xiaoling just drank the tea in his mouth and made him spit it out. Master, who do you want to see? I want to see Mulan, the ruler of the abyss of hell. Sima Yu said, I know this is difficult to handle. If you can't help, it's fine. But can you take me to the imperial capital? It's alright to take you to the imperial capital, but if you want to see your honor, I don't have that much face. Xiaoling said, but uncle can. Yes. Uncle and his honor have a good relationship. If he can take you there, he should be able to see his honor. Xiaoling said, however, after returning to the abyss of hell, my uncle has been missing. He seemed to be searching for something, but haven't heard anything from him. Sima Yu was silent in her heart. She probably guessed it. Apart from your uncle, is there any other way? She asked. Xiaoling shook his head and said, his honor is currently in retreat. Except for those close to him, only those he summons can see him. Even if my parents go, it may not be possible. But you don't know where your uncle is now. Sima Yu sighed. If she couldn't find she couldn't meet Mulan. There is a way to try it, but I don't know if it will work. Let's have a listen. Uncle seems to be very concerned about your affairs. When he returned to the imperial capital twice before, he asked about you. If the news of your visit to the imperial capital is spread out, maybe he will come back when he hears the news, but there is no way to confirm whether this method will work or not. In case he just asked casually before, he doesn't care about her whereabouts. Even if he hears the news of her coming, he may not necessarily come back. I can't think of any other way right now, so let's give this a try. Alright, then all the trips that follow me will be cancelled. I'll take you back to the imperial capital first. The steward wanted to persuade, but before he could say this, Xiaoling had already gone back. He also knew Xiaoling's temperament, and even persuasion was useless, so he shook his head helplessly in order to prepare to return to the imperial capital. The matter of the young master should be left to the master and the others. Xiaoling returned to the private room and said with a smile, Master, I have already relayed the order to go, and we can leave in a while. Thank you, Xiaoling. If he was unwilling to help, then they could only rely on their own strength to go to the imperial capital. If that was the case, they would take more time and go through many setbacks. Xiaoling trusted Sima Yu very much, to the extent that he hadn't even asked her why she was looking for Mulan. Master, I've not finished studying the recipes you gave me. After I returned, my father and mother kept insisting that I look after the affairs of the family clan. It makes me want to return to Abyssal City. Xiaoling complained to her, it's a pity that uncle is not going there, and my parents won't let me go alone. Your parents just want you to return to the family clan. Sima Yu said, actually, there is no conflict with enjoying cooking and family affairs. You just have to find a balance between being able to do what you love and living up to your parents' expectations. But I can't find this balance at all. They won't even allow me to open a restaurant. Xiaoling had a headache when he thought of his parents. I have a way. The Xiao clan steward found his young master a little strange ever since the arrival of Sima Yu. He seemed very happy all the time and smiled all day long. He was so different from before. His young master previously wasn't interested in anything at all. Could it be that he was really that fond of Sima Yu? So he felt good when he saw her? If that was the case, then he had to report the matter to the patriarch. The Xiao clan and his honor were related to each other. Therefore, the Xiao clan had a very unusual position in the abyss of hell. Therefore, with the Xiao clan flag, no one dared to attack them along the way. Their journey back to the imperial capital was peaceful. As soon as they entered the city, Xiaoling drove the rest of the Xiao clan away, while he brought Sima Yu back to his courtyard. This is my own courtyard, you can rest assured and stay here. Xiaoling said, although the Xiao clan is big, it also has many rules. You will be more comfortable here. Sima Yu hadn't expected Xiaoling to be so thoughtful and taken this into consideration. She did indeed not like rules and hadn't planned to live in the Xiao manor. It didn't take much to know that the Xiao clan didn't like Xiaoling cooking, therefore, they certainly wouldn't be too hospitable to his culinary master. Just as Xiaoling had set up her living arrangements, the Xiao clan sent someone to return quickly. Master, I will try your method after I go back. Do you think it will work? I don't know either, you'll know after you've tried it. Sima Yu said, anyway, even if it doesn't work, you won't lose anything. That's true. Xiao Ling sighed, alright, they only know how to rush me and I can't even have a good discussion with master about cooking. We will have time to discuss more later. Alright, disciple will take his leave. Xiao Ling saluted before he left. He hadn't gotten very far when more people came to rush him. Sima Yu looked at Xiao Ling's back and said worriedly, what if she RMO receives the news that we have arrived here but still doesn't come back? I think we have to be prepared. We don't have to be too pessimistic if she RMO doesn't come back. Then let's think of a gentler method. After all, they were seeking the help of others. If they got into a fight upon their arrival, they would only be making trouble for themselves. However, Wu Lingyu didn't seem to believe what she said. When did she ever do things in a gentle method? As soon as Xiao Ling returned to the Xiao Manor, he was called to see his father. Besides his father and mother, his grandfather was also present. Patriarch, father, mother. What's going on with that master of yours? Where did you acknowledge him? What's her identity? What are you learning from her? Xiao Ling's mother asked him as soon as he arrived. I acknowledged master in Abyssal City and learned to cook from her. I knew it. That master of yours whom you don't dare to bring back knows nothing else other than how to cook. Mother, how can you talk like that? How dare you speak to your mother like that? I'm just speaking the truth. Since she is only a culinary master, you can pretend this didn't happen. I can't do that. Xiao Ling refused directly. Uncle agreed when I acknowledged my master. I also acknowledged my master in uncle's presence. Even if you don't want me to acknowledge her, you have to ask uncle's opinion first. How can elder brother do such a thing? Xiao Ling's mother knew that Xiao Ling hadn't said that casually. Since he dared to use Xier Mo's name, he wasn't afraid that they would verify it with him. Uncle likes my master very much too. If you want me to disacknowledge my master, then you have to find uncle first. Xiao Ling said, just as master said, she will notify him when she arrives in the abyss of hell. Really? Of course. Patriarch Xiao hesitated for a while, then he glanced at the guard beside him who went out and contacted Xier Mo at once. The patriarch did indeed know the whereabouts of his uncle. What his master said was true. Let's put this matter aside for now. I asked you to inspect the industry on this trip. What are your thoughts? Patriarch Xiao asked. Grandson has some opinions of his own. Xiao Ling shared his experience. The three of them were very satisfied with his methodical thinking and unique insights. The anger caused by the absurdity of him acknowledging a master in culinary had even dissipated. Not bad. In the future, you will be more involved in family affairs. Don't think about cooking all day long, it's useless. How can the future successor of my Xiao clan know nothing but cooking? Yes. If there is nothing else, grandson will go back to rest first. Go. I will send someone to deliver the ledger to you later. Yes, grandson will take his leave. Xiao Ling saluted and left. After he left, his mother said happily, Linger has finally enlightened, just listen to his insight. Yes. It seems this inspection method was quite effective on him. If only he can persevere. Patriarch Xiao felt helpless when it came to his grandson and was afraid that this was only temporary. We'll know soon enough. They waited for a while, and the guard reported back. How is it? Has Linger gone to cook again? Xiao Ling's mother asked first. No, young master went back to his courtyard. He rested for a while and then he began to look through the ledger you sent over. Really? Look, I told you that Linger has really changed. Patriarch Xiao was also very happy. He touched his mustache and said, this is very good, but that master of his can't stay. Previous chapter. Killing a person was a normal thing in the abyss of hell. It was normal for tens of thousands of people to die every day in the imperial capital. Therefore, they did not take Sima Yu's life to heart. However, in this case, will Linger be angry when he finds out? He seems to value this master very much. Linger finally turned her attention to the family business. If that person encourages him to be by her side at this time, I'm afraid his heart will fly again. I'm afraid that if I kill someone directly, it will cause Linger's disgust. And it's also possible. Why don't we talk to that person first, let her leave the imperial capital, and stop pestering Linger? Well, if she agrees, it's possible to keep her life. Yes, father. I will take care of this matter. Sima Yu was discussing options with Wu Lingyu, and before she came up with a comprehensive plan, she heard the maid say that the madam was coming. Madam? Sima Yu was stunned for a moment before she realized that madam was Xiao Ling's mother. She came quite fast. Wu Lingyu said, it was much slower than I expected. Sima Yu said, I thought she would come when Xiao Ling returned. It is estimated that I will wait to see my son first. Wu Lingyu said, I am afraid that this time the visitor doesn't have good intentions. Go and have a look and you'll know. Sima Yu led her maid to the living room, where Shi-Er was already waiting. Are you Linger's master? Shi-Er sized Sima Yu up as she took a scrutinizing look at her and she realized that she was much younger than she thought. Seeing her arrogant appearance, Sima Yu did not salute her. One was Xiao Ling's mother, and the other was Xiao Ling's master. Exactly. You are. She deliberately looked at Shi-Er, pretending not to know her. Well, in fact, she really didn't know her at all. I'm Linger's mother. Shi-Er replied. It turned out to be Xiao Ling's mother. Nice to meet you. Sima Yu went directly to the main seat and sat down. Seeing that her reaction was so indifferent and she sat at the seat where she usually sat at, Shi-Er felt very unhappy and said with a sullen face, young people still need to be polite. Sima Yu blinked her eyes pretending to be puzzled, then looked suddenly realized, and then said solemnly, Madam Xiao, in terms of seniority, you are Xiao Ling's mother, I am his master, our seniority is the same. As a guest, I live here now, and I'm the host here. You are here now as a guest and when the host comes, the guest doesn't even want to get up, and the host doesn't care anymore. Host? This is Linger's yard. You are just a guest here. How can you call yourself the host? Shi Er gave her a contemptuous look. Yes, this is your purpose, just greedy for glory and wealth. Madam Xiao, what do you mean? Sima Yu put away her smile and looked at her displeased. You are a chef, didn't you come here with Linger to make a better life? Shi Er waved her hand in disgust and said arrogantly, our Linger will be a person who will do great things in the future, and will not learn those lowly menial things. For the sake of your acquaintance, you can make a price, leave the imperial capital when you get what you want, walk far away, and stop pestering him. Lowly menial things? Sima Yu sneered. I wonder how Xiaoling would feel when he heard his mother describe the things he loves like this. Of course Linger can't hear it. Shi Er said, make a price. Madam Xiao, I think you are mistaken. I came here for my own business, and I have no interest in pestering Xiaoling and the Xiao clan. I still have things to do. If Madam Xiao has nothing else, please leave. Sima Yu's impression of Shi Er was extremely bad. Did you just chase me away? What qualifications do you have to chase me away? This is my son's yard, and it's you, an outsider, who should be the one to leave. You also said it was Xiaoling's yard. Now that he lent this place to his master, that's me, of course I have the right to drive away anyone I don't want to see. You. Of course Shi Er wouldn't ask. She knew her son, and he would definitely treasure this chef, and he would definitely tell these people to listen to her. Asking herself would just be shameful. Madam Xiao, for the sake of your being Xiaoling's mother, this time I will ask you to leave. If you make a rude remark next time, I don't know what I will do. Sima Yu said. After a brief pause, she continued on, I will leave naturally after finishing my business, and you don't need to worry about what I will do to Xiaoling. For Xiaoling's sake, she still didn't want to make the relationship so stiff, so she said this. But Shi Er obviously didn't believe it. In Shi Er's heart, she was a chef who coveted wealth and honor, and she didn't believe what she said. I advise you, don't refuse the proffered wine, or else you can now only have wine as punishment. Well, if I have my life to drink that glass of fine wine, I'll tell Madam Xiao what it's like. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you. After speaking, she calmly got up and left without looking at Shi Er again. How could such a mother raise such a simple Xiaoling? She should leave, otherwise, she won't be unable to control the chaotic energy in her body and do something uncommon. Stop. It was the first time that Shi Er was ignored by others. She got up and shouted, and at the same time, she waved her hand, and a spiritual energy was thrown towards Sima Yu. Sima Yu felt the killing intent chasing behind her, and teleported avoided the spiritual energy. Boom. The yard was smashed into a big hole by spiritual energy. Sima Yu came out from the other side of the courtyard, and her anger rose. I thought that Madam Xiao, as a lady, would at least have the basic courtesy and have something called a face. I didn't expect you to launch a sneak attack from behind. This made me gain some insight. Shi Er didn't expect Sima Yu to dodge so easily. She doesn't seem to be very strong, but her reaction was rather quick. I gave you a chance, yet you didn't. Shi Er didn't feel embarrassed. She raised her chin and looked at Sima Yu haughtily. I also told you that fine wine is not so easy to drink. Thinking of her identity in her request to find her elder brother, Sima Yu tried her best to suppress her killing intent. I will give you one last chance. If you are rude or seek your own death, I will be happy to fulfill you. Black Shadow, throw her out for me. Black Shadow appeared beside Shi Er, grabbed her by the collar and threw her out, and Shi Er flew out just like that. TSK, so rough. Sima Yu teased him, you don't know how to cherish Jade, what if you won't be able to find a wife in the future? Black Shadow glanced at her unhappily. Isn't that what she asked him to do? Sima Yu felt that she called the wrong person and should have let Huan do it instead. Forget it, since she had been thrown, just leave it be. Shi Er never thought that Sima Yu had such a powerful person by her side. This damned chef. She must kill her. Bam. The sound of the door shutting made her even more angry, and she vowed in her heart to make Sima Yu to die miserably. But she didn't impulsively run in and kill Sima Yu. The only reason she had left reminded her that Sima Yu had a powerful person by her side. Squeak dash. The door opened again. Shi Er thought it was Sima Yu who regretted it, and wanted to come out and apologize to herself, hence she smiled proudly. The person who came out of the gate was not Sima Yu, but she was just a maid who followed her in. Even the maid walked out of the gate, but she was thrown out, which was a shame for her. When the two maids saw her, they hurried over. Madam, are you all right? Shi Er glanced at the two of them coldly, then turned and left. The two maids felt killing intent in her eyes, hesitated for a while, but hurriedly followed. Although Madam had killing intent in her eyes, at least she won't do anything now. Later, when Madam's anger subsides, they may still survive. But if they don't follow up now, they would die immediately. Shi Er returned to the Xiao Manor and hurriedly went to find Xiaoling's father. I'm really pissed off. How dare she? Shi Er's words came to an abrupt end when she saw Xiaoling. She took a step back and looked at the surroundings. Yes, this was indeed her husband's study. That's right, Xiaoling actually appeared here. This was the first time in history. Xiaoling also looked at her suspiciously. Mother, what were you talking about just now? Who made you angry? It's not. When Shi Er was about to blurt everything out, Xiaoling's father glanced back at her. It's nothing, she just got angry when dealing with family affairs. Why are you here? Didn't you all want to teach me to learn to deal with family affairs? I'm here to learn, and I want to ask my father if I don't understand anything. Xiaoling replied, and then advised her, don't pay too much attention to those matters. If you aren't happy with them, just change the two of them away, so don't be angry. Alright, I see. Shi Er replied casually, I'll come back later if you have anything else to do. No need, I've already finished asking what I want to ask my father. Xiao Ling said, I haven't read the ledger that Grandpa gave me before. You talk to father, and I'll go back and look at the ledger. After speaking, he picked up the pile of books on the desk and left. Shi Er and I watched him leave with a smile, and when he was gone, she said to his father, our boy has really changed. Yeah, it's rare. Xiao Ling's father smiled with satisfaction. After spending so much energy, it was finally not in vain. What did you just say? The chef wouldn't leave? She just doesn't want to leave. Speaking of Sima Yuyu, Shi Er's anger came up again. She recounted everything after she went to Sima Yuyu, and said that she was already gnashing her teeth, and she could not wait for someone to kill her immediately to vent her hatred. But Xiao Ling's father was silent, and did not directly send someone to her as before. Let's not move this person for the time being. Why? Shi Er and I exploded as soon as he heard it, didn't we just settle her if she didn't want to leave? And she insulted me like this, how can I tolerate her living in the world? However, after today's events, I think it's better for us to put this matter aside for the time being. Why? Although Linger has started to learn about family affairs, his heart has not yet been settled. If he is stimulated at this time, it may arouse his rebellious psychology. Then we don't care about this person, and we don't care about the insults I suffered? Of course not. How could you be wronged? I mean, this matter can be pushed aside for a while. When Linger's temperament has completely settled and he feels that she is not important, we will do it again. Then when will we go? I can't take this lying down, I feel so angry. Shi Er and I was not happy and complained. Is it important to vent your anger for yourself, or is it important for Linger's future? Xiao Ling's father coaxed, let her live a few more days now, and you can kill her later. Although Shi Er and I was very reluctant, for the sake of her child, she could only bear it. When the time comes to catch the person back, I will kill her myself. As long as you're happy, you can do anything. Sima Yuyu waited for a few days, thinking that the people of the Xiao clan would continue to come to trouble, but they didn't come again. It was as if the events that day had never happened. In order not to cause more trouble, she did not go out in the following days, waiting for Shi Er Mo to come back, and by the way, waiting for news from Xiao Ling. When she was about to lose her patience and was about to use the backup plan, two pieces of news finally came back. Shi Er Mo came back and went to the Xiao manor because Xiao Ling was ill. Xiao Ling's illness was very strange, there was no sign or symptom, yet he was bedridden. This sent the Xiao clan's people into a panic as they hired many doctors, alchemists, and poison masters, but no one could see the reason. N/O/Vel/. Shi Er and I was surprised when she saw her elder brother. There was dust on the clothes and stubble on the chin. He looked extremely disheveled and there was no semblance of the previous image at all. What happened to Xiao Ling? Shi Er Mo asked. I don't know what happened, he suddenly fell ill, and his vitality started depleting. We called a lot of doctors and alchemists, but they couldn't see anything. Only one doctor said that he was depressed, and lost the enthusiasm in life. Shi Er and I wiped the tears in her eyes and said, Elder brother, can you have a look and see what happened to him? Shi Er Mo didn't like to see women crying, even if this person was his own sister. He responded casually and went directly to Xiao Ling's courtyard. Xiao Ling was lying on the bed with a sallow complexion and dull eyes. In just 2 months, he had become skinny and looked a little scary. When he saw Shi Er Mo, he called out Uncle weakly. Shi Er Mo went to check on him, and didn't say anything after that, just glanced at him lightly. Elder brother, how is Linger? Shi Er and I looked at him nervously. Xiao Ling also stared at him nervously, not knowing what he would say. I can't see anything for the time being. As soon as Shi Er Mo's words came out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me everything that he has experienced during this time. Shi Er and I told Xiao Ling that Xiao Ling was no longer obsessed with cooking, and that he devoted himself to managing the family matters, and then said, I found out some time ago, he hasn't laughed for a long time, and he looks like a walking dead. Then he suddenly fell ill. The people he was looking for couldn't do anything, and if you don't even know how to help him, what should we do? As she spoke, she began to cry again. Shi Er Mo frowned impatiently and said, you guys go out first, I have something to ask him alone. Shi Er and I and the others didn't dare to go against his will, so everyone went out. Shi Er Mo casually arranged a barrier, then poured himself a cup of tea, sat at the table and said quietly, Sima Yuyu's idea? Yes. Xiao Ling stopped pretending at this time, sat up and looked at him. I knew you couldn't come up with such an idea. Did she give it? Yes. The medicine Sima Yuyu gave didn't do any harm to the body. Although it would make the body thinner, it wouldn't hurt the chi in blood cultivation, and most people couldn't see it. Aren't you afraid that it won't work if you toss so much? It's better to try than not to try, what if it works? So don't I need your help now, uncle? Tell me how you want me to help you. You. Sima Yuyu knew the news of Shi Er Mo's return and wanted to find him, but she held back when she thought about Xiao Ling. She thought it would take him a few days to help Xiao Ling, but she didn't expect to see him in the same afternoon the day he came back. Along with him were those people she didn't want to see. Young Miss Yuyu, my brother-in-law said that your medical skills are very good, please save my son. Xiao Ling's father immediately pleaded upon seeing Sima Yuyu. Shi Er and I, who was on the side, didn't speak. Seeing that she was still a little uncomfortable, she subconsciously turned her face to one side. What's the matter with you? This was said to Shi Er and I and the others, but she was looking at Shi Er Mo and Xiao Ling who was carried in. How did you find her here? This was not a step in their plan. Shouldn't Mo come back and let them agree with Xiaoling to continue cooking? Should Xiaoling get better? Why did people bring it directly to her right now? My son is seriously ill. My brother-in-law said that your medical skills are very good, so we want to ask you to save him. Xiaoling's father said. When Sima Yu saw that Mo didn't plan to say anything, she nodded and said, then I'll give it a try. But it may not be possible. Let's look at him first. She pretended to check on Xiaoling, then shook her head helplessly, and said, he needs a doctor for the heart, there's nothing that I can do here. But the Xiao clan thought she was capable. They didn't tell her anything, and with just the pulse, she knew it was a heart knot, which showed her superb medical skills. You can find the cause at once, you must have a way to save him. You save him, we can give you anything you want. Ni said with a strong attitude. It's not that I don't want to help him, I really can't. Sima Yu said, I know you have always been against him cooking, I told you that if you want to save him, you can only follow his will, then would you agree to let him cook? This. The Xiao clan hesitated. There's no way to make his health better. Isn't your medical skills so good? Or is your fame just for show? Ni retorted. I don't need to prove to you my medical skills. If you have a solution, do you still need to come to me? Sima Yu sarcastically said. Yu. Mo called her name. Sima Yu glanced at him and said, it has nothing to do with my medical skills. Even if I cure him today, he will still be like this tomorrow. It's just another round of pain. If he died so directly, he would suffer less pain. After all, the Xiao clan would not agree for him to continue cooking. In that case, why should we bother? This. Xiaoling's father looked at Mo and wanted to hear his opinion. No one in this world can save him except her, Mo said. Is there no other choice? Either die or let him do what he wants to do. I don't have it here, but you can go to other doctors and ask, maybe they can do anything. Sima Yu's meaning is obvious, if they don't agree, they can only watch him die. She wouldn't do useless work anyway. You guys carry him back, make a decision, and then think about what to do. Mo said to the Xiao clan. Then he turned his head and asked her, I heard that you have something to do with me, n/o/vel/b forward. Yes. Sima Yu said, I want to talk to you alone if it is convenient. Sure. Mo and Sima Yu left. The Xiao clan looked at the thin Xiaoling and couldn't come up with an idea for a while. Bring him back first and we'll talk about it after the negotiation comes out. Xiaoling's father spoke, and the others just followed suit. Mo and Sima Yu went to the pavilion in the backyard, and Sima Yu made a pot of tea for him. Sima Yu thought he would ask about Xiaoling, but she didn't expect him to come up and say directly, tell me, what is your business with me? Sima Yu didn't beat around the bush, she directly explained her intentions, I want to see Mulan, and would like you to help me. Mo was surprised and stared at her. Seeing that she was not joking, he asked, what is your identity when you want to see his honor? The young princess of the ghost realm? No, personally. In the name of an individual. Why are you looking for him? His honor is in retreat now, and you can't disturb him if there is nothing important. I know that he's in retreat, that's why I wanted to ask you for help. Sima Yu said, this matter is very important to me, and I have to see him. It's about your mother? Yes. Tell me about it in detail first, and I'll consider it after listening, Mo said. Sima Yu hesitated for a while, knowing that he wouldn't agree to something that he didn't know, so she nodded and said, I want to ask him for the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal. What? Even the well-informed Mo was also shocked by her words, do you know what the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal is? I know, an ancient artifact. Now that you know, do you think he will give it to you? How do you know if you don't try? Sima Yu smiled, besides, I have to get this, even if he doesn't want to. Seeing her resolute attitude, Mo suddenly guessed something, it has something to do with your mother? Yeah. To open Mother's Seal, I have to collect all the divine seals from all the cardinal points. So I have to get the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal. Cardinal Points Divine Seal? Did you know that the Northern Cardinal Divine Seal has been missing for a long time, and the Western Cardinal Divine Seal is in the hands of Qing Hun? Do you think that he will hand it over to you, given the relationship between the both of you? Seeing her without any surprise or worry, Mo said, have you gathered the other 3 already? Yeah. Sima Yu nodded. Mo knew that she had already made up her mind on this matter, and even if he didn't help, with her temperament, she would have obtained it through other methods. Alright, I'll take you there. But. He wanted to say that there would be no conflict, but it was impossible to think about it, and he said, although I can take you there, if something happens, I will still stand on the side of the abyss of hell. I understand. I am very grateful that you can take me there. Sima Yu said. When are you going? Of course, the sooner the better. Sima Yu said, but we still have to wait until Xiaoling's matter is resolved. Once she went to find Mulan, she couldn't control what happened next. Xiaoling's matter was already in front of her and she couldn't ignore it just like that. With their characters, I'm afraid it will take a few days. Mo knew the Xiao clan. Sima Yu thought for a while, then smiled at him, why don't you go and add some fire? Mo glanced at her, replied lightly, and left. Xiao clan. In Xiaoling's yard, all the maids, servants and guards didn't dare to let breathe, all lowered their heads, wishing to eliminate their sense of existence. It turned out to be like this. After listening to the words of his son and daughter-in-law, the patriarch of the Shao clan only said these words and then fell silent. Father, what do you think Linger should do if it goes on like this? She and I thought of what Sima Yu said, and her tears fell again. Don't cry, is it useful to cry now? Shao Ling's father was very helpless about his daughter-in-law's fondness for tears. That person can really save Linger? The patriarch of the Shao clan asked. From the manner she spoke, it seems to be the case. However, she doesn't want to. She thinks that even if she cured him now, the same matter will soon relapse. Now it's just a waste of energy. Shao Ling's father said, sigh, I didn't expect Linger to be so obsessed with cooking. Humph, I don't believe that she is the only person in this world. The patriarch of the Shao clan didn't believe Sima Yu. Let's find some people to see, since we know the cause, I don't believe that no one can cure it. Linger. Then you have to hurry up. Shi Mo walked in from outside and said. Brother, what do you say? Shi and I asked. NOVLB //JNN. She's going to see his honor. See his honor? That's right. She is going to see his honor and she wants the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal in his hand. With his honor's temperament, you can imagine how he will deal with her. In view of her identity, even if she doesn't lose her life, she definitely won't be allowed to stay in the abyss of hell again. Shi Mo said, I have something to do in the past 2 days, and I promised her to take her to his honor 3 days later. If you want to find someone else to save Linger, it is best to do it within these 3 days. Otherwise, once she is gone, it is useless for you to regret it. Her identity? Mo, do you know her? The patriarch of the Shao clan asked. I know. All I can say is that it's wise for you not to do anything to her. After Shi Mo finished speaking, he glanced at Shi and I, and seemed to know that she was thrown out by Sima Yu. Brother-in-law, what is her identity? Shao Ling's father asked. She is the newly recognized young princess of the Ghost King, Sima Yu, who recently caused a lot of uproar in the Ghost Realm. Shi Mo said, I received news on the way back that she arrested the general and 2 commanders of the Soul region and negotiated conditions with Qing Han, and finally retreated from the Soul region. Hiss. Even people in the entire Soul region couldn't manage to keep her in the Soul region. Do you think that with the strength of the Shao clan, you can do anything with her? Shi Mo said. There are only 2 of them now. Shi and I protested in a low voice. When she went to Soul region, she and Wu Lingyu were the only 2 people. Shi Mo shouted, you still want to go for a sneak attack with your little strength? Humph. With her usual temperament, you should be snickering if she doesn't want to kill you. Shi and I was reprimanded by her eldest brother. Although she felt aggrieved, she did not dare to refute it. Sima Yu's alchemy, spirit-seeking, medicine, and poison skills are unparalleled. She created an unsurpassed legend in the hidden sect some time ago. It is his blessing that she can be Shao Ling's master. Linger didn't learn those things from her. What's the use of learning cooking? Shi and I said. Ignorance. Shi Mo was so angry with her that she didn't know how this younger sister became like this. I won't say much, I just tell you that you only have 3 days. Leaving those words, he turned around and left. In 3 days, if they can't find someone to save Shao Ling, they can only go to Sima Yu, or watch him die. For a while, the 3 of them were silent. Sima Yu didn't know what Shi Mo told them. She thought it would take several days. Unexpectedly, they came back on the 3rd day. Have you thought about it? Sima Yu looked at Shao Ling's father and asked. Yes. Shao Ling's father said, we've figured it out, as long as he survives, even if he goes to open a restaurant, it's up to him. Sima Yu glanced at Shao Ling's father, thinking that Shao Ling still bet right, and his family still values his life more. Send him in. No one of you is allowed in while I am healing. Sima Yu and Shao Ling did nothing in the room. She only gave him an antidote, and Shao Ling's face looked much better. But they couldn't go out now, they still had an entire set of drama to act out. Master, thank you. Shao Ling sat on the bed and smiled gratefully at Sima Yu. You are also lucky to meet a family that is not too bad. Sima Yu said. If everyone in the Shao clan places more importance on his future, even using this method will not be effective. Master, I heard from my uncle that it is very dangerous for you to seek his honor. Shao Ling said, are you confident? Are you referring to being able to get the item from his hands or to be able to escape unscathed? Sima Yu asked, actually, I'm not confident at all. Then you're still going? Can you not go? Shao Ling was anxious. I have to go. I have no way out. Sima Yu said, some things can't be pushed without doing it. That's why I said that you are relatively lucky. Master. Although your father and the others have thought about taking my life, they are really good to you. Although you like cooking, sometimes you have to think about them. Sima Yu said, hobby and responsibility are not the same thing. They do not conflict. Shao Ling felt that what Sima Yu said was very meaningful, and he had always been too selfish. He suddenly wanted to know what happened to his master, and why he felt that a lot of things happened to her. Master, can you tell me about you? He came to her and sat down. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows, what do you want to hear? Just tell me how you grew up. Well, anyway, we don't have anything to do now. Sitting is just to pass the time. Sima Yu thought for a while, picked some things to talk about, and sometimes answered some of Shao Ling's questions. She felt that what she said was very simple, so Shao Ling looked at her with admiration and sympathy. Master, I didn't expect you to go through so many things. Xiaoling said with emotion, Master, if you don't tell me, you can't see that you have so many things on your back. Compared with you, I have really been living too selfishly. You're just too addicted to your hobbies, it's not a bad thing. Sima Yu comforted him. Master, you're right. Besides hobbies, I should also do other things. Xiaoling said. The last time she was in Abyssal City, she said that hobbies and cultivation weren't conflicting. He had always thought that he was good like this, but now after hearing about Sima Yu, he suddenly felt that he was rather bad. There is also a balance between hobbies and responsibilities. You can think about it carefully in the future, and you don't have to force yourself to do it all at once. Sima Yu said. Well, I see. Xiaoling responded. Alright, it's almost time. If they don't go out, they should be anxious. Sima Yu said. Alright. Xiaoling went back to the bed and lay down. Sima Yu withdrew the barrier, opened the door and went out, and the Xiao clan who were guarding outside immediately greeted her. Alright, you can go in. She said to the Xiao clan. Xiaoling's father saluted her, then went in around her. Sima Yu went to the living room, where Shi Eremo and Wu Lingyu were silent. Let's go, she said to Shi Eremo. Shi Eremo nodded and took her and Wu Lingyu to the palace. The people in the palace seemed to be familiar with him and brought them directly to the place where Mulan was cultivating. Mulan was very elegant and refined, which makes people feel that it was very inconsistent with the environment of the abyss of hell. You are Sima Yu. Mulan looked at Sima Yu. I heard a lot of things about you, but I didn't expect to see you so soon. Yu has seen your honor. Sima Yu gave a proper salute. After all, it is someone who asks for something, and the etiquette that should be given was still indispensable. No need for formalities. Mulan waved his hand. Shi Eremo mentioned that you want to ask me for the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal? Yes, your honor. Sima Yu said sincerely. Since you can come and ask for this, it means you know the value of this thing. Mulan said, what are you going to exchange for it? Yes, I know. But for the ruler of the abyss of hell, an ancient artifact is not that important. Sima Yu said, I don't know what you need, so I didn't prepare anything for it. But tell me your conditions and I'll see if I can do it. Shi Eremo and Mulan. She came to ask someone for something, but she didn't even prepare anything to exchange. Does she really want the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal? However, what she said actually made sense. She didn't know what he lacked. Even if he was prepared, he probably wouldn't like it and would not be happy. It's better not to prepare anything and wait for him to make a condition. Sima Yu looked at him nervously, wondering if he would agree to her. Although here, the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal was just an attacking artifact, it was nothing special. But who knows if he would agree. She couldn't rest assured until things were in her hands. Mulan didn't answer her immediately, but got up and walked out. The three of them followed. Mulan walked along the beautifully paved paths in the palace until they came to a high pagoda. This is the highest place in the palace, and here you can see the whole view of the entire imperial capital. Mulan looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Sima Yu was a little puzzled. Why did he bring them here? Mulan turned her head and asked her, what can you see here? Sima Yu walked over and followed his gaze just now, and as far as she could see was rows and rows of houses. But she knew that this was not the answer he wanted. She thought about it and said, struggle, hope and life. Mulan raised his eyebrows. Why do you see these? Because they are in my eyes. Sima Yu said, no matter what it is, it carries my emotions. Struggle, hope, life. Mulan repeated her words, and then smiled. Sima Yu didn't know what he was laughing at, and she didn't think her words were funny. I can give you the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal, but I want you to do one thing for me. Mulan said. Please say. In the abyss of hell, there is a place called Reaper's Valley. There is something I want in it, go and find it for me. Mulan said. In the abyss of hell, is there anything else you can't get? Sima Yu asked. That thing doesn't appear very often, and only people who are destined can get it. If you are someone who is destined for it, then I can give you the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal. Mulan said, how about it, do you want to give it a try? Previous chapter. Reaper's Valley. Just the name alone could tell you that it was not a simple place. However, she had no other choice. She could only accept it. It wasn't an intelligent idea to be at odds with the ruler of any city. Especially not with two of them. This wasn't good for the Ghost Realm. That was why the best scenario would be to use a peaceful method to obtain the South Cardinal Point Divine Seal. Alright. I hope that I can be fated with that item. Sima Yu said, but just what are you looking for? Something like Divine Medicine N/O/Vel/B// Divine Medicine? Sima Yu looked at Mulan to make sure that he was not messing with her. It was no wonder that he would say that only those who were fated could obtain it. That was even more difficult than being fated with the item. In the past, an emperor ranked was produced from the abyss of hell as well. After he died, he was buried in Reaper's Valley. His divine medicine was also left in Hade Valley. Mulan said, use the divine medicine in exchange for the Southern Cardinal Point Divine Seal. Are you willing to do so? If I am able to obtain it, then I will naturally be willing to. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find it at all. Sima Yu said with uncertainty. Well, you'll have to be the one to look for it. Mulan casually waved his hand and a picture of the divine medicine teleost appeared in the air. Sima Yu noted the way it looked, asked a few more questions regarding information on the divine medicine before asking about the situation of Reaper's Valley. Reaper's Valley. Actually, the name is rather scary, but it's just a little more dangerous and relatively more people have died there. You'll know once you get there. Mulan replied. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This answer was too abstract. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to get any decent information, she asked for the location of Reaper's Valley, then left with Wu Lingyu. Mulan and Shi-Er-Mo remained in the pagoda. Your Honor, will she really be able to find the divine medicine? Shi-Er-Mo was a little worried. If she was unable to find it, what would they do? That's what he said. If there was anyone in this world who would be able to find the divine medicine, it would be her. If even she is unable to find it, then the divine medicine will never appear in this world. Mulan was uncertain. Sima Yu was his final hope. After waiting for so long, she finally arrived. He hoped that she would not let him down. If Sima Yu knew what he was thinking, she would definitely be shocked. It turned out that she wasn't looking for him, he was the one waiting for her. Since that's what he said, it must be true. Shi-Er-Mo said, I hope that she will be able to find the divine medicine. Then, you will have a chance to save your body. Tell me, should I not hold on to any hope? Mulan looked into the distance and suddenly thought of what Sima Yu said, and he smiled wordlessly. Struggle, hope, survival. Wasn't that his current state? If it's her, I feel like we can hold on to a bit of hope. Shi-Er-Mo said, there are some people that you can recognize to have a lot of luck. These people always have great success in what they do. Based on Sima Yu's experiences, you can tell that she is a person who has great fortune. I hope so. Mulan fell silent after saying this. Shi-Er-Mo stood behind him and fell silent as well. People had plotted against Mulan in the past. Although he managed to survive, only the divine medicine Teleost would allow him to recover completely. If they couldn't find it, then all hope was lost. Mo, if anything happens to me, I'll leave the abyss of hell to you to protect. Mulan said. Shi-Er-Mo was quiet for a long time before he finally replied, all right. He didn't speak any flowery words. If anything unexpected really happened to Mulan, then he would definitely have to carry this burden on his shoulders. However, he still hoped that Sima Yu would really be able to find the divine medicine. It would benefit them all. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu departed from the palace and headed directly towards Reaper's Valley. After wandering around the place, 1 month later, they finally arrived at the nearest city to the valley, Morning City. Reaper's Valley, Morning City. Why aren't the names here auspicious at all? Sima Yu pursed her lips. Just hearing these names made one feel like death was drawing near. Wu Lingyu smiled, saying, we're not very familiar with Reaper's Valley, so let's not go in yet. We'll gather more information about the current situation before going in. It would be for the best if we could find someone to bring us in and show us the way. Sima Yu agreed. To go in without first familiarizing herself with the place was not a smart decision. The both of them entered the city and they found an inn to stay in. On the way, those whom they met on the way did not look at them in any particular way. There were more inns here as compared to other cities, so it seemed like there were more outsiders who came here. As the both of them were settling the details of their stay, they asked the hotel steward, Steward, do you know if there are any who are willing to be guides for Reaper's Valley? Guides? The steward shook his head. Very rarely are the locals willing to do something like this. Because it's dangerous? That's right. The steward said, although you can say that there will be a brave warrior who would be willing to do so for a hefty sum, this kind of brave man is hard to find. Without the right connections, you would be hard-pressed to find someone like that. Based on what you said, it seems like it's common for Reaper's Valley to be dangerous. Why do so many people still want to enter? Of course it is because there are many treasures there. There is also a very important reason. Outsiders never believe the legend. The locals do, so naturally, very few go in. The steward replied, oh. There is a legend? Sima Yu's curiosity bubbled. Steward, why don't you tell us about it? In the beginning, the steward was not too pleased about it. He wasn't a storyteller. However, when he saw the crystals that Sima Yu took out, he hung a smile on his face. Of course, of course. What do you want to know? He kept the crystals away. Tell me all you know about Reaper's Valley. Alright, then let's begin with the Snow Lady. Pfft, what did you say? Sima Yu immediately burst out laughing. When she heard the words, Snow Lady, she naturally recalled the stories that she had heard about the Snow Lady from the island country in her previous life. The Snow Lady. It has been passed down that in the middle of the Snow Mountain in Reaper's Valley lives a Snow Lady. She eats all who she sees. The steward said, is that Snow Lady beautiful? Sima Yu asked, stunning. It is rumored that she is a beautiful lady. From a distance, she looks like a deity. But she's cruel and her mouth opens bigger than the size of a person and can eat them up in a single bite. Is that so? If she eats every person on sight, then how did rumors spread? Sima Yu pursed her lips. This wasn't a horror story. Unless they turned into a beast, how were they supposed to be able to open their mouths so wide? Naturally, someone saw it. The steward said, someone was standing very far away from the Snow Mountain when they saw what happened. In the beginning, it was a beautiful lady, but her mouth suddenly grew. Really, it was only her mouth that grew. There were those who did not believe it and went to investigate. In the end, not a single one of those who went there returned. No matter how powerful they were. Previous chapter. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu looked at one another and saw the interest in each other's eyes. This Snow Lady is so incredible. Doesn't it mean that no one will go to the Snow Mountain? Sima Yu asked. That's right, it's now a forbidden place in Reaper's Valley. The steward said, when you guys go over, be sure not to go there too. Alright, I understand. Sima Yu answered, are there any other legends? Yes, other than the Snow Lady, there are many others here. For example, there is the human-eating spring. The spring is located at the bottom of the Qin mountain. It's a very big fountain. Anyone that walks near the surrounding of the fountain will turn into a pile of bones. The steward continued to say, but there are still many people who go there. Why? The water in the fountain can change one's talent. It can even help break through the bottleneck and advance to the next level. There are also people who said that the mountain's water can revive the dead's flesh and bones. Since they know the effect of the fountain's water, then there must have been people who had successfully obtained the fountain's water. Wu Lingyu said. This I do not know. The steward shrugged his shoulders, isn't this just a legend? Anyway, no one has seen it before. Anything else? There is a mountain where there will be red rain. When one comes in contact with red rain, they will corrode. If someone from the Soul Clan comes into contact with the red rain, their life may be in danger. After the steward spoke, he even took a glance at Sima Yu. Sima Yu was surprised. This steward was an expert. He even knew that she had the Soul Clan's body. Towards the end, the steward told them many legends regarding the Reaper's Valley. She listened till she was dumbfounded and sighed. No wonder it was called Reaper's Valley. The legend sounded unimaginable, even they were amazed. After hearing so much, do you guys still want to enter the mountain? The steward asked. Of course we have to go. It was impossible for Sima Yu's heart to change just because of these legends. But going in like this without a guide, it would be more than you could swallow. Steward, you know of so many legends, so you must have lived here for a long time, right? Do you know of any guides? Can you recommend a reliable one? I don't know of anyone. The steward shook his head, but, if you wish to enter, you can form a team with others. Form a team? There are many who are similar to you guys, who want to look for someone to go with. Thus, there are 2 ways to form a team. The steward said, 2 of the ways have people participating the most. He looked at Sima Yu, the 2 of them were only staring at him. They had no signs of anxiousness. He could only continue speaking. The first kind is organized by the locals, where you pay money to join it. There will be a guide, and there will also be masters who will ensure your protection. This method is often organized at a fixed timing or requires a fixed number of people before they will enter. Then, they will bring you to the place that you want to go to. This kind of premise is based on interests. Sima Yu said. That's right, the entry fee to the group is very expensive, but that guide will be better. The steward said. What about the second kind? The second one is also organized by people. They also have good guides. They want to enter, but their abilities are not strong, so they want more manpower. After you enter, you will have to settle their matter first, then you can proceed to settle your own. The steward said, you won't have to pay any fees to join their group, but you won't have much freedom. Looks like there are pros and cons. Sima Yu said, are these 2 types always available? There are usually always here. But it also depends on your luck. You guys can go to the Knavery Pavilion located in the city center. If there are any, they will be there. Thanks. Sima Yu placed some crystals on the counter again, then took the room keys and went out. 2 hours later, Sima Yu looked at the 2 big words, and said in surprise, I thought that the steward meant to say a bar, I didn't think that it was actually a Knavery Pavilion. What kind of boss would actually name it something like that? Little lady, Shu, the boss here is incredible, and his temper is not good. You cannot speak ill of him, otherwise you won't be able to stay in Morning City anymore. An old man walked out from behind her and said softly to her. Sima Yu saw the mysterious old man, and blinked her eyes, are you not speaking ill of him right now? If you don't say it, and I don't say it, how would he know? The old man said with a smile. Sima Yu's mouth twitched, and nodded her head in his direction. Little lady, you came to form a group to go to Reaper's Valley? The old man took a look at Sima Yu. Wu Lingyu stepped forward, and happened to block the elderly man's view. He arched his hand towards him, and said, Senior, are you a resident of the city? The beauty was blocked, and the smile on the old man's face lightened up considerably. He replied softly, something like that, I've been living here for quite some time already. Then, Senior, are you very clear about the things here? Sima Yu stuck her head out from behind Wu Lingyu. Seeing Sima Yu, the old man smiled again, and said proudly, of course. You also came to form a group? Sima Yu asked again. Something like that. This line again. Sima Yu thought for a moment and said, we had just arrived here, we do not know much, why don't we come with you Senior, and learn how to form a group? Sure. He turned and passed Wu Lingyu, he pulled Sima Yu's hand and walked into Knavery Pavilion. Sima Yu's pupils dilated, what a clever old folk. Seeing that Wu Lingyu was about to explode, she pulled her hand away and said, Senior, please proceed forward. The old man pouted, but he did not do anything that crossed the line. He placed both his hands behind his back and went in. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu went in and they saw a spacious lobby. The lobby on that floor was filled with tables. Every table was occupied by 2 people, and almost every table was crowded with people who were organizing groups and consultants. This scene really reminds me of the job fairs in my previous life. Sima Yu was surprised. The life she previously had seemed so far away now, but the memories were still etched to her consciousness. Which do you guys want to join? The elderly asked. We do not know either. It is our first time here, so we shall take a look first. Sima Yu said. The left side is the paid group, the few on the right are those that do not require payment. The old man seemed to have seen someone that he did not want to see, so he said to Sima Yu, you guys go take a look on your own, I have some matters to settle so I will take my leave first. Sima Yu had yet to say anything, when she already saw him squeezing out in the crowd, immediately going up the building. She took a look at the sign on the second level staircase entrance. It was written that it is exclusively for VIPs. It looked like this old man belonged to the VIPs. Thinking about his abilities, she felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. This person isn't simple. Wu Lingyu said. How is he compared to you? We will only know after we compare. Even Wu Lingyu did not have the assurance to win. What exactly was the identity of this person? NOVLB. Sima Yu took a look at the sign at the staircase, she was afraid that it would not be as simple as being a VIP. There were many strong people in this world, so there was nothing weird about meeting an incredible old man. That was why Sima Yu did not place much thought on the old man, as she and Wu Lingyu learnt more about the groups. They went to take a look at those that required a fee to join. Every table had a chart placed on it, and on the chart, they would indicate who the guide was, how many times they had entered Reaper's Valley, what the strengths of the accompanying bodyguard experts were, etc. As for those that did not require a fee to join, they had also written their guide and their masters. At the same time, they also wrote down the things that they wanted to do and the places they wanted to go. After Sima Yu took a look, for their safety, they chose the group with the highest entry fee. The strongest overall team. Following this method, at least they would not need to worry too much in the beginning. After they paid, the people there passed them a piece of paper. She did not know if they could get a refund. There were probably too many people who had asked for a refund before, which was why they stated this line at the end. No refunds? Why don't you give refunds? Seeing that someone was creating trouble, the whole lobby became quiet. Sima Yu also turned her head to take a look. Do you not see what's written on it? Once payment is made there will be no refund. You are extorting me. We have yet to enter, so why can't we get a refund? Why? Just because this is the Knavery Pavilion. Rascal, if you want to create problems, first think about where this place is. However, what made Sima Yu even more shocked was that after the person said that this was the Knavery Pavilion, his body became stiff. He pushed the people away and left. He's leaving just like that? Wasn't he shouting away a while ago? Someone beside her heard what she said and laughed. Even if he wants to create trouble, he has to see where he is. This is the Knavery Pavilion, who would dare to create trouble here? Is Knavery Pavilion that incredible? In Morning City, Knavery Pavilion is more incredible than the City Lord Manor. If anyone dares to run wild here, they do not need to think about hanging around in Morning City anymore. It's your first time here, right? Seeing Sima Yu nod her head, he continued to talk, then it is normal. You wouldn't know that in the Morning City and in Death Valley, you wouldn't be able to survive solo. You need to join with others to form a group. However, if you offend Knavery Pavilion, no one will dare to take you in anymore. Knavery Pavilion is that incredible? Sima Yu was even more curious about Knavery Pavilion. Little lady, if you are not planning to stay here for long, then there will be no need to understand these things, careful that it may scare you. I'm not scared, I am a brave one. Sima Yu looked at him, hoping that he would tell her more information regarding the Knavery Pavilion. You see, although there are many strong groups here, actually everything is managed by the Knavery Pavilion. As long as the boss of the Knavery Pavilion says something, who would dare not to listen? So everything is managed by Knavery Pavilion? She did not guess this before. That's right. And every group has many guards. Although some were hired by themselves, the strongest 4 in the groups are all people from Knavery Pavilion. With so many incredible people, who would dare to go wild here? Hearing you say that, this Knavery Pavilion is indeed incredible. Sima Yu sighed, I wonder who's the boss. This we do not know. We can only see that it is good on the surface. As for the boss, very few people have seen him before. I heard that he is an amazing person. After the person finished talking, someone called out to him and he left. Sima Yu was a little curious about the boss behind all of this. Since he was able to create such a result at such a place, it meant that he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, she did not plan to understand this person. It says here that the next time they're entering the valley is half a month later. We can stay in the city and understand more about Reaper's Valley. She kept the piece of paper away and said to Wu Lingyu, let's go back. The two of them walked out the main door of the Knavery Pavilion when a figure suddenly rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Wu Lingyu reacted quickly, pulled Sima Yu behind him, and his other hand slapped towards the figure. It seemed that the visitor did not expect that someone could react so quickly, even attacking in retaliation. Seeing that the two were about to collide, the person's body turned, avoiding Wu Lingyu's attack. So incredible. Sima Yu looked at the visitor in surprise. It was a lady that looked like she was in her 20s. The lady placed one hand on her hips and, with the other hand, pointed at Wu Lingyu, get out of the way. You almost bumped into us. Wu Lingyu said with a solemn expression. If she had hit him, it would not matter. However, if he was not around, Sima Yu had a high chance of getting hit. If that happened, she would definitely have been badly injured. When he thought about this, he looked at the lady with murderous intent. However, the lady obviously did not intend to continue talking to him. Wu Lingyu did not give way, so she stood at the entrance of the Knavery Pavilion and started to shout towards the building, Nai he, you bastard. Come out now. Nai he, if you continue hiding from me, I will tear your Knavery Pavilion apart. Nai he. Sima Yu appeared from behind Wu Lingyu's back, looked at this fierce-looking girl, blinked her eyes curiously, and asked Wu Lingyu, is this Nai he, that Nai he? I don't know. Wu Lingyu felt that he was being ignored by the lady in front of him. He did not explode in anger, but he was still not in a good mood. Sima Yu pulled at his sleeve and said, don't be angry first, but don't give way either, let's just watch and see. Wu Lingyu knew what she wanted to see, so he nodded his head and he stood at his spot without moving. The lady heard them talking and she knew that they would not give in to her, so she started shouting inside, Nai-he, you bastard. You ran away after sleeping with me. Did you really think that I wouldn't be able to find you? I'll give you 10 seconds, if you do not come out, I will destroy your Navery Pavilion. Previous chapter. Sima Yu stared at that lady with eyes shining and inwardly gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. Bold. He dared to sleep even with this type of woman. TSK, it seemed like he was an amazing person. All those who were in the Navery Pavilion ran out to watch the show. They didn't think that someone would actually dare to run over to the Navery Pavilion to cause a scene. It's her. The malefic star is here. We'll have something fun to watch today. Someone recognized the girl and pulled their companion far away to watch the show. Sima Yu heard their reactions and her interest towards this woman grew. She actually had the same name as Deja and even dared to shout out loudly that she was looking for a heartless person. She was really an extraordinary woman. The woman waited for a while. When there was no reaction from inside Navery Pavilion, she released a wave of spirit energy and tossed it towards Navery Pavilion. TCH-. The bright light of a protection array shone around Navery Pavilion and the woman's attack was swallowed. It disappeared after making a small sound. Sima Yu saw the lady's gaze flash and immediately understood a few things. The woman saw that her attack was useless and stomped her foot, flying halfway into the sky as she released a few more waves of attacks. Boom dash. Her attack this time was more powerful. Even with the presence of the protective barrier, Navery Pavilion shook a few times. Even so, nobody appeared from inside Navery Pavilion. Everyone watching the event unfold became confused. Navery Pavilion would actually avoid someone who had come to pick a fight with them? This was too mysterious. It's too unbelievable. Could it be that this malefic star is too terrifying that even Navery Pavilion wants to avoid her? How could that be? When did you ever see Navery Pavilion being afraid of provoking someone? But even if you don't mention the boss of Navery Pavilion, even their average steward isn't making an appearance. If they're not afraid of provoking her, then what is it? Pfft, there is nobody that Navery Pavilion dares not provoke. Then you tell me what's going on. There's a 90% chance they've done something against their conscience and are unable to appear right now. The boss backing Navery Pavilion is someone from the hidden sect while MOU is a demon. It will really be a dramatic scene to watch when the two meet each other. NOVLB / Sima Yu was certain now that this Nai-he was the Nai-he that Yenya and the others had told her about. She bumped into a sect mate settling her private issues the moment she arrived. How embarrassing. The more that Navery Pavilion failed to respond, the angrier MOU became and the fiercer her attacks became. Inside Navery Pavilion, the people all looked at the steward and many were incredibly angry. Steward. Are we just going to watch as this woman rampages outside? However, the steward was incredibly carefree. She lay on the rocking chair and swayed her body gently. She said slowly, you want to go outside? Alright, go ahead, steward. The one who spoke looked at the steward helplessly. If he went out alone, wouldn't he just be sending himself to his death? That woman, if you manage her well, she will be our lady boss. These people didn't know what was, but they could guess what it meant. But are we going to just do nothing and let her continue to attack? Relax, boss won't let Navery Pavilion collapse. When the others heard what she said, they couldn't help but purse their lips. Was she cursing her boss as a cowardly turtle? Boom dash. Boom dash. The attacks were still continuing outside. Sima Yu heard something from above her and raised her head. She saw a man clad in black, flying out. He stood opposite MOU in midair. This was Nai-he. After hiding for such a long time, he was finally unable to hide any longer. Nai-he could sense a gaze that was overflowing with interest and raised his head to see Sima Yu looking at him. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. If not because they were stopped at the door, MOU would not have caused a scene outside. Then, it wouldn't have become a commotion that so many people would have known about. Sensing his pressure, Wu Lingyu stood in front of her and returned his stare without the slightest fear. Nai-he, you cowardly turtle. You're finally willing to appear. Why didn't you wait for me to destroy Navery Pavilion before you appeared? Nai-he was unable to fight with her, so he could only dodge it. At this time, Qin appeared. When she saw Nai-he dodging, she went near to the door and said to the person beside her, see that? In order to avoid harming that woman, boss doesn't even care about his reputation. Steward, you were right all along. It's a good thing that we didn't intervene. No matter whether she is our future lady boss or boss, she's not someone we can face off against. Sima Yu heard a familiar voice and turned around to look. Qin saw Sima Yu looking at her and she raised her eyebrows at her, saying, young lady, you did pretty well just now. Same to you. Sima Yu replied. She was just wondering about it. Those people were going on about how the Navery Pavilion members were so powerful, so why didn't any of them respond to the provocation? However. Yes, do you understand this term? I've heard of it before. Qin eyeballed her, then smiled, fellow villager, capital, Beijing. Shanghai. Damn, you're really from the capital. Qin immediately stood up. She walked to Sima Yu's side and clicked her tongue, I was just wondering. If I was able to come here, someone else definitely must have been able to as well. Sima Yu had thought the same before, which was why she was able to accept this after she was a little surprised. How long have you been here? Qin asked. A few hundred years. What about you? Similar to you. How did you come over? Something happened to the aeroplane and I was here when I came to. This world is so mystical. I can't get used to it even now. Qin complained, what are you doing here? I came over here after someone killed me. Sima Yu downplayed it, you treat your boss this way, aren't you afraid that he'll turn you into roast pork? Pfft, I hope that he'll roast me. That way, I wouldn't be trapped here anymore. Qin sighed helplessly. She raised her head and glanced at her, those two will take a long time. Shall we go in and chat slowly over a cup or two? Alright. Sima Yu accepted cheerfully. She believed that nobody else would be more familiar with Reaper's Valley than Knavery Pavilion. Sima Yu, Wu Lingyu and Qin sat in a room on the highest floor of Knavery Pavilion. They chatted as they ate and watched Nai and Mo Yu chasing after each other from the window. I really am envious of you. You've gone to so many places. Qin said with jealousy, I've wasted so many years in the abyss of hell. You're not from the Ghost Clan. Sima Yu said. I'm not. I am the descendant of two humans. Qin said, the descendant of two humans who went back on their oaths. For someone with an identity like mine, who wouldn't disdain me? Who wouldn't say that I'm genetically modified? The people here don't know about things like genetic modification. Sima Yu swirled the wine glass in her hand, there are few humans who are able to survive in the abyss of hell. Even rarer so to have both parents who are able to. To be a human born in the abyss of hell, you're probably the first one. Thank you for your comfort. Qin raised her glass and tapped it to hers. Abyss of hell is different from the human realm. You can cultivate extremely powerful arts here that would shock anyone. Qin smiled bitterly, not me, my original body. When I came, my cultivation was extremely strong. However, I don't know why. I can't remember anything about cultivating. It's like an empty hole. In the beginning, I didn't even know how to control the power in my body. Who knows, it might have been yours all along. Sima Yu said, you brought it into the body. Who knows? Qin pursed her lips, in any case, it's mine now. It is enough to protect me in a place like this, so it's enough. That's true. Sima Yu felt like her not feeling the urge to investigate wasn't bad. There's something that I'm more curious about. Those humans who went back on their oaths have no way of leaving the abyss of hell, but what about their descendants? Have you tried it before? I've tried it before. It's not possible. Qin said, the moment I want to leave the abyss of hell, I will evoke a lightning tribulation. He told me before that, if I was ever able to survive the lightning tribulation, I might be able to cross over. However, I've never had the courage to be struck by lightning. It's not like I have a lightning rod installed on my head. But you want to go out? Sima Yu said. Qin laughed helplessly, I do. Of course I do. I don't want to be trapped here, but someone who has died once before is even more afraid of dying. Sima Yu understood. If it was not someone like herself, they would definitely be afraid of lightning tribulation. If there's ever a chance in the future, I can help you. Sima Yu said. You can help me? You can survive lightning tribulation? I'm used to being struck. Sima Yu shrugged. Then, she told her about the time she had been struck. Well damn. You're a walking lightning rod. Qin's eyes shone when she heard her, TSK, I really didn't think you would be so sturdy. If you can wait for me to leave once I finish doing my things, I might be able to help you if you want to leave this place. Alright. What are you going to do? Can I help you? For how long more are you planning to stay here? No way, I have to go with you. What will I do if I can't find you when the time comes? Qin excitedly kept chatting. How many years had it been? She finally saw a chance to leave. Let's talk again when I've exited Reaper's Valley. Sima Yu said, when that time comes, you can come with me. You want to go into Reaper's Valley? Right. You've already formed a group? Formed it. Now that you mentioned it, you're the one who came up with this idea of forming groups, aren't you? That's right. Right. In the modern times, there were so many various groups of this and that. Why would I not bring that idea here? Qin said, you don't have to go with those groups. I'll take you. You? Sima Yu looked her up and down, aren't you afraid of the dangers in there? Before I transmigrated here, the original body grew up in Reaper's Valley. Tell me, who could possibly be more familiar with it than I am? What? Sima Yu was truly shocked this time, you grew up in Reaper's Valley? That's right. The parents of the original body lived in the abyss of hell, but it was no easy feat although places like Reaper's Valley were rather dangerous, at least they didn't have to worry about other people attacking them. That's true. Sima Yu understood this as well, if you could go with me, that would be beyond perfect. Just report that you're pulling out of the group. It's more difficult with more people. Do I have to pay for backing out? I can tell that you have a lot of money just by looking at you. You care about this small amount? I care. Sima Yu said resolutely. Qin rolled her eyes, I'll get someone to pay for it when we're back. Alright. Now that it's settled, I'll follow you from now on. Alright. Boom dash. A burst of spirit energy crashed into the room, but Wu Lingyu casually dispelled it. Then, Naihe flew in from outside. He glared at Sima Yu, even without mentioning the trouble you caused just now. You're even abducting my helper. I'm not going to let you. Wu Lingyu was already prepared to act when Sima Yu stopped him. She took out a name token and Naihe's threat died in the back of his throat. Junior nephew, it's a huge crime to threaten murder on a fellow sect disciple. Sima Yu said languidly. Naihe glared at Sima Yu with a death stare and suddenly kept away his murderous aura. He pulled on Mou, who was standing behind him, and sat down in an empty seat. He said, little martial uncle, why would a busy person like you have the time to run over to the abyss of hell? Didn't Yenya and the others tell you that I would be coming? You even told me to look for you if I needed anything. What, do your words not count anymore? Sima Yu's smile was like asking for a beating. Qin and Mou looked at Sima Yu in shock. You're actually his little martial uncle? You're someone from the hidden sect? That's right. Sima Yu replied, I enrolled rather late, but I was lucky enough to receive the recognition of the elders. That's why Naihe is one of my junior nephews. TSK, I couldn't tell, but you're an old coot. Qin sighed. I just wanted to come get an idea of and to see what kind of marvel the sect produced. Who would have expected you to really come here? Naihe huffed icily, since you're here, then fine. Why did you intentionally cause trouble for me? Are you talking about what happened just now? Wasn't it because I didn't know whether or not you were that person? That's why I had to get her to draw you out. That way, if I had gotten the wrong person, nobody would know. That way, the one who was disgraced would be me. Naihe said. You say it as if you wouldn't have been disgraced if you didn't go out like this. Qin mocked him. Qin. Naihe retorted. What? I can hear you even without you raising your voice. Qin wasn't afraid of him at all. Naihe, I'm telling you, you better not try to stop me. I'm going to follow your little martial uncle and play. Play? The few of them didn't understand what she meant. It means that I'm going to go with her. We've already made a deal. Once she leaves Reaper's Valley, I'm going to go with her. You can't stop me. Qin said. You want to seek death? Naihe's expression darkened instantly. Don't you know that you can't leave the abyss of hell? Your little martial uncle will help me. Qin said, oh right, what are you going to Reaper's Valley to look for? Sima Yu hesitated, not knowing if she should tell them the truth. Why, can't you say it? Qin asked, if you can't say it, then just don't say it. But I'd like to remind you, only when you know what you want, will we have direction in the valley, and won't waste too much time. Sima Yu thought about it and agreed. Since she wanted her to help lead the way, then she would have to tell her sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. The thing I am looking for is, the divine medicine Teleost. Qin spit out the tea in her mouth, and it was a good thing that she managed to turn her head to the side at the last minute. She wiped the corners of her mouth and looked at Sima Yu in surprise. My friend, what did you say you wanted to find? Divine medicine? Yes. There is information that says that the divine medicine Teleost is in Reaper's Valley. Sima Yu said. Qin was stunned for a while, then she laughed straight after. She laughed while slapping the table and said, my friend, you believe such legends? This legend has been circulating since before I came here, but I have never heard of anyone seeing it. Let me tell you, this legend is just messing with you, but you actually believe it. I feel like you are very smart though, how can you still believe such a silly legend? Sima Yu knew that they would laugh once she told them, so after waiting for them to finish laughing, she asked Qin, you have lived nearby for so long, have you ever heard about the possible area that the divine medicine might appear in? I have heard of it before, but people have already searched those areas. Qin said, if it was really there, it would have been discovered by others already. So, you should give up on this legend, the divine medicine Teleost cannot be in Reaper's Valley. Even so, we should still try. Sima Yu said, I feel that since such a legend exists, there must be some truth to it. Who told you about this legend? You actually believe in it so much? Naihe asked. Mulan. Who? Qin thought that she did not hear it clearly. His honor, Mulan. Sima Yu repeated again, he told me that the divine medicine Teleost is in the Reaper's Valley. What, you even know his honor? When you met him, did it feel like you were meeting a national leader? I didn't feel much. Sima Yu replied, I need something that he has, and he said that if I brought the divine medicine Teleost back, he would give it to me. You're exchanging the divine medicine for something else? Looks like the thing is very important to you. Yes. So, in order to avoid conflict, finding the divine medicine will be the best solution. Alright, since it is what his honor said, then there must be a big possibility. I can bring you in, but I cannot guarantee that you will find it. Qin said. Thank you, Sima Yu said with gratitude. I will go as well. Naihe said. Seeing Qin and the others staring at him in surprise, he groaned, and said, before we left, Master and the elders in the sect urged me several times to ensure your safety. The place that you are going now is very dangerous. I have to follow you, to ensure your safety. Then I want to go too. Mou, who had been silent all the while, said. I will go to protect little martial uncle, why are you going to join in the fun? Naihe disapproved. No way, I must come along. Naihe, you hid from me for such a long time after sleeping with me, so who knows if you will take this chance to hide from me again. Mo said, I want to follow you so that you will have nowhere to escape to. Can you stop bringing this matter up? He saw that Mo was about to explode, so he quickly added, this is a private matter between us, we can just keep it between us, stop bringing it up for others to hear. Mo's mood that was about to explode immediately improved. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and replied, all right. But if you want to go to Reaper's Valley, I want to go too. If you dare to abandon me and run away, I will tear your Knavery Pavilion apart. Forget it, if you want to go just go. He was afraid that she would say something unpleasant in public again, so he agreed to let her come with them. Anyway, with her abilities, she would have no problems protecting herself. So just the few of us? Sima Yu asked. Wait, we have to bring one more person along. Qin said while taking out a Sun Mother stone, infusing it with her spiritual energy. After a while, there was an impatient voice that came from there, what? There is something, come up quickly. Qin said. I'm not here, I can't go up. We already saw you just now, where do you think you can hide? I'll give you 10 seconds. After Qin finished speaking, she cut off the connection. Sima Yu felt that this old man's voice was a little familiar. Very quickly, the door opened, and in came the old man that she had met at the entrance. It's you. The old man was surprised to see Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu. Have you guys met before? Qin asked. Yes, we met at the entrance. The old man said, what did you call me up for? We want to go to Reaper's Valley. Qin said. Then go ahead. It's not like it's the first time you'll be going there, why are you telling me? The old man said. We want to go to those places. Where those places were, Sima Yu did not know, but the both of them understood one another. The old man frowned, why do you want to go to those places? Of course there are reasons that we want to go. You are more familiar with those places, so you need to come along. Qin said. I don't want to go. The old man rejected her. Even the boss is going, do you think you can escape? If you don't go, I will ask the lady boss to deduct your pay. Qin threatened. When she heard the two words, lady boss, Mo smiled kindly at Qin. Hearing that he was going, the old man found a seat to sit down on. This grandfather is also one of the people from Knavery Pavilion? Sima Yu asked. Let me introduce you. Old Jiang, Knavery Pavilion's right vanguard. Qin said, Old Jiang, this is the boss little martial uncle, Sima Yu. Knavery Pavilion even has a right vanguard? Then does it have a left vanguard as well? Sima Yu asked casually. Yes. Me. Qin said. Sima Yu was embarrassed, one of you is a sect master, the other is the sect's master wife, there's also you two, the right and left vanguards, and you're all following me over there. Is that alright? What is there not to be alright about? If anything were to happen to you, the group of old rascals in the hidden sect will go crazy. He said. But don't you have to care about Knavery Pavilion's matters? If Knavery Pavilion wasn't able to operate just because I left, then what the hell was my former executive doing? Qin said, furthermore, we have a secret method, we won't die there. Sima Yu was not surprised to hear this. They had always been hanging around Reaper's Valley, so they knew the place very well. It was not surprising that they would have a secret method to escape. When are we going? We can go anytime. It's up to you. He said. We have nothing much to do either. We just have to get a refund for what we paid at the previous inn. If possible, I would like to move out immediately, the earlier the better. Alright, I would get someone to help you with the refund. He said, little martial uncle, just to let you know, you will have to follow our arrangement after getting in. Do not act alone, otherwise, we will have to bring you out by force. Alright. Sima Yu replied, let's go then. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comment. Reaper's Valley. Once Sima Yu entered it, it reminded her of Heartbreak Valley. There was poison everywhere. However, during that time, her body was immune to poison and she could move around freely in the Heartbreak Valley. Now, she was only left with a soul, so she had to take precautions. The good thing was that he had given them an anti-poison pill before they entered the valley. According to what he said, 99% of the poisonous insects, plants, and miasma would not be able to have an effect on them. N/O/vel/B/forward/forward. It is indeed a quality item. Sima Yu took the pills and passed one of them to Wu Lingyu, then she ate one of them. Does the Knavery Pavilion provide pills like these to outsiders? It is differentiated by its grade. Those that are being sold in the sect are only 30 to 60% effective in the prevention of poison. Only a few people can get such a high-level one. He said, although you are skilled with poison, you do not have much understanding of the toxins here. You won't be able to deal with them in such a short time. Yes. Thank you. Sima Yu really felt thankful for them. Although it was their first time meeting one another, they still helped her with such enthusiasm. Although he helped her because they were from the same sect and he had to follow the old folks and their orders, and Qin wanted her to help her leave the abyss of hell, they all had their own reasons. But she still felt thankful towards them. Upon entering the valley, Qin's advantages were shown. She had warned them about the coming dangers several times in advance, letting them pass through those dangerous areas safely. If we continue to move forward we will see Qin Mountain. Qin said, I grew up there. The human eating spring? Sima Yu thought of the legend that the shopkeeper had told her. You know about it? Before I came, the shopkeeper told me quite a few legends about the place. Sima Yu said, is the story of the spring true? Yes, it is. Qin nodded her head, but it is also because they do not manage to find the way and just rush in, which is why they corrode until they're left with nothing but bones. This mean you have a way to do it? I have been drinking the spring's water since I was young. Qin's casual words surprised Sima Yu. It is said that the spring water can help one's cultivation. Could your abilities be because of the spring water? Possibly. But I have eaten a lot of weird stuff here, so it is hard to say which one was the one that worked. I cannot remember anything, so we can only guess. Qin was very helpless about her broken memories. After so many years, she has just gotten used to not thinking about it. When they reached the bottom of the Qin mountain, Sima Yu saw the legendary spring. Apart from the bones surrounding it, it was not much different from any other place. It was getting late, and the terrain here was considered wide. Also, because of the spring, there were less poisonous things here. Qin requested that they set up their camp here tonight to rest. The others had no opinion on it, and with Sima Yu being the novice, she had even less of an opinion. After they set up the tents, Mou pulled Naihe into the tent. Qin brought the old man and Wu Lingyu along with Sima Yu to another side of the Qin mountain. They went through the small forest at the foot of the mountain, and what appeared before them was a hot spring the size of a basketball court. This place is not bad. There are many barriers outside, so there should be very few people who will be able to find this place. Sima Yu said. Yes, this hot spring is indeed pretty decent. Qin took off her clothes and went into the water, then waved her hands at Sima Yu. Sima Yu went in too, and the both of them leaned on the shore to take a bath as they chatted away. I say, your man is so cold. It has been so long, but I have yet to hear him say even a few words. If it's not because he talks quite a bit with you, I'd think that he was mute. Qin said, with his looks, body and temper, it's a waste not to put him in the modern entertainment industry. With his temper? Sima Yu laughed while shaking her head. It doesn't matter what his temper is like, what matters is he is good to you. Qin said with envy, being able to meet someone you like at a place like this, how nice. What about you and Naihe? What? Don't think that I can't see through your little schemes. Sima Yu swiped the water with her hands, although you call her Lady Boss, I can smell the sourness from miles away. Is it that obvious? Nobody else knows. Is your zodiac sign a dog? Qin did not deny it. Your little schemes can deceive these ancient ones. I've seen many of those kinds of love in the modern times. Even if you don't eat pork, you'd have seen a pig before, right? Sima Yu said. What, are you saying that I'm a pig? Qin shouted. You're the one who called yourself that. Sima Yu pouted. Sigh, I really envy you. Qin sighed, you have someone who treats you so well. Then what about you and Naihe? Sima Yu asked, the reason you want to leave the abyss of hell, is it also because you want to run away? I don't think it's considered running away. He doesn't have feelings for me. The girls by his side have always been changing, but he has never thought of me before. Since it is this way, I also do not wish to stay and watch how things are between him and other girls. The main reason is still because I wish to go out and see the world. Maybe he isn't like what you think. Previously, when he heard that you were leaving, he had quite a big reaction. That wouldn't matter, he has already found us a lady boss. When she talked about this, it made her feel down. However, she did not allow herself to dwell in this emotion. She tilted her head and asked her, have you ever thought about going back? Going back? To the present? Yes. No. My family and friends are all here. There is nothing much for me to reminisce about there. Sima Yu actually did not think about the matters in the past. Sigh, I've thought about it before. Qin sighed, I still have my parents over there, my friends and my career too. But I just died like that. I wonder how sad they are. It is because you don't feel a sense of belonging here. Maybe. Qin did not deny it. In the end, she was still a heartbroken girl. You should stop thinking about going back. Sima Yu said, how many years have you already been here? You don't even know how much time has passed there. Moreover, you do not know the way to go back, overthinking will only add to your worries. What worries? Where are you guys going? Mou walked out from the forest behind. When she saw the hot spring, both of her eyes lit up, it's such a good place, why didn't you guys call me? When we left, you and Naihe were in the tent. Do you want to come down and have a dip together? Qin had already recovered to her usual self again, it was like the sad and depressed person did not exist at all. Yes. Mou removed her clothes and went down. She went beside them. You two really know how to find places. Naihe just said, Qin coming back to the mountain was like a fish returning into the water, now it looks like that was right. Qin laughed lazily, but she did not speak. Mou did not mind. She looked at Sima Yu and said, you're the Ghost Realm's young princess, right? I heard that the people in the Soul region are having a war against the Ghost Realm. They are still shouting that if they don't hand you over, they will start to attack. Sima Yu did not feel like playing around for now. She looked at Mou and asked, really? Before I came to look for Naihe, I had just returned from Ghost Realm. Mou said, I heard that Ghost Concubine is currently pressuring the general to hand you over. She said that she can't let a clash between the two clans happen because of you. Humph, that Ghost Concubine. She has finally gotten a hold of something that can be used against me. Sima Yu laughed icily. The aura that she suddenly released gave Mou and Qin Qin a huge shock. They originally thought that she was really as calm as she always portrayed herself to be. Yu, what are you going to do? Qin Qin wasn't very familiar with what Sima Yu was going through, but she could still imagine the severity of the situation. My cousin will not be defeated by ghost concubine so easily. I have to finish what I am doing now before I can return. Sima Yu said. Although she was anxious, she had already reached this stage and could not just give up halfway. She could only hope that Deja would be able to hold on. Because she was concerned about something now, Sima Yu no longer had the mood to tarry any longer. Once Mou was done, the three of them returned. Wu Lingyu noticed that Sima Yu was in a bad mood when she returned, so he pulled on her hand and asked her what was wrong. Qing Han has already begun fighting with Ghost Realm. Sima Yu said, he's calling out for Ghost Realm to hand me over and Ghost Concubine is pressuring cousin. Grandfather hasn't come out from seclusion, and I'm worried that cousin will not be able to hold on. Deja is truly powerful. Also, Ghost King will not allow Ghost Concubine to grow too powerful and will give Deja his power. It will not be a problem for him to withstand this. Wu Lingyu comforted her. I think the same way, but my heart is still restless. Sima Yu said, I hope that this trip will be smooth so that I can hurry and rescue my mother and hurry to return. I will get someone to pay attention to these things. If anything happens, they will inform me immediately. Alright. Sima Yu nodded. She heard Mou cry out, then looked over to see that Qin Qin was suspiciously getting closer to the mouth of the fountain. Mou cried out just now because she saw Qin Qin keep away some bones along the way. She subconsciously looked at Nai, who had a smile on his face, but his eyes held a faintly discernible trace of worry. Qin Qin was quick and immediately arrived by the side of the fountain. She took out 2 jade bottles, filled up a bottle quickly, then returned. Here. Qin Qin handed the bottles to Sima Yu and Mou. Mou kept the bottle away and asked, why did you keep the bones? I'm used to it. Qin Qin said, and it was convenient. I don't care about the places that are too dangerous. Sima Yu knew what she was thinking. The places in the past were carefully selected to lay the bodies to rest. This was her way of showing respect to them. Thank you. She raised her glass to Qin Qin. Qin Qin, what about me? Nai hurried over to ask, you always used to give me a bottle too. I already gave yours to Lady Boss. Qin Qin glanced at him lightly, anyway, you've already drunk so much of it. You won't die by drinking once or twice less. Qin Qin. I am the one who is your boss. Show me a little respect, otherwise, I'll dock your pay. Nai cried out. If you want to dock it then go ahead. Did you not already dock a lot of it before? Qin Qin huffed before turning around and returning to her tent. Just you wait. I'll start docking it from this month onwards. Deduct it then, go ahead. I'm leaving after this month anyway. Qin Qin's lazy voice sounded from inside the tent, you've already deducted it the past few hundreds of years, what's to fear about this 1 month? Ah, I'm finally going to be free. Qin Qin. I haven't given you my approval to leave. Pfft, I don't care whether or not you agree. The flash of a barrier shone outside the tent and no voice was heard again from inside. I'm so angry, I'm angered to death. Nai stopped his feet in anger, you guys tell me, what kind of subordinate is this? Old Jiang was already used to this scene, so he did not reply to Nai. He just turned around and returned to his tent. Sima Yu smiled at Nai, then pulled Wu Lingyu and returned to their tent. She had no desire to interfere in their issues. The night passed peacefully without issue. On the morning of the second day, when Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu went out, she saw Nai and Qin Qin fighting about something in the distance. Nai was still miffed about what happened the night before while Qin Qin was still reacting lazily. No matter what Nai said, she did not change. As for Mou, she just stood outside the tent watching the scene silently. When she saw Sima Yu emerge, she even smiled at her and greeted her. When Qin Qin and Nai saw Sima Yu return, they stopped fighting and walked back, one in front of the other. Of course, Qin Qin was walking in the front and was in a decent mood. Nai, who was walking behind her, had an expression as dark as coal. If you're done packing, we can continue rushing ahead. Qin Qin said. Alright. Sima Yu did not ask what they were talking about. After she was done packing, everyone continued to set off. Because they wanted Qin Qin to lead the way, the journey was relatively smooth. The poisonous animals in the valley seemed to have been beaten up quite badly by them the past few years, so they stayed far away and left quickly when they saw them. It was like they had seen a ferocious viper. When she saw this scene, Sima Yu laughed for a long time. Just like that, they stayed in the valley for more than a month, but there was no trace of the divine medicine at all. In order to save time, they did not even harvest anything decent that they found. It is possible that we have already gone past the place where the divine medicine grows. Qin Qin said, that's the only place that's left. Where? And, right there. Qin Qin looked over at a few snow mountains towering in the center of Hades Valley. If the divine medicine really exists in Hades Valley, then that's the only place it could be in. Sima Yu had a sense of fear when she heard her mention those few mountains. She asked, does the Snow Lady of the rumors really exist there? I don't know whether or not the Snow Lady exists, but there is definitely a very powerful guy who lives up top. It's not easy to get there, even I could only make it to the foot of the mountain. There was not a single time where I intentionally climbed up there. Then are we still going? Old Jiang has gone there before, which is why I got him to lead the way that time. That meant that they had thought of it long ago, that the divine medicine would not be in the usual places in the mountain valley. There are many natural attacks on the snow mountain, but I've never met the snow lady. When they arrived at the foot of the snow mountain, Sima Yu called out Little Seven. Little Seven was very happy that she was able to come outside. However, they had already searched the snow mountain once through without a single piece of news or trace of the divine medicine. Could it be that it really wasn't here? Yu, we have already searched the entire place twice over. There hasn't been a single trace of the divine medicine. We don't dare to go any deeper either. However, if the divine medicine was inside, we would have been able to sense it from here. Qin said. Sima Yu had always thought that the divine medicine should be in this snow mountain. She thought that the legendary snow lady would be the divine medicine. However, there was no snow lady here, nor was there any danger. Even less was there any presence of divine medicine. Even Little Seven was unable to sense it, which meant that there was a 90% chance that there was no divine medicine here. But to leave just like that? She was unwilling and she did not want to give up either. I'm going to take a look at the mountain that's right in the center. No way. Old Jiang, Naihe as well as Qin cried out together. This snow mountain isn't as scary as the legends say, so why can't I go there? Of course those legends aren't true, but the dangers definitely are. Old Jiang said. The reason we did not encounter any dangers before this is because Old Jiang led us through places that would avoid the dangers. Naihe said, however, even he dares not venture into the deepest part of it. Did we go past any dangerous areas earlier on? Mou asked. Although you can't see it, there are many places in there that will teleport you away. Qin said, those who disappeared inside here were all teleported away. Old Jiang came to one side and pulled out an underworld beast from the snow that looked similar to a rabbit. Then, he tossed it a little further away. Even before that beast landed on the ground, it disappeared before their eyes. Oh damn, there really are places that teleport. Mou drew closer to Naihe as she spoke. Where will this send them to? Wu Lingyu asked. I don't know. Maybe they went somewhere else. In any case, those who leave have never appeared again in the abyss of hell. Naihe looked at Sima Yu. That mountain that is right at the back is one that even Old Jiang has no confidence of entering. If you insist on going in, we have no choice but to bring you back forcibly. Sima Yu knew that Naihe was not joking around. If she insisted, he really would forcibly bring her back. She knew that if it came to a fight, with Black Shadow and the others, they would not be able to succeed. However, she was afraid that if that really happened, they would all get sent away. His honor will only give you that item if you give him that divine medicine. Is there any other way? Sima Yu shook her head. She looked at the highest snow mountain before nodding. Let's go back. She had never had the habit of getting others to pay her own bills. If she went any deeper, if they were not in danger from following her, then they would be getting into danger by trying to stop her. This was not something that she wanted. Naihe saw that she was willing to head back, so he heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart, saying, when we go back, we'll think of another idea. If it really won't work, let the ancestors appear. His honor will show them some face. Sima Yu forced herself to smile. Without the divine medicine, she really couldn't put herself in a good mood. They left the snow mountain and returned via the same route in which they came. What's going on? A tortured cry sounded again and again, and everyone could hear where the cry was coming from. Another person went to the spring. The side of the spring was where they had camped yesterday night, which was quickly, they saw people being corroded. The group had more than 20 people. Those 20 people were watching anxiously from outside the spring. A few of them had already been terrified. Beside those people, there were even freshly corroded bones. Those standing guard outside saw Naihe and the others come over and were on guard. Sima Yu had an impression of those people. Based on the way they invited people back then, it seemed like they did not have to pay the fee. As for the few powerful men who had followed them, they greeted Qin and the others immediately upon seeing them. Greetings, Steward Qin. Save it. Qin waved her hand. She was obviously the vanguard of the Navery Pavilion, but others just saw her as a steward. These people are? The man in charge looked at the few seniors suspiciously. This person is the steward of Navery Pavilion. Steward Qin. When you guys first entered this place, did you not first think about how dangerous it would be? We were too desperately in need of the spring water. But you never thought that the air around the spring would be corrosive to the human body. Yes. Now, they are trapped inside and are corroding slowly while we are powerless here. We can only watch. Steward Qin, within the Navery Pavilion, you are the one who is most familiar with Hades Valley. Do you have a way to save them? 5 million. Qin sighed, per person. Alright. The man right at the front agreed without hesitation. He seemed to be a local tyrant. Qin was not afraid that he would renege either. Why is she closing her eyes? The spring is more dangerous in the morning than at night. What she sees before her will affect her judgment. Although she knew that, Sima Yu was still worried about Qin. However, her worries were unnecessary. Qin's body twisted and entered the spring just as she did last night. Save. The man lying on the ground forced himself to look at Qin. What an expensive life. Previous chapter. 1, 2, 3. Qin tossed one out and the people outside would catch that person. Then, the others would hurriedly take out pills and feed it to them. After Qin had tossed out all the people who were still alive, she collected the bones, closed her eyes and slowly walked out. Many thanks. The man in charge came in front of Qin and bent himself low to the ground. He took out a crystal card and handed it to her. Qin took the crystal card and casually tossed it into her interspatial ring. Then, she took out a tiny jade bottle and said to him, I've already rescued your men. It's not suitable for you to recuperate here at night. Take them and go. The man in charge took the jade bottle emotionally then bowed deeply to her again. Then, he left with his men in tow. Once they left, Mou rushed over and said, "This is a pretty decent method. This way, there will not be anybody that we don't know camping over here." "I was just speaking the truth," Qin said. "When night falls, the air here brings with it a corrosive property. It's not a big deal if there are no injured people, but if injured people become even worse, it will be best for them to leave before night falls." "I see. I didn't think that you would have such a kind heart." Mou laughed. "I've always been kind. All the bad parts of me have been extracted by boss." Qin complained, "It's a good thing that these days are coming to an end." "Are you really going to leave?" Mou asked, "Is it because I came, so you?" "Lady boss, you're thinking too much. I have always wanted to leave, but I just never had the chance." Qin lay lazily on the tree. She looked at Sima Yu, who was staring dazedly at the spring. She smiled lightly, then continued, "Now I finally have a fellow comrade and can leave this prison that has held me back for so many years. This is an opportunity. She can help you leave this place." Mou knew about her identity, so she knew about the reason why she was unable to leave the abyss of hell. She should be able to. Qin was uncertain. "I have to try, don't I? If you leave, he will be sad n/o/vel/b. Who? Boss?" Qin raised her eyebrows. "That's right. He'll lose a powerful subordinate." "He won't. If he can control me, he'll be able to control anyone," Qin said with dissatisfaction. She saw that Sima Yu was watching the spring without moving and all, so she walked over and asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm thinking of the use of this spring water." Sima Yu said, "It can revive the dead and return flesh to bones. Is that not the effect of a divine medicine? Are you saying that the divine medicine could be here?" Qin looked at the spring suspiciously. She had lived nearby for so many years, but she never once thought about this possibility. Otherwise, how could a single drink from the spring have such effects? Sima Yu speculated. "When you say it like that, it really does sound possible." After Sima Yu pointed it out, Qin felt like it was possible. "Why don't I head down and take a look? It will be very dangerous near the divine medicine," Sima Yu said. "Nobody else can get close to the spring." Qin pointed out a very painful fact. "All right then. If there is any danger, you have to come back up immediately," Sima Yu said. "I know. I'm not an idiot," Qin said. "Although I have thought about how dying might enable me to return, I've never had the guts to try it all these hundreds of years. Let's wait till the sky darkens before going." "All right." Sima Yu watched Qin and a genuine smile appeared on her face. When the sky darkened, Qin was prepared to go underwater. Sima Yu reminded her once again to return the moment there was any danger. "I never knew that you were such a naggy person." Qin waved her hands and began to draw near to the spring. "You've obtained her recognition." He walked beside Sima Yu. "It's not something that just helping her can do." "How did you do it? Could it be that you've also come from that place she talked about?" "She's told you?" Sima Yu pitied Qin a little. She even told him such a huge secret. At that time, she had treated him as her support here. However, she never received the love that she so craved for here. Or could it be? Sima Yu watched He, who was beyond himself with worry, and smiled. Perhaps she just thought that she didn't. Qin came beside the spring in a very familiar manner. What did that mean? He modeled Qin's actions and asked. "Okay, no problem," Sima Yu said. "Will there really be no problems?" Sima Yu didn't know whether or not there would be any issue either. After a long while, when He was teetering at the end of his patience and was prepared to go look for her, something happened in the spring. First, the spring turned blood red, then there was a splashing sound and Qin came out from inside the water. When they saw her alive, everyone there heaved a sigh of relief. "You're hurt," Sima Yu said when she saw the spring water dyed red. Qin smiled. She was happy that Sima Yu was first concerned about her injury and not about the status of the divine medicine. A little. She climbed out from the spring and the clothes on her body were ripped apart in many places. "How could this be classified as a little hurt? We didn't hear anything from up here. How did you get so injured?" "There was a barrier below. I merely entered the first level, and maybe it was the first layer of the barrier that blocked out any noise. I couldn't get any deeper inside the barrier." "You tried to go against the barrier, but even you were unable to break it open?" To be able to encounter the divine medicine here was incredible. However, if they could not obtain it, wouldn't it hurt even more? That barrier is its defense. These kinds of divine medicine will have natural forms of protection. Qin said, "If you want to obtain it, you first have to find a way to break the barrier." Sima Yu smiled. "I'm not afraid of barriers. I have a guy who can render barriers useless." "You even have this type of contracted beast?" "As long as I fuse with him, I will be able to nullify the barrier." "Then this barrier is useless to you," Qin said. "However, how will you get over there from here?" This was the real problem. "There will be a way," Sima Yu said, "but let's head back first to treat your injuries." Qin rested for a long while. Once her internal spirit energy had recovered somewhat, she returned in the same manner. Previous chapter. "I don't know whether or not it will work." Sima Yu smiled. She stepped forward to support her and led her to rest in a soft place that she had already prepared. "Let me hear it." Qin took in a sharp breath because she accidentally hit her wound. "I noticed that the way you enter is similar to martial arts. If I can do the same, it might work." Sima Yu voiced her idea. "That might work." Qin agreed. "However, the both of us have different body shapes. Even if you learn my moves, you may not be able to enter the place smoothly. Since I want to learn it, then I naturally cannot be off by a single bit." Sima Yu said, what's your idea? You know, around the national treasures they will have infrared lasers to protect them. If you want to get through them silently, you will have to avoid those lasers. You want to use that type of method? It's not bad, truly. We can simulate that kind of environment, then you can try whether or not you will be able to pass it. Cough cough, I never said that I used to be a good person. Ha ha ha, who cares whether or not you used to be a good person? Alright, then let's just try things according to what you said. Heal your wounds first. We'll try again once you are well. Sima Yu said, do you have anything you want to eat? You know how to cook. I want to eat cola chicken. Also, French fries and fried chicken. Alright. Sima Yu quickly made what Qin Qin wanted to eat. Of course, she made a portion for the others as well. Qin Qin gnawed on the drumsticks and chicken wings and sighed with satisfaction, I can finally eat something that tastes so familiar. How did you make the cola chicken? There is a type of spirit fruit that's tartness can be used to replace the cola. Sima Yu said, you're such a good cook. Your husband will be so lucky. It's such a pity that I've been here for so many years. I wanted to eat those things but I was completely unable to recreate that flavor. In the future, just tell me whatever you want to eat. As long as it's not something that I have never eaten before, should be able to recreate the flavor that you want. Sima Yu smiled in reply. Alright, alright. Qin Qin looked at her pitifully, you're in trouble now. Now that I know how good you can cook, I'll definitely run over often to get you to cook for me. So what? Sima Yu did not feel like she was in trouble at all. I once had a friend, and she was even my senior sister. She loved eating and would often make me cook for them. Really? Of course. In the future, if you end up in the human realm, you might even be able to meet her. Especially that senior sister of mine. Eating is the most important thing in her life. It's a pity that her cooking skills were mediocre, and often put herself through much turmoil. That sounds like me. If I have the chance, I definitely want to meet those friends of yours. Once I return to the human realm, you can come with me. Sima Yu said, it will be too dangerous for you to head to the human realm by yourself. Alright. I'll go with you to the ghost realm, then we can go to the human realm. I'm not familiar with human territory, so it will be safer to go with you. Alright. He saw the two of them chatting away happily and his eyes filled with grief. In the past, that subordinate of his would not care about himself much. However, she still cared about the fact that he was her boss. Now that Sima Yu appeared, he had no place in her heart anymore. It was like he had been sent flying. However, the way she was right now was like she had come back to life. In the past, although she had laughed and would talk to others, one could get the sense that she was not truly happy. Qin Qin nursed her wounds for a few days and was finally able to recover to around 50 to 60%. Once she was able to move, she found an empty space. She set up a few stakes, then strung along them many ropes. The ropes were scattered in white powder, then she let Sima Yu practice. Sima Yu saw the densely packed ropes and finally understood why Qin Qin's body just now looked so strange. Right, I have to warn you. You can't use spirit energy. You have to rely completely on the flexibility of your body. Right, you still have a time limit. You have to do it within half an hour. Qin Qin lay weakly by the side and ate the snacks that Sima Yu had prepared for her, incredibly leisurely and carefree. Sima Yu tried it once. She managed to do it within half an hour, but she was covered with the white powder from the ropes. TSK, you look like you've rolled in white powder. Sima Yu looked down and noticed the white powder on her body. Qin Qin looked at this scene with shock. Your control is amazing. How much mental strength do you need to have to accomplish something like this? When you have nothing better to do, you can electrocute yourself for fun. You'll quickly reach this level. Sima Yu said. And forget it, then. I don't have a masochistic kink. Qin Qin shook her head. Sima Yu smiled and continued. The second round, the amount of white powder on her body lessened by a lot. You're improving a little too quickly, don't you think? If this continued, she would be able to pass this in less than 2 days. Sima Yu felt like it wasn't quick enough, though. The longer she tarried, the longer she would take to obtain the divine medicine. Her mother would then be suppressed for an even longer period of time. That was why she only rested for a short while before she continued to practice. 1 day later, she was already able to pass the obstacles perfectly within 15 minutes without a single speck of white powder on her. Later on, she spent a bit more time going back and forth, and then Qin Qin removed the markings and got Wu Lingyu to create formless lines with his spirit energy. My wounds have already healed a lot. I'll go with you. Qin Qin walked to her side as she was about to go. Let me first say this, my wounds have not yet recovered completely. You have to protect me when we're below. If you want to kill the enemy, it's all on you. Sima Yu laughed. What's the difference between the 2 points that you just mentioned? Qin Qin blinked. It really did seem like there wasn't any difference. Before she spoke, she heard Sima Yu say, relax. I will definitely bring you back up here in one piece. That also meant that she was agreeing to going down together. Qin Qin headed over first. Then, she waited by the side of the spring. Once Sima Yu arrived, they jumped in together. It was very cold under the spring, and it got colder the deeper they went. Very quickly, they arrived just outside the first level of the barrier. Qin Qin thought that Sima Yu was going to do something, but instead she just saw her call out a guy that looked like a rabbit. The little guy just touched the barrier and a hole appeared. Sima Yu beckoned her over and let her enter first. Then, she followed after her. The moment that they crossed the barrier, they saw that the place was completely different compared to above it. Sima Yu saw Qin Qin warily look to the right, and she turned around and saw a huge underworld beast. The eye of the underworld beast was the size of a human. Much less needed to be said about its body. Is this that underworld beast that hurt you before? Sima Yu asked. No. Qin looked at that colossal creature. Every part of her mind was stretched taut, afraid that it would suddenly rush over. However, Sima Yu was not that afraid. She watched the big fellow and said, I feel like he does not want to attack us. Woo dash, the big fellow made a sound, as if he was agreeing with what she said. It doesn't know how to speak? How can a big fellow like this not know how to speak? Qin asked with confusion. I don't know. Maybe it's been trapped here for far too long. Sima Yu swam over and tried reaching her head out to touch him. The big fellow brushed his large head along her tiny little palm, his expression one of bliss. Qin saw that he really did not look vicious and relaxed quite a bit. However, she did not get close to him like Sima Yu did. She stared at the big fellow for a long while, saying, why do I feel like this underworld beast looks very ancient? After she said this, Sima Yu felt like she could sense a bit of that as well. She watched the underworld beast carefully and suddenly felt like he was rather familiar. However, she could not put a finger on where she had seen him before. What are you thinking? Qin asked when she saw her zoning out. I feel like I've seen it before, but I can't figure out where. Sima Yu said. Could it have been from an ancient text? Qin guessed, for an underworld beast as ancient as this, you could only have seen it from there. It's not like you could have seen it in real life. Real life? A scene flashed through Sima Yu's memory and she recalled where she had met it before. She smiled as she patted the underworld beast's head, so it turns out that you came from there as well. You figured out where you've seen this type of underworld beast? Qin asked. You're right. This type of underworld beast really is from a clan from a long, long time ago. Sima Yu replied, I went to Chaos World once, and there I saw a scene. Many underworld beasts came out from inside the Chaos River. Its ancestors were one of the first. I merely caught a glimpse back then, and did not have much of an impression of it. I didn't think that I would be able to meet this type of underworld beast in a place like this. Heavens! You actually went to Chaos World. Isn't it said that one can never return after going there? Qin looked at Sima Yu with shock. That's the usual case. However, mine just happened by coincidence. Something happened back then, but I'll tell you about it next time when there's time. Alright. Qin knew as well that this was not the time to talk about this. Sima Yu recalled where she had met it before, and knew also why it felt so close to her. The underworld beast had said before that she would be imbued with the aura from Chaos Realm since she had gone there before. She felt like this type of aura would make an incredibly ancient beast like this feel very close to her and draw them in. She gave a thought and took out some water from the Chaos River. She used her spirit energy to send it to the side of the mouth of this underworld beast. The underworld beast grunted when it saw the Chaos River water, and swallowed it in a single gulp. Then, it brushed its head against Sima Yu's hand with eyes that were almost closed. Are you the guardian beast protecting the divine medicine? Sima Yu patted its head tenderly. Woo dash, the underworld beast nodded, it seemed to understand what she was saying. I need the divine medicine now, can I? Sima Yu asked it for its opinion. The underworld beast hesitated slightly. Guarding the divine medicine was its life mission, and in its subconscious, it was unable to hand it over to anyone. However, it really liked this lady and did not want to go against her wishes. Also, she had that delicious water. Dilemma. If you give it to me, I'll take you away from here, how about that? If you come with me, you will have a lot of Chaos River water. Sima Yu continued to tempt it. After battling itself for a long time, the underworld beast finally relented. Although it did not speak, Sima Yu could tell from its eyes. Thank you. Sima Yu said gratefully. The underworld beast led her to the second layer of the barrier, and many underworld beasts immediately swam over. Yu. Qin's voice trembled a little. Sima Yu followed her line of sight and saw many underworld beasts with long sharp teeth swimming closer. Those should have been the underworld beasts that had hurt her before. woo-n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. The ancient underworld beast growled in a low voice, and those underworld beasts hesitated a bit, but they still left obediently. It turned out that it was the boss. Sima Yu came beside the barrier. Even before she got little roar to open the barrier, the big fellow swam across it. The barrier is useless against it. It is the guardian of the divine medicine. The barrier is naturally formed by the divine medicine, so it is only expected that it will be useless against it. Sima Yu said. That's true. The big fellow swam over and saw that Sima Yu had not yet come over, so it turned around and stuck half of its head outside. It used its teeth to grab onto Sima Yu's skirt and pulled her in. When the colossal creature got closer, Qin even thought that it wanted to eat Sima Yu. It took a lot of self-control to not attack it. Woo-dash. The underworld beasts that were swimming not far away let out anguished cries. It felt as if they would immediately attack her if she dared to do anything. Qin. Sima Yu stretched out a hand from inside. Qin held onto her hand and was pulled into the barrier. Phew, I thought that I'd have to fight again. Qin saw the underworld beasts rampaging outside because she had entered the barrier and rejoiced as she patted her chest. The last time she had come down here, she had encountered half of those underworld beasts. Right now, there was double that. I said that I would protect you. Of course I wouldn't leave you outside all alone. Sima Yu said. Qin was rather moved. She thought that she was just messing around when she said that. The divine medicine is over there. On the top of a stone wall, the teleost grew out of a crack in the middle. The branches, leaves and flower were swaying gracefully in the water. I'll go over and pick it. Sima Yu swam over and carefully plucked the entire divine medicine. Then, she kept it in her spirit pagoda. Little Spirit picked the flower from the divine medicine and then planted the stolen into the Chaos River. After obtaining the divine medicine, Sima Yu finally began to relax. She took out some Chaos River water and fed it to the big fellow, grateful for his help. She saw the underworld beasts rampaging outside and said to the big fellow, "Send us out, then come with us." "All right?" Woo dash, the big fellow replied, which was considered as an agreement. The barrier on the second layer started to disappear slowly because the divine medicine was gone. It was because the big fellow was around that the others did not dare to charge at them. The big fellow growled at them twice, and they followed behind them in an orderly fashion. Sima Yu saw the underworld beasts, who had lost their viciousness, and touched the big fellow on the head, asking, "You asked them to come with you, did you?" Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. The big fellow rubbed his head against her body as if in reply. "There's so many of them. Can you take them all?" Qin saw more and more coming, until finally they were completely surrounded. "It's no problem." Sima Yu kept the little guys away in her spirit pagoda first before she kept the big fellow away. Qin did not know what she did. She merely saw the underworld beasts gradually decreasing in numbers until they finally disappeared completely. She glanced at Sima Yu, but she didn't ask much. "Let's head upstairs," Sima Yu said. The two of them swam up, and the barrier right at the top had disappeared as well. It seemed like it was formed by the divine medicine as well. They left the water directly, and the people standing on guard outside saw that the two of them were completely safe, so they finally stopped worrying. "Not bad, not bad. You still breathe." He patted his chest. He was terrified that something would happen to the both of them below. He didn't know how he would give an account to the sect if that happened. "You're not injured, right?" Wu Lingyu stared at Sima Yu as he asked her. "Nope." Sima Yu and Qin emerged from the water, using their spirit energy to dry the waters off their clothes. Both of them really were uninjured. "Didn't the underworld beasts below attack you?" Mou asked. "No. They were very friendly," Sima Yu said. Qin glanced at her and didn't contradict her. "Let's go." What's wrong?" Sima Yu saw that her look of confusion melted away into understanding. It was as if she understood something. "The corrosive nature in the air has lessened considerably," Qin said. "It seems like this was due to the divine medicine as well." "It should be." Sima Yu turned around and glanced at the spring. "I'm afraid that the spring is really going to turn into a simple legend." "That's right. From now onwards, this place is going to turn into an ordinary spring." Qin sighed. "However, the situation will always change. Who knows, maybe it wants to become an ordinary spring. We're not it, so who knows?" "Hehe, you might be right." Sima Yu laughed. When they returned, it was still Qin who walked at the front. Sima Yu followed behind her. Then they returned safely. Sima Yu walked to Wu Lingyu's side and said happily, "That's great, I finally obtained it." Since she obtained the divine medicine, the northern divine seal was considered to be hers now. With the collection of all 4 cardinal point divine seals, she would finally be able to release her mum from the seal. Yu, you're the best." Wu Lingyu patted her head gently as he said with a gentle smile. "I encountered other things as well. I'll tell you about it on the way back." Sima Yu whispered to him. "All right." Mou walked beside Qin and asked with curiosity, "Why didn't you get attacked this time when you went down?" "Obviously her character is better than mine. It appears that she hasn't done any dirty deeds." Qin sighed. "All right, we've obtained the divine medicine, so we should head back." He said, particularly to Sima Yu. "All right." Sima Yu replied as she walked over with Wu Lingyu. They quickly returned to Morning City. "Although I know that you are anxious, you've just returned from Hades Valley. You should rest before continuing your journey." He said to Sima Yu. "All right. I have been rather tired lately." Sima Yu agreed and followed them to Navery Pavilion, letting him arrange for their rooms. After sending Qin and the others off, Sima Yu set up a barrier and pulled Wu Lingyu into the spirit pagoda. The both of them headed to the Chaos River immediately. Wu dash. The big fellow could feel them coming and he emerged from the depths of the water calling out with joy. She did not deceive it. There was really a lot of Chaos River water here. Are these the original spirit beasts? Wu Lingyu. Lingyu looked at the big fellow in shock. "That's right. It's the guardian beast of the divine medicine." Sima Yu said, "Perhaps it was because I had the scent from the chaos world, but it did not attack me. It even let me pick the divine medicine." If not because of this, I would not have been able to obtain the divine medicine so easily. It's amazing enough that it didn't end up changing after going down to an environment like that. Wu Lingyu had never seen something like that in all his lifetimes. This was definitely a first. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. There's a protective barrier below, so I'm guessing that it isolated it from the aura outside, which is why it didn't transform. Sima Yu guessed, it wasn't the only one. Even the other spirit beasts look much more ancient than the ones now. It's a good thing that you had the scent of the chaos world on you. Otherwise, I don't know how you would have dealt with this. Wu Lingyu was overjoyed. Apart from this, I have something else to tell you. Sima Yu said as she took out a divine seal. The last time I used the North Cardinal Point divine seal, my underworld energy had been controlled by it. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control it again when the time comes for me to use all of them together. One each? I don't know if that will be possible. Sima Yu was unsure. We can ask Mulan when the time comes. If it is not possible, then we can only try. We managed to overcome the difficulties before no matter how hard they were. Now, we are already in the final stage. It won't stump you. Wu Lingyu said gently. You're right. No matter how difficult the path was before, we already walked it. How could we be stumped by the final path? Sima Yu nodded and said confidently, I have to be confident. Outside the building, Qin was in a good mood as she packed her things away. Many people gathered outside her courtyard, looking at her as if they could not bear to see her go. Steward Qin, are you really leaving? We'll miss you. Qin stopped what she was doing and came to the door. She placed a hand on the head of the person who spoke. Whenever I'm yelling at you, you all look like you're about to die. But you miss me now? What, haven't I tortured you enough? That's right. It's difficult when you're torturing us, but we feel bad when we think of how we'll never know when you'll be back to torture us once you go. That's right, Steward Qin, why don't you stay? The others echoed. No way. Qin refused immediately. Then, she turned around and continued to pack. I've always wanted to go out and see the world. I've finally found my opportunity now, so how could I let it go? I don't want to be trapped here forever. The world is huge and I'm finally going to take a look. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. You want to leave so badly? A low voice sounded behind her. Qin turned around to look. It was unknown which time everyone disappeared, but he was the only one standing at the door. His eyes were filled with hurt, which stunned her for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. Boss, did you know? Over where I used to live, even if we were working, we had weekends. We had vacations and sabbaticals. You've tortured me for a few hundreds of years, so I need a break now. I'll use this time to go outside and see the world. Can you bear to leave me behind? Boss, you have a lady boss now. You shouldn't say such ambiguous words. You can't get used to pressuring me and stopping me from leaving. This is capitalism, it isn't right. Are you really going to abandon me and go? Didn't you say before that you wouldn't leave me? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D. Qin's movements paused, and then said disapprovingly, when I said that, it seemed like you were going to die soon, right? So? You are living well now, so those words have already dissipated along with your wounds. Qin said, moreover, if you don't give me any holidays, I can't work efficiently. If I gave you a holiday, you wouldn't return anymore. Once she left the abyss of hell, why would she return to this place? Boss, if you really can't bear seeing a subordinate as good as I am leave, why not leave with me? Qin said in a tone that was half joking. He hesitated again. I was just joking, what are you seriously thinking about it for? Qin laughed, and said seriously, I was not asking for your opinion when I told you I was leaving, I was only informing you. Since this is already an established fact, you don't have to say much. You can just remove my position. You. Alright, stop disturbing me already, I still have to pack up these things. I don't know when your little martial uncle will be leaving, if I don't finish packing my stuff up, I don't think she will wait for me. Qin pushed him out annoyed, then she slammed the door shut. He stood outside the door. He spaced out while looking at the door for a while, then he turned to leave. When he just came out of the yard, he saw Sima Yu standing outside. I let Lingyu check the ancient texts. With her situation, as long as she can survive that thunderstorm, she will not be bound by the heavenly law anymore. Sima Yu said. Are you sure? Seeing Sima Yu watch him so meaningfully, he said, after all, she has followed me for hundreds of years. I need to ensure her safety. Oh. Sima Yu nodded her head knowingly, about that, I won't dare to assure you of anything. We have never encountered a situation like hers, we can only do so to the best of our abilities. But we cannot guarantee you what the results will be like. You can't guarantee? You are taking her life as a joke. Naihe's voice was raised quite a bit. After he finished talking, he was afraid that Qin could hear him, so turned his head subconsciously to check. Sima Yu was not angry. She pursed her lips, and said, she wants to leave. She wants to see the world outside. She did not come here to get trapped. She wants to go out to walk and listen. As long as there is a sliver of hope, she will be sure to go. Although we have not known each other for long, I am sure of this point. So it will not be useful for you to put the blame on me. After speaking, she walked past him and entered the courtyard. Nai stared at her back helplessly because he knew what she said was true. As long as she had the chance, Chin will surely leave. However, he could not find any reason for her to stay. 2 days later, Chin left with Sima Yu and the others. Before she left, all the people in the Navy Pavilion came to send her off. All of them have traveled far to send you off. Hehe, I couldn't tell, but you have always been in good hands. Sima Yu joked with a smile. I didn't know I was this popular. Chin was touched, and her eyes were a little red. You probably won't have the chance to see one another again, it's normal to feel sad. Sima Yu said. Chin went to say goodbye to them, and received a bunch of gifts from them. Let's go. She ruthlessly entered the teleportation array, then waited for Sima Yu and the others to come in before they could leave. Wait. Mou pulled Nai along while coming out from the crowd. Why did you guys come? Sima Yu asked in surprise. We also want to go to the imperial capital. Mou said. What are you going to do in the imperial capital? I have some matters to attend to in the imperial capital. I just received notice, so I have to rush back now. Mou pulled the reluctant Nai. If I am going, he will have to follow me. I can't stop worrying if he stays here and flirts with others. Since you guys are also going to the imperial city, we can go together. Sima Yu laughed, and said, alright. Let's go together. I knew that you wouldn't reject me. After Mou finished talking, she pulled Nai into the transportation array. NOVLB //JNN. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu also entered. The people from the Navy Pavilion infused their spiritual energy into it, and the teleportation array started immediately. Very soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. After changing teleportation arrays a few times, Sima Yu and the others finally reached the imperial capital. Master. What are you doing here? Sima Yu did not think that she would see Xiaoling once she came out from the transportation array. I am now managing the family's matters, but I didn't have to learn everything like I used to. Xiaoling said, I am still in the process of opening the restaurant. Xiaoling spoke as if he was asking for credit. Not bad, you've finally found a balance. Sima Yu was genuinely happy for him. He. Without Master, I would not be who I am today. Xiaoling said with gratitude, Master, where have you been the past 6 months? I went out to attend to some matters. Is your uncle in the imperial capital? Sima Yu asked. He is, he hasn't left ever since he came back the previous time. However, he always goes over to the royal palace. I don't know if he is in his house. Xiaoling said. It just so happens that I am finished with my matters, I can take you there. I'll go look for him. You don't have to follow me there, just help to attend to my friend. After Sima Yu finished talking, she said to Chin, if you want to eat anything, tell him, what he cooks is also very similar to the taste over there. Really? Chin looked at Xiaoling, and said with a smile, hello, I am Chin, I am your master's friend. Although Xiaoling wanted to go, he could not go against Sima Yu's orders, so he could only agree, then I will take her to the restaurant. What about them? Sima Yu looked at Nai and Mou, and said, you guys don't need me to attend to you guys, right? Don't you have things to do? Yes, we have things to do, but we still have to ensure your safety. Otherwise, Nai won't be able to follow me peacefully. Mou said. Alright then, Xiaoling, you can bring them up together. Sima Yu said, once I leave the royal palace, I will go and look for you guys. Nai knew that Sima Yu did not take them with her because she did not want many people to know about this matter. Hence, he did not request to go together. He only nodded his head, and replied, alright. Be careful, if there is anything, inform us immediately. If Sima Yu could not handle it, his appearance would represent the hidden sect. Yes, I know. Sima Yu watched as Xiaoling took them away. She had yet to look for Mo before he appeared. You're back. Mo took a look at her, it looks like you are not missing any arms or legs. Are you showing concern for me? Sima Yu smiled at him. Whatever you think. Go, his honor is waiting for you. Mo brought her to the royal palace, and came to the place where Mulan was in seclusion. However, he was informed that he had gone to the previous tower. You have returned. Mulan's restless voice came. Sima Yu looked over and saw that he had aged considerably. He stood and looked at her from a distance, standing where he did the last time. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left. We haven't seen each other for merely a short while, but you. Sima Yu looked at Mulan in surprise. It was less than a year, but he had already aged so much. My body isn't good. Mulan's face had a faint smile. He did not feel unresigned just because he was about to die. Seeing him face his death so peacefully, she took pity on him, and said subconsciously, can I examine you? Sure. I heard that your medical skills are very good. Mulan reached out his hand, not minding that he was revealing his Ming Men point. Sima Yu walked over, held onto his hands and gave him a thorough check. She only let go after a while, all of your meridians and internal organs have degenerated, it's no wonder you need the divine medicine. Yes. Mulan kept his hands away. With his eyelids drooping slightly, he asked while smiling, now are you willing to give me the divine medicine? Of course, but I have to add a condition. Sima Yu said. Say it. If this divine medicine saves you, then you have to guarantee you cannot release an army to go against the ghost realm. Sima Yu said, I am not asking you to help the ghost realm, but the least you can do is to not help the soul region. Anyway, this condition is not excessive. You know about the soul region sending an army already. Mulan said with certainty. Yes. Sima Yu admitted, triangle relationship is the most stable one, but it is also the most dangerous one. Once two parties unite, the other party will be sure to die. Then why are you not asking for me to help the ghost realm, but to stand at the side? 3 realms in chaos? Then the whole ghost realm will collapse. Sima Yu said, if I ask you not to interfere, it will be easier for you to agree. If I ask you to get involved, you may not agree. Mulan laughed, she had analyzed thoroughly. Alright, I promise you, I will not send out troops to help the soul region. He agreed to her condition. Actually, the people from the soul region had come before, so his honor has been contemplating. I have to say, your condition came at the right time, Shimmer said. Then I am really lucky. Sima Yu said while taking out a jade box that contained the teleost, took out the cover and let them see the flower that was inside. At the moment that the box opened, Shimmer and Mulan could feel a gentle force coming from it. Just by smelling it, Mulan could sense that his heavy chest felt more comfortable. It is indeed a divine medicine, the effects are extraordinary. Mulan exclaimed. Sima Yu then took out the northern cardinal divine seal. Mulan understood her intentions, and took out the south cardinal point divine seal that had always been on him. They each infused their spirit energy into their respective cardinal point divine seals and they emitted light as they immediately merged together. Mulan kept away his spiritual energy, then threw the south cardinal point divine seal to her. Sima Yu caught the south cardinal point divine seal, then passed the divine medicine to him. Both parties did not think about cheating one another, so the exchange process was very smooth. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Mulan did not rush to take the divine medicine. Instead he looked at Sima Yu and asked, how do you know that you can unlock the seal if you have the 4 cardinal point divine seals? Sima Yu was just thinking about this, but she did not think that he would mention it before she could ask. I am unsure, and I wanted to ask you about it. Sima Yu said, the previous time I tried, the northern cardinal divine seal alone was enough to use up all my spiritual energy. If all 4 of them are placed together, I don't think I can withstand it. I don't know how I should resolve this problem. If 4 people do it together, will it be possible? So you have already discovered this problem. Mulan said, letting 4 people use it at the same time will not be possible, because the 4 cardinal point divine seals have to be placed in at the same time, even a second's difference will not be possible. So, you will have to do this on your own. But if I do it alone, I'm afraid that it would not even be enough if I gave my life for it. That is why you will need to cultivate. Mulan said, only when you have them refined completely, will you be able to control them completely. That would take such a long time. Sima Yu was still hung up about the war between the Soul Region and Ghost Realm. If it dragged on for too long, she did not know what the situation would be like when she went back. There is no other way. Sima Yu remained silent for a while, and said, I understand. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need me to provide you with a place to stay? No need. I don't think I will be able to calm down if I stay in the royal palace. Sima Yu declined. Then I will let Mo send you out. Thanks for the trouble. Mo sent Sima Yu to the royal palace's gates and returned. When he returned, Mulan was still staring at the divine medicine. Your Honor, you should use it quickly. He said. Mo, she actually found the divine medicine. Mulan still felt that the situation was a little surreal. He said that Sima Yu was the divine medicine's fated person, so naturally, it won't be wrong. Mo said, just now she told me, the longer you delay, the more the effectiveness of the medicine will decrease. Your Honor, take it quickly, I will protect you. After he used it, he would need some time to absorb it and recover. During this period, he could be interrupted by anyone. All right. After Sima Yu left the royal palace, she went to Xiaoling's restaurant. There was a courtyard behind the restaurant, and it could house her for a while. Qin was currently eating in the private room. Sima Yu walked in to see her, and immediately waved to her. Why did you come out so quickly? Did you manage to exchange for the item? Yes, I did. Sima Yu sat down, but, I have some matters to deal with, so I have to stay here for a few months. All right. You can arrange it according to your needs. Anyway, I have a lot of free time. For the next few months, I just happen to be taking a look around the imperial capital. In the past, I have always been rushing around, so I haven't had time to play. Qin said. Nai He, who was standing by the side, looked at her sadly. Alright, I may need to seclude myself. If you have anything you need, you can look for Xiaoling. If even he cannot settle it, you can look for his uncle Mo. Sima Yu instructed. I understand. Do you want to order anything? No, it's fine. I still have some things to assign to Xiaoling. After speaking, Sima Yu stood up and left. Sima Yu decided to stay in the most remote area in the courtyard behind the restaurant. Although Qin stayed there as well, she knew that she was in seclusion, so she did not look for her. However, what she could not understand was that Mou and Nai He were actually staying here too. Although the two of them were often outside, seeing them occasionally was also annoying and gave her an eyesore. In the spirit pagoda, Sima Yu placed the 4 cardinal point divine seals in the front. She used her divine senses to wrap up one of the cardinal point divine seal, then tried to refine it slowly, making it completely her own divine artifact. And Wu Lingyu did not stay with her in the spirit pagoda during this time. Instead, he had been dealing with the devil clan's matters outside. His subordinates were very tired. Their own master did not want to be the devil king, and insisted on going to the ghost realm to play, making them report everything, going through a lot of ups and downs. But everyone gave this action a nice title, courting a wife. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip. Half a year later, Sima Yu finally came out from seclusion. When she found Qin Qin, she was in a discussion with Xiao Ling about food. Nai He and Mou were by the side, their faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. Mou angrily pinched and punched his body. Her return broke up the weird vibe in the house. Master. Yu. Little martial uncle. The first 2 voices sounded surprised, while the little martial uncle sounded weak. All of you are here. Sima Yu walked over, and first said to Nai He, why are you guys still here? Have you settled your matters? It's all done, but someone said that his little martial uncle was still in the abyss of hell, so he had to follow you to ensure your safety. All the way till you leave the abyss of hell. Mou said sourly. NOVLB //JNN. Although the sect had instructed you as such, you didn't have to follow it. Sima Yu said. Master's orders. I dare not violate them. Nai He said faintly. Then make your own arrangements. Sima Yu did not say much. Yu, are you done with what you have to do? When are we going to leave? Qin Qin asked. It's all done, but Ling Yu has yet to return. We can only leave after he returns. Sima Yu said. Xiao Ling's eyes lit up when he heard this, then master has nothing to do while waiting, right? Yes, something like that. Sima Yu nodded her head. Master, can you teach me how to cook? See if my culinary skills have improved. Sure. All right. I will go back and tell my family that they shouldn't look for me for the next few days. After saying that, Xiao Ling turned and ran off. Now that he was learning to manage his family matters, his family no longer objected to his cooking. Hence, taking leave for a few days was all right. Once Xiao Ling returned, Qin Qin placed the menu on the table and said, when is your man going to return? In a few days. Sima Yu was unsure as well. Once she came out of seclusion, she had already contacted Wu Lingyu. He was almost done with his matters there, but he still needed a few days' time to return. Oh. Sima Yu looked at her, then looked at Nai He and laughed. During the next few days, Sima Yu and Xiao Ling cooked together. This allowed Qin Qin's loss and irritability to disappear completely. There was good food to eat every day, so the time was passing by quickly. It did not feel like much time had passed before Wu Lingyu came back. All right. We will stop here today. I will enter the palace to see his honor, then I will be leaving. Sima Yu said to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling could not bear to see her leave, but he knew that it was impossible for her to stay. His eyes were slightly red. Master, if you come to the abyss of hell again, you must come and look for me. I will. Sima Yu patted him on his shoulders. You need not feel so sad, there may be a chance to meet again in the future. Yes. Although she said that, Xiao Ling felt that she was just trying to comfort him. He was afraid that this farewell would be their last one. They might not have the chance to see one another again in this lifetime. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu entered the palace and saw Mulan in high spirits. Looks like your honor's body has fully recovered. Sima Yu said. All thanks to the divine medicine that you've brought back. I owe you a life. Mulan replied. Your honor has given me too much credit. This was just a deal between us, you don't owe me anything. Sima Yu was also not asking for credit. Let me examine you for a moment again. All right. Mulan reached out his wrist. Sima Yu stepped forward to examine him for a while, and said, your injured body has more or less recovered, but the full effects of the divine medicine have yet to be fully absorbed. It won't be good to let it stay in your body for too long, so you will still need to be careful and absorb it fully. All right, I will. Mulan said gently. Are you preparing to leave already? Yes. I have already fully refined the cardinal points divine seals. I came to say goodbye, and I will be leaving. Sima Yu said. You actually came to ask about the war between the ghost realm and soul region, right? Only because it was convenient. Sima Yu laughed. She would never admit that this was her main purpose. Honestly speaking, the situation is not optimistic. Mulan said, the ghost concubine and Qing Han have joined forces, the ghost king still has yet to appear, she probably wants to be the ruler. And Deja is injured. Cousin is injured? Is it serious? Sima Yu's heart begins to twitch. Of this I am unsure, the news has just traveled here. Plus he had intentionally hidden. Mulan said, this shouldn't be the thing you worry the most about. The more serious matter is that Qing Han's big army is approaching the borders. The defense of the two worlds is about to collapse. Why is it suddenly so serious? Is it because the ghost concubine and Qing Han joined forces? Sima Yu said angrily. It is partially because of this. The other important reason is because Qing Han has been eyeing the ghost concubine, he had already been planning this from a long time ago. Now he has just found a suitable reason. You should be the clearest on this point. Mulan said. Yes, I knew about this quite a long time ago. When he proposed to my mother, he was too unusual. I didn't think that he would act so quickly. Sima Yu felt anxious. If Qin Han had already brought troops that close, could Deja hold on until she got back? She did not know how bad Deja's injuries were, whether they were serious or not, whether he could still continue to resist. She did not know the exact situation there, so she was even more anxious. But she could not just give up saving her mother, and return immediately. 3 months. Mulan said. Sima Yu looked at him in confusion. I'll give you 3 months' time. I promise that Qin Han will not be able to break through the defense in this 3 months. Mulan said, but because I have some things to do, and I also have other agreements with him, so I will not be helping the Ghost Realm. So, I can only stall him for 3 months. Many thanks. Sima Yu said with gratitude. She knew that there was something between Qin Han and Mulan, which was why he would consider Qin Han's conditions previously. She was really thankful that he could buy her 3 months. However, that also meant that she only had 3 months to rush over, save her mother, and rush back to the Ghost Realm. Calculating this way, time was really tight. Mulan knew that she did not have enough time, so he took out a temporary transportation array, and said, go. Sima Yu caught the transportation array and looked at it. It could reach the volcano directly. With this, the 3 months would be sufficient. She did not know when Mulan prepared this, but he must have predicted this. She did not hold back and kept the transportation array away, thanked them one last time and left with Wu Lingyu. They returned to the restaurant. Qin was already prepared. Mou and Nai he wanted to go together. She did not have the time to say much to them, and agreed immediately. After a few days, all of them came out of the transportation array. The location was exactly where they were before they went in last time. We have finally arrived. Sima Yu looked at the volcano that was in the restricted area. After so many years of hard work, she was finally going to rescue her mother. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu rested for a while. They waited for Wu Lingyu to return to his best state, then let him bring her in. As for Qin and the other two, they were left outside. If Wu Lingyu brought one more person, the stress would be bigger. If it hurt him, it would not be worth it. Also, she was going to break the seal, so they did not know what kind of situation it would attract. Hence, it would not be safe for them to go in. Since they had come once before, they came to the entrance of the volcano easily. When they went down, they found Sima Luxian and Yuko Luo. Father, mother. Sima Yu saw that they were both in a decent condition, and she greeted both of them with a smile. You are back. Yuko Luo was very excited to see Sima Yu. Are you alright? Since her departure, it has been almost 2 years. Yuko Luo was often worried about whether she was doing alright outside and whether she was injured or not. Mother, I am alright. I managed to get the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal. Sima Yu laughed and said, I will be able to save you in a while. Squeak squeak dash. Little fire landed from the top and fell straight into her arms. It had been a year since she saw him, and he had grown by quite a bit. Little rascal, do you miss me? Sima Yu rubbed its head, sighing about how a contract really was a magical thing. It allowed both parties, who had no interaction, to have different feelings. Squeak squeak dash, little fire rubbed itself against her in her embrace. Hee, you little rascal, you've grown so much in just a short time. Did you eat all the fire elements here? Squeak squeak dash, not only me, there was also Crimson Flame. Hearing what she said, Yuko Luo said, that really is possible. In these 2 years, the temperature here has been getting lower, and much more comfortable. At this time, Crimson Flame came down. Sima Yu realized that his breath had become much more stable, and asked him happily, you have recovered? Yes, almost. Crimson Flame replied. That's great. Crimson Flame was so badly injured this time, and it was all because of her. She had always felt guilty, but she had no way to help him recover. Now that he was doing well, the guilt in her heart dissipated a lot. The previous time you had only used the Northern Cardinal Points Divine Seal, and it already used up a lot of spiritual energy. With the 4 Cardinal Points Divine Seals, are you able to control them well? Sima Luxian asked her worriedly. He really wanted to rescue Yuko Luo, but if it risked Sima Yu's life, he would not agree to it. She thought that she had managed to hide it, and she did not expect that they had seen through her. Did that mean that he had found out as well? Sima Yu turned and looked at Wu Lingyu, who blinked at her. Father, you can rest assured. I have already refined the 4 Cardinal Points Divine Seals, and they now fully belong to me, so the previous situation will not happen again. Sima Yu said. Really? Of course. Sima Yu said, I actually obtained the Southern Cardinal Divine Seal half a year ago, but the cultivation took half a year, so I could only come back now. Our family has yet to be truly reunited. I will not take my life as a joke. Sima Luxian still did not believe her words, and he turned his attention to Wu Lingyu instead. Wu Lingyu nodded his head. Only then did he feel assured. He knew that Wu Lingyu would not allow her to act rashly. Father, I will bring you out first, then come back to break Mother's seal. Sima Yu said. All right. Sima Luxian would not hold her back at this point. He followed her out obediently. Before they went out, she left Mi behind. If anything happened here, he could tell her the situation inside. If there were any dangers, it could integrate into the mountain as one. When they arrived outside, she let them out, then she started to attack the crater by herself. Once the spiritual energy touched the volcano's crater, she immediately aroused the power of the seal. A force with an ancient aura attacked her, but she used her teleportation to avoid it. However, she noticed that at the surrounding of the volcano's crater, there were 4 milky white positions looming. She remembered the 4 empty spaces that were in that hole. This should be a projection of those, but this type is all connected. Wu Lingyu came to her side. We should do it like we did the last time. I'll attack while you place the 4 cardinal points divine seal in. Then you have to be careful. The power outside is much stronger than the power inside. Sima Yu nagged. Wu Lingyu nodded his head, then flew somewhere further to begin his attacks. Sima Yu flew right above the crater. Although most of the power went to attack Wu Lingyu, the whole seal was still shaking, the power was unstable, scattered power was everywhere, she would also be affected. The protective shield she condensed could not withstand more than 2 attacks before it broke, so she needed to divert her attention to deal with these powers. Squeak squeak dash. Little fire jumped up from nowhere, sat on Sima Yu's shoulder, and a red circle immediately appeared around Sima Yu's body. When these powers came into contact with the red circle, they would be burnt to pieces. Although this power was not as powerful as Little Birdie's, it was also very special as it was able to condense a protective circle. Thank you. Sima Yu thanked Little Fire. This way, she was able to fully concentrate on the 4 cardinal points divine seal. She infused some spiritual power into the 4 cardinal points divine seal. All 4 cardinal points divine seal had been urged into movement, and under her control, they flew towards the 4 milky white spaces. At this time, she was very happy. This time, it is not necessary to stimulate the full power of the 4 cardinal points divine seal, so there was no need to use too much spiritual energy. This allowed her to have more energy to control them. Although she had refined them, if she had to fully activate their powers, she might not be able to withstand it. Whistle -n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The 4 cardinal points divine seal entered their positions, releasing a long sound. After all of them entered their positions, the madly attacking seals quieted down, then came the colorful radiance. It combined with the radiance of the 4 cardinal points divine seal, brightening up the whole sky. Chin and the others looked from the outside. Even if they did not go in personally, they could also feel the waves inside. This battle array. I wonder what it feels like inside. The 2 of them are too incredible. Chin said excitedly. She finally made it. He was also happy for her. When he was in the sect he had already heard about her matters, he knew that her end goal was to save her mother. Now that he thought about it, it has been a rough journey for her. Yuko Luo had been nervous since Sima Yu and the others left. Being suppressed for so long, if they did not find her, she would have never thought about escaping before. Now that she knew she could go out, she was excited but scared at the same time. Could she really go out? Or was she feeling happy for no reason? As she thought about this, she was also worried about Sima Yu hurting herself. All in all, her whole heart was uneasy. Just as she was worrying, a white light started to shine around her. Next, she saw the shadow of the 4 cardinal points divine seal's shadow slowly approaching the surroundings white light, aggressively smashing against it. Buzz. The seal that had been surrounding her for more than 100 years, it was finally disappearing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Mi-er had been by Yuko Luo's side. When he saw her hesitate, not daring to take a step out, he encouraged her, "Aunt, don't be scared, come out, I will bring you outside." Yuko Luo came back to her senses after hearing his urging. This was not the time for her to space out. The seal was no longer there, so she needed to get out as soon as she could. She carefully took a step, and the seal that obstructed her previously was really not there anymore. She was then sure, she was finally free. Mi-er walked to her side, muttered a quick apology, then he grabbed her waist, congealed a protective shield and flew up together with her. Sima Yu had been staring at the volcano's crater since the 4 cardinal points divine seal landed. Although Mi-er had just told her that the situation was good inside, without seeing them emerge, she could not feel relieved. Wu Lingyu teleported to her side and placed his hands on her shoulder, reassuring her. At this time, Sima Lu Xian had also come and was waiting together with them. After a while, there was movement coming from below and smiles broke out on 3 of their faces. Very quickly, Mi-er brought Yuko Luo with him and rushed out. Because Sima Lu Xian had come, she slowly got used to the light. That was why her eyes had no problem adapting to the light after coming out now. Mother. Sima Yu flew over, hugging Yuko Luo. After so many years of hard work, so many years of hardships, she could finally usher in this moment. The real skin-to-skin contact, warm body temperature, made her eyes turn red. Child, my child. Luoko Luo hugged Sima Yu. She was proud, yet her heart ached at the same time. Mother, I finally managed to rescue you. Our family can finally reunite. Sima Yu remembered that Sima Lu Xian was still behind her and let go of Yuko Luo. She pulled her in front of Sima Lu Xian. Father, Mother, you guys can go chat at the side. Wu Lingyu and I will clear up over here. The volcano here had been suppressed for so long, now that the seal had been lifted, it would not be easy to manage it. It would explode in a moment. Sima Lu Xian knew that his daughter was giving them space to reunite properly, so he pulled Yuko Luo to the nearby hill behind them. Seeing them disappear from the hilltop, Sima Yu laughed sneakily. Wu Lingyu saw her sly smile, reached out and flicked her forehead, helplessly laughed, "You." Sima Yu covered her sore forehead, and said happily, "Let's clear this up." After Wu Lingyu finished preparing, she recalled the 4 cardinal points divine seal. Without the 4 cardinal points divine seal, the whole volcano began to rumble, and the magma below began to rise. The crater's seal had yet to fully disappear. It blocked the way of the magma. However, as more and more magma began to rise, the stress on the crater increased as well. If this continued, once the power below exploded, this place would probably be destroyed. Actually, they did not need to care at this moment. There were no residents and no beasts. The surrounding was all bare, even if it was destroyed, it would not matter. But she needed to make some time for father and mother, and let the two of them have a good talk before starting on their journey again, right? If she had nothing to do, they would be too embarrassed to have a good chat. Wu Lingyu was left with destroying the leftover seal, so that the magma would be able to spray out. With Sima Yuyu's hint, he acted exceptionally slowly. It was only at the crucial juncture that he completed it. The magma finally received its freedom, and squirted out from the volcano's crater, flowing down the mouth of the hole, flowing out far. Because the seal had disappeared, the outermost firmness was also gone. Sima Yuyu went over first, while Sima Luxian and Yuko Luo waited for a while before they came out. It had been 2 to 3 hours since they had rescued Yuko Luo. Father, mother, let me introduce you. This is my friend Qin Qin, she will follow us and leave later. This is her boss, Nai He, and her lady boss Mizuriyu. Nai He and I are sect mates. Greetings, uncle and aunt. The 3 of them bowed to Yuko Luo. Regarding this legendary character, they have heard of her even in the abyss of hell. They knew what she had done, and they respected and were always curious about her. Now that they were able to see her in real life, all of them were a little excited. Thank you for accompanying Yuer. Yuko Luo said while smiling at them. You're too kind, aunt. Mother, you've been inside for so long, we should find a place to rest for a few days, then we will have to rush back. Sima Yuyu said. Did something happen? Yuko Luo asked. Something small happened, and it was caused by me, so I have to rush back to handle it. Sima Yuyu did not tell her what it was. Otherwise, she would not stay to rest. They followed the way back, and went to the abyss of hell and a city that was connected to the ghost realm. Going through this city, it would not be far, and they would be able to reach the ghost realm. Sima Yuyu asked Sima Luxian to stay at the inn to accompany Yuko Luo, and allowed them go over only when the lightning tribulation was over. Then they went to the border. Reaching the border, Sima Yuyu just felt the slight resistance, but Qin Qin felt a great force preventing her from moving forward. Nai He and Mou were watching from a distance, and his hand was about to pierce through his palm. Mou had her hands on her chest, and said faintly, you really want to watch her leave? Nai He did not say anything. This had always been her dream. How could he stop her? Tisk, you're just holding on. Mou looked at him with contempt, and looked at the clouds that were condensing in the sky, and exclaimed, the speed of forming the calamity clouds is faster than the previous I've seen, by the looks of it, the lightning tribulation will be difficult to go through. Nai He looked up and looked at the calamity clouds. His mouth pursed, forming a line. But still he did not move. Qin Qin looked at the speed that the calamity clouds were condensing at, and her face turned pale. She swallowed her saliva, and said, friend, these calamity clouds are a little fierce. Are you sure you can handle them? I won't be struck into nothing, right? She had tried to leave before, but there was not such a strong lightning tribulation. Did it know that she was really leaving this time, which is why it came so hard? Of course, in the past, she didn't dare to bear the lightning tribulation, she would always run when the lightning tribulation appeared. Sima Yuyu saw that she was scared, and said, don't worry, you won't go through it alone. I will go back first. Hey, what do you mean I won't go through it alone? You are just running away. Can you not be such a fraud? Qin Qin shouted. She looked at the calamity clouds, and she almost wanted to run away like she used to. But this time the clouds had already formed, and locked their target on her. Even if she ran away, the calamity clouds would follow her. Nai He saw Sima Yuyu coming back, and said, little martial uncle, why did you come back? Didn't you say that you had a method to help her overcome this tribulation? I gave her many pills and spirit weapons. Those can help her overcome the tribulation. Sima Yuyu said honestly. But can your items stop the lightning tribulation? Nai He asked, unsure. This lightning tribulation seemed very strong. I didn't think that the lightning tribulation would be this big. Those things should not be of much use. Hey, don't go over, it will strike you too, n/o/vel/before. Nai He could not hear what Sima Yuyu was shouting behind him. His mind was only telling him that she said that she did not think that the lightning tribulation would be this strong, it should not work and so on. If she could not receive help, then would Qin Qin be able to overcome this? As he ran into the range of lightning tribulation, the lightning tribute felt that someone had entered, and started to get stronger. The thick dark cloud was almost like it was pressing down. The whole sky was black. Yuko Luo and Sima Luxian rushed over and observed the situation from afar. Although Sima Yuyu asked them to rest at the inn, she could not rest assured. Seeing this lightning tribute, she was frightened and held on to Sima Luxian's hand, and said, such a strong lightning tribulation, can she overcome it? Relax, this lightning tribulation is just a small dish to our Yuer. You don't know how many stronger lightning tribulations she's overcome. What's with your tone? Yuko Luo was not happy and pushed his hand away. If our daughter has gone through something stronger than this, then how much had she suffered? And you're still happy? Does your heart not ache for your daughter? Who said my heart doesn't ache? It aches. It's just that our daughter is really amazing, she can do many things that others can't. For example, being friends with the lightning tribulation. In heaven and earth, she is probably the only one. Alright, baby, don't be angry anymore, let's see how Yue handles it. Hearing the word baby, Yukoluo's anger dissipated a lot, but her expression was still black. Sima Yu felt that someone had come. She turned and saw two people observing from afar. She waved her hands at them, then continued looking at Qin and Naihe. This kid, her ability to sense is so good. Yukoluo said while laughing. Her words were filled with satisfaction. Under the tribulation clouds, Qin had a confused expression while watching Naihe run in. Why did you come in? Could Naihe say that he ran in the heat of the moment? Qin suddenly remembered something, pushed him roughly, and shouted at him, go out. Go out now. Otherwise the lightning tribulation will count you in too. Crackle dash, the sound of thunder rang in the sky, filling the place with tension and fear. When Qin heard the sound of the thunder, her frightened body trembled subconsciously. Qin froze, forgetting to react at the moment. You. She uttered a word with difficulty. She looked up into his tender eyes, and was unable to finish her sentence. I know it is very dangerous, but I can't let you be alone in here. Naihe whispered into her ears, I can watch you leave, but I can't watch you die in front of me. If we really cannot overcome this tribulation, then we will just die together. Qin's tears suddenly fell, she did not believe what she had just heard. Was he willing to die together with her? If you do this, lady boss. Naihe placed his finger on her lips, not letting her finish her words, there is no lady boss, from the beginning, there was no lady boss. Then MOU? I hired her to come and act with me. We have nothing between us. Then what about your previous confidant? My confidant has only been you from beginning to end, there has been no one else. How can it be? How can it not be? Naihe hugged her, I hired MOU so that you would be able to say what you feel, and not for you to ignore me. Who knew that little martial uncle would come at this timing? I knew that you wanted to leave the abyss of hell, so I continued to act, so you would be determined to leave. If it was not because of this terrifying lightning tribulation, I think I wouldn't be telling you all this in this lifetime. Snap dash, a tribulation lightning struck down, Naihe hugged Qin and turned around, came to her position and suffered this tribulation thunder for her. Oh dash, Naihe was from the ghost clan, so his reaction to the lightning was bigger, although he tried to endure it, you could still see that he was suffering from the pain. Qin understood him well, once he frowned, she knew how much pain he was in. How are you doing? Naihe had one knee on the ground, her tears dripped onto his hands. He raised his hand to wipe the tears on her face, and comforted her, don't cry, I'm fine. Why are you so stupid? What else can I do? Why were they going through this? Silly. She reached her hands out to hug him, if we can get out alive, I won't leave, I will stay with you. No, you should go. Your dreams are out there, you shouldn't be trapped in this little abyss of hell. You don't want to be together with me? It was impossible for him to leave the abyss of hell. Did he let her go because he was angry with her and not willing to be together with her? When she thought about it this way, her heart started to ache. Of course I want to be together with you. Naihe pinched her face, don't overthink it. It was so hard for me to express my feelings, how could I just let you go like this? Then the Knavery Pavilion and the Hidden Sect. The Knavery Pavilion can continue to operate even without us. Qin stared at him blankly, not fully digesting what he meant. Naihe patted her head, laughed at her slow reaction, and said, if you want to go out and take a look, I don't want to waste time with you anymore. You are the silly one. However, speaking of overcoming the tribulation, had this lightning tribulation not already begun? The two of them looked up and saw an unexpected picture. Sima Yu was sitting on top of the tribulation clouds, looking at them while smiling. Have you guys finished talking? Should you go and overcome the tribulation now? Sima Yu asked. Damn it, why did you go up there? Could you be the lightning tribulation? Qin shouted in surprise. If I could become the lightning tribulation, then you wouldn't need to overcome the tribulation anymore. This rascal is the one who can control the lightning tribulation. The cloud spirit was drinking fruit wine, and was suddenly taken out. He sent a bolt of lightning at Sima Yu in anger. The lightning bolt circled around Sima Yu's body, and then it disappeared. Humph. The unhappy cloud spirit broke free from her hand, hugged his wine jar and continued drinking. This. Qin and the others were all stunned. She was actually not afraid of the lightning, she even had such a good relationship with the lightning tribulation. Could it be a relationship formed by all the times it had struck her? The cloud spirit finished the bottle of fruit wine. Finally satisfied, it put down the earthen jar, and said, time to start the tribulation. I told you just now, you have to take it easy. Sima Yu nagged at it again. I know, you're already a big cheat, but you're scared of this? After Cloud Spirit finished talking, he sent down a lightning strike. Naihe protected Qin, and took the tribulation lightning by himself again. Sima Yu sat on the tribulation cloud, and said, you guys can't do it like this. She has the restriction of heaven's law in her body. She needs to experience the lightning tribulation in order to go out, but you blocked the lightning tribulation. Do you want her to experience stronger ones later on? Naihe pursed his lips and let go of Qin. Qin looked at the tribulation cloud. Although she was very scared, she still mustered her courage, and got ready to get struck by the lightning. Cloud Spirit released a lightning bolt. Qin bore the lightning and grimaced in pain. Her body could barely stand properly, but luckily, she managed to pull through. However, not waiting for her to get any rest, Cloud Spirit released 2 tribulation lightning bolts, and she was scorched black by the direct hits. Sima Yu flew down from the tribulation cloud, and landed beside Qin. She took out a pill for her to eat, her mouth muttered, I told you to eat the pill earlier but you didn't listen. You spent all your energy whispering sweet nothings to each other. Now you know what pain is, right? Qin was in too much pain to speak. She looked at Sima Yu and used her eyes to refute her words. They were not whispering sweet nothings to each other, there was obviously nothing going on between them at all. However, once the pill went down, her body felt much more comfortable. You can still glare at me, so it seems like your condition isn't too bad, you can still withstand 2 more strikes. Sima Yu patted her charred body, and finally understood how others felt when they looked at her. So ugly. No resemblance of her former self left at all. She stood up to pass the pills to Naihe. She let him eat some first, then flew to the tribulation cloud again. For the subsequent tribulation lightning bolts, Naihe chose 2 smaller ones for Qin to receive. Even this way, Qin's breath was still getting shallower, and was breathing out more than in. If it struck again, she was probably going to die. However, the power of the lightning tribulation was too powerful. Naihe could only take a few more strikes before he gave way too. He collapsed beside Qin. The 2 of them lay on the ground. Above their heads were still black and heavy tribulation clouds. If this continued, their only fear was that the 2 of them would not be able to take it anymore. If only the tribulation clouds dispersed. Unfortunately, things were not as good as they thought. They looked at the tribulation clouds above their heads, and they could feel that it was brewing a big tribulation lightning. Because the middle of the tribulation cloud was a little red. And if there is this, it was a precursor that a big tribulation lightning was coming. Both of them felt remorse and self-blame in their hearts at the same time. If they knew, they would have confessed to one another earlier. Why did they have so many problems? In the next life, they would be sure to cherish one another. Zap dash. The tribulation lightning with the thickness of a bucket fell from the air. Because their bodies were already out of control, the 2 of them could not even close their eyes, they could only watch it fall quickly. Finished, this time, they were really finished. Meow dash. A cat's meow was particularly prominent at this time. What was even prominent was that the thick tribulation lightning disappeared straight away when it was reaching the ground. Instead, a purple cat appeared in everyone's sight. Cat, a kitty? Yuko Luo looked at Little Purple in surprise. In a situation like this, why did a cat appear? This was too weird. After the calamity, Qin and Naihe had yet the time to rejoice, when their attention snapped to Little Purple. What exactly was this thing? Little Purple did not care about their feelings. It raised its head and meowed at the Cloud Spirit, as if blaming it for not releasing the next tribulation lightning. Afterwards, Cloud Spirit released 2 more lightning bolts, and they were all absorbed by it. Maybe it looked down at the speed of the Cloud Spirit, as it stretched out a paw towards the tribulation cloud. Sima Yu felt embarrassed on the tribulation cloud. If this rascal had long fingers, it would definitely show a gesture of contempt. But it seemed like the Cloud Spirit understood it, and was even angered by it. The tribulation lightning started to strike at it rapidly, which made Little Purple happy. Sima Yu went over, hugged the Cloud Spirit and comforted it. Don't be angry, it's just playing with you. I prepared a lot of fruit wine for you. Let's drink, ignore it. Little Purple got Sima Yu's order and stopped provoking the Cloud Spirit, and he huddled up in the air. It was not so easy for the Cloud Spirit to stop being angry, but he would not say no to fruit wine. It asked Sima Yu to take out the fruit wine and the sobering pill, then chased her down, patted its butt and left. Once the tribulation cloud left, the sky brightened up. Sima Yu flew to Little Purple's side, hugged it, stroked its forehead, and said, "Don't bully Cloud Spirit." Little Purple twisted its body, exposing its butt. Its long tail was exposed and it wagged it. It really deserved a beating. However, as it was the hero for today, Sima Yu only hit lightly on its butt, then kept it into the spirit pagoda. She went back to the ground, and went to their sides. NOVL, you 2 look like a perfect match now. She squatted down and checked on their bodies. It's still good, both of you are still breathing. When the 3 people who flew over heard her words, all of their mouths twitched. Should we bring them back to the inn first? As such, Sima Yu brought out 2 stretchers, and the 4 of them brought them back to the inn together. Because it was their first time experiencing the lightning tribulation, both of their bodies had a big reaction. Luckily, both of them had strong abilities, and they managed to leave their beds just a few days after eating the medicine. And Sima Yu also took advantage of these few days to take good care of Yuko Luo's body. Leaving the palace for a month, Sima Yu was finally preparing to go back. Before leaving the abyss of hell, Mulan had asked someone to pass a message regarding the ghost realm. The letter only had a few words: Immortal Hex City, critically endangered. Although the words were short, Sima Yu now knew the important place where the 2 armies were facing off, but she still did not know how Dezhou was doing. She originally wanted to let Qin and Naihe stay here to continue to recover, then let them look for her afterwards. Yuko Luo had just come over when she heard what they said. She asked solemnly, "What did you say? What happened to the Soul Region and Ghost Realm?" Sima Yu knew that she couldn't hide it anymore as she already heard about it. In addition, she would have to tell her what to expect when they were going back. Yuko Luo was very angry upon hearing it. She clenched her fist and said, she was trying to pick up a fight the last time he came to propose. I didn't expect that I would be the reason that the fight started even after avoiding it for over 100 years ago. If it wasn't for the sake of saving her, Sima Yu wouldn't want the Cardinal Point's divine seal and would not have given Qin Han an excuse to dispatch his army. So she still blamed herself for stirring this up and felt extremely guilty. Mother, although this was started by us, Qin Han was too ambitious. Don't put all the blame on yourself. Sima Yu consoled her, didn't they want me? I want to see what other excuses he can come up with for dispatching his army. No. You can't go back. Yuko Luo grabbed her arm, he wants to use you as an excuse. Mother. Sima Yu grabbed her hands and consoled, the one who can kill me has yet to appear. I know you're strong. But there are armies from 2 regions. We can't beat them with our strength. She used to be domineering, but ever since she was young, she lived in the ghost realm. Mother, I'm not alone. Sima Yu continued, let me show you a few of them. Huan, Black Shadow and Chanjiu appeared right with a wave of her hand. 2 of them were unknown to Yuko Luo, but she had seen Chanjiu before. You went back before? Yuko Luo asked. Actually, she knew the answer. Chanjiu, who had high status and was protecting her, wouldn't be here if she didn't go back. I've already gone back to meet grandmother. For some reason, I'm currently the young sovereign of 9th Underworld. Sima Yu answered, these 2 are Huan and Black Shadow, the king of Underworld's envoy. Underworld. Yuko Luo and Qin cried out, they didn't think that the legendary Underworld really existed. Sima Yu let them digest this piece of information before she turned around to Huan and said, you both know the situation, can I please get the clan's blessing? The 9th Underworld clan can get to anywhere in Ghost Realm in a month. Chanjiu continued, I'll spread the news. Alright. Get them to hide well. They don't have to come out if I'm not in danger. Sima Yu said. Chanjiu nodded and went ahead to spread the news. The 9th Underworld clan had never been known as they wanted to live peacefully. If they appeared out of nowhere, it would definitely cause a stir in the Ghost Realm. Sima Yu looked at Huan and Black Shadow. It's easy for us, you know it. Black Shadow continued, but we have to spread the news first so that they can be prepared. He did not wait for Sima Yu to say anything as he threw these words out, then he went out to contact the Underworld. Sima Yu looked at Huan. She hadn't finished talking. Huan returned her a faint glance, meaning that it went without saying. Was there a need to say more? Those who dared to use her as scapegoat would have to be prepared to die. How dared these powerless tiny individuals bully the Underworld's young miss? Did they think they were dead? Sima Yu could read his eyes and smiled helplessly. Huan and Black Shadow weren't responsible for it. Since the Underworld King told them before, the Underworld wouldn't be known and wouldn't take the initiative to attack the members of Ghost Realm. However, if they provoked them, nobody could blame them for being ruthless. Not long after, Black Shadow and Chanjiu came back. Yuko Luo and Qin also digested this piece of news. Since they had made the decision, they would do their best to rush back. In 2 months, she had yet to return. This was the first time that she felt that it wasn't a good thing that the place was too big. There has yet to be any signs of movement in the city nearby. I hope so. The last time she met Mou in Human Realm, Mou could see chaos in Ghost Realm and even said she was the one who started it. A few days later, they reached Immortal Hex City and saw the scene that she didn't want to see. A battle had broken out. Coming out from the city's transportation array, they could see the flames of war everywhere. It was safe as Immortal Hex City had a protective array. Sima Yu lifted her head as she saw underworld skills and corpses flying around. The fight has started. Let's take a look at the city lord's manor. What she said was right, they couldn't be of help if they headed out now. Immortal Hex City was already in chaos. Sima Yu's heart sank upon seeing this disposition. With that thought, she became anxious. Freeze. This is the city lord's manor, others are not allowed to go in. I want to see Deja. Suddenly a group of troops rushed out to surround her before she could finish her sentence. What are you doing? They didn't answer her but they waved, arrest them. As they approached, Sima Yu hit them and everyone was beaten. But before she could speak, many people rushed out from the inside and started to arrest them without saying anything. Sima Yu hit the last person and said, I'll be ruthless if you come again. Arrest the spy. Those who just ran out were about to put their hands on her but an excited voice suddenly echoed from inside, stop. Sima Yu watched as the person walked out. Luckily, she recognized him. Young princess. De greeted Sima Yu and was shocked to see Yuko Luo when he got up. De, where is cousin? Sima Yu questioned. Master is inside and his condition does not look good. How is cousin? Don't worry, young princess. Master is fine. Fine? Didn't you just say he was in a bad shape? That was a show I put up for the outsiders. But since they were already fighting, he hasn't gone out yet? This wasn't the decisive fight yet. This fight is because of all the people who keep demanding us to hand young princess over. That works. Although she didn't want others to support her, she didn't feel like doing something for this kind of person. And since the master was in this state, they wouldn't be able to ask for young princess's location. I'm sorry to trouble cousin for this period of time. Master hopes that young princess is safe and sound. Sima Yu smiled. Mou is here too? Yes, princess. Sima Yu and the others were chatting while walking, and no one dared to stop them as they saw De. There was a sound of something dropping, then it became silent again. Princess, young princess, please come in. De opened the door as Yuko Luo and Sima Yu went in while the others tactfully stayed outside. In the room, Deja sat by the bedside in his pajamas and there was a spilled cup of water not far from the bed. And Deja whose eyes became straight when he saw Yuko Luo. Little aunt. Deja softly cried out, his usually fierce eyes turned red. Little Ja. Yuko Luo pinched his cheeks like she did before and said, you became thinner. Little aunt, you're finally out. Deja came to a halt after noticing that people around him were watching. I heard from you did so many things in order to save me. Sorry to trouble you all these years. Yuko Luo said with heartache. Everything was worth it as long as I could save little aunt. Deja glanced at Sima Yu, it was all thanks to her that we could get you out. She might not have succeeded without your help. I'll keep this favor in my heart. Yuko Luo said. Sima Yu sat beside Mou, who placed the tea cup on the table with an expression on his eyes and smiled, powerful. Of course. Sima Yu lifted her chin proudly. As long as she wanted to do something, as long as it existed, no matter how hard or difficult the journey was, she would definitely do it. Show off. I am. Have you thought of how to deal with this? Mou asked. Don't they want my life? Then we shall see if they have what it takes. Sima Yu scoffed, those that always thought they are capable and able to unify with Ghost Realm don't know how it felt to see their dream get destroyed in front of them. So cruel. Mou looked down on her. Sima Yu laughed, thank you for the compliment. So confident in yourself? Why don't you give us a hint? Wait. Wait? What are we waiting for? You'll know in 2 days. So you're saying that we'll see the results in 2 days? I released a lot of scarlet bees to scout for some information when I got here and just gathered all the information. I'm guessing that Qing Hun will start a comprehensive attack tomorrow. You just need to stall for 2 more days. You mean? Ghost King is coming out of seclusion? Mou sounded excited and his words pulled their attention away from their conversation. Grandfather is coming out of seclusion? Deja asked. I'm just guessing. Sima Yu continued, I'm guessing that he's coming out of seclusion because the soul imprint that grandfather left in my sea of consciousness has had huge fluctuations these 2 days. But Qing Hun's power is equivalent to your grandfather's power. Even if he comes out of seclusion, it won't be like the dream you talked about, the one where he'll tear Qing Hun apart. Mou said. Who told you grandfather's power would be the same as Qing Hun's after he gets out? Sima Yu said proudly, they would be very different. Are you saying that he can still advance? Mou felt that she was too confident. We shall see when grandfather comes out of seclusion. Sima Yu didn't want to debate with him. That's if you look at it optimistically. What if King doesn't come out of seclusion? How do we solve this problem? Mou asked. Then I'll find someone to deal with. Sima Yu continued, Qing Hun wants me? I'll have to see if he can afford it. Seeing Sima Yu's sly smile, Mou thought that Qing Hun's plans had backfired this time. All the big armies that he had might not be able to go back alive, and he might not even have the life to go back to his position. One was seeing his dream get torn apart in front of his eyes, while the other was dead and couldn't do anything else. Master, the few are here again. Deja, who was wearing a smile earlier, immediately fell solemn after hearing this. They were the few that kept pestering you to hand me over? Ghost Concubine's men, that's right. Isn't it said that Ghost Concubine is collaborating with Qing Hun? Why is she still alive? Haven't you thought of a way to kill her? How did you know that the Ghost Concubine collaborated with Qing Hun? Deja asked. Mulan told me. Sima Yu said. Seems like the network of the Abyss of Hell on Ghost Realm is better than we expected. Deja said. We received this information recently, but because of the current situation, it's useless to reveal it. And there wasn't any strong proof. Mulan was also being friendly by revealing this information. And it could only hold on this long because he promised to give me 3 months' time and promised that Qing Hun wouldn't attack the Ghost Realm in that period of time, so I could save Mother. No wonder Qing Hun has been keeping watch outside for over 3 months without attacking. I thought he had some trick up his sleeves, I didn't think there was such a thing. Ghost Concubine actually left it for your grandfather to deal with as it seemed more appropriate. Then we shall let her live for another 2 days. Master, how do we deal with those people? Initially, Deja and Mou planned to teach them a lesson. However, it couldn't affect the interest of Seoul region, so they dropped the act in these 2 days. After some planning, all the princes came in and asked while seeing the physician and Deja who was lying on the bed, how is General D? Still the same, sigh. The physician shook his head as he put on a helpless appearance. Is there no other way to get him to wake up? Your Highness, what do you mean by you can't hold on any longer? Are you saying that Qing Hun is breaking through your defensive perimeter? Mou asked pensively. This, not yet, but almost. That prince said. When will the general wake up? Didn't you say Deja was useless earlier? You said there was no difference if he was here or not. What changed your mind suddenly that you want him to wake up? Mou mocked. Master Mou, don't tease us anymore. The prince wasn't angry. On the contrary, he continued in a good temperament. We didn't come to realize General Deja's importance earlier, that was why we didn't trust him. Now we all know. Really? Of course. Then I shall believe you for once. Mou spoke as he went beside Deja and fed him a pill and said, we just got this pill just now and have yet to let him try it. If he could wake up after taking it, we can act in 2 days. The princes stared at Deja, no one was suspicious of his words. Because they knew although Mou had a big temperament and weird character, he wouldn't lie. Who knew that he was exactly lying to them? Their attention was all on Deja as they wanted to know if he would be conscious. Please, please, he must wake up. But 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, and there was no movement from Deja. Half a day passed, and just when they were about to give up hope, Deja's finger moved slightly. The little change was noticed by all the princes as they stared at him the whole time. He moved. He really moved. He did. That's great. The princes were excited. There would be hope if he woke up. Deja opened his eyes drowsily as if he didn't know where he was. General. NOVLB. That's great. The princes were excited. Your Highness, General is a responsible person. Now that he is awake, he wouldn't ignore Ghost Realm's plight. He is still unwell, so it's better if you let him give him peace for 2 days. Mou emphasized on the word peace. The princes knew what he meant. However, he was right. Deja couldn't get up now. We'll head back then. Hope that General will get well soon, we might not be able to hold for another 2 days. The prince left after he spoke. After they left, Deja swung himself off the bed with a gloomy face. It made him furious that they had stared at him for such a long time. I thought you would make them wait longer. You said faintly. You try letting those you dislike stare at you for so long. Deja groaned as he looked unhappy. Also, these people weren't the real enemy, they were neither Ghost Concubine nor Qing Hun's men, so he needed to hold back on the punishment. Also, it was time for him to wake up from the coma. Let's see if they can hold on for these 2 days. Mou felt that he shouldn't have high expectations of these people. Let's see. I'll go and look for Little Ant. Deja changed his clothes, then went to look for Yuko Luo. He went to where they were staying and saw 3 of them chatting in the pavilion of the courtyard. They had smiles on their faces, looking joyous and harmonious. Outside of the immortal Hex City, there were fights every day and it finally became peaceful. Qing Hun sat in the barracks with Xiao He and a few commanders. Your Honor, we've been like this for a month. It's like scratching an itch and it's boring. When can we actually attack them? A tall giant man with a full beard asked impatiently. The man was 9th Great Commander Luo. He had the harshest character and loved to go to war, and he was on the front line. He liked real wars and not the bickering type or small fights like this. That was why Qing Hun only allowed him to send out a small portion of troops to fight, and he had been holding back. That's right, Your Honor, we've already waited here for 2 months. What are we exactly waiting for? Others asked. His Honor and Mulan had discussed before, he made His Honor promise him to wait for 3 months. Xiao He said, what? Who is Mulan to intervene in our problems? Your Honor, why did you promise him? Commander Luo shouted unhappily, attracting Xiao He's rebuke. Commander Luo, watch your words. Xiao He frowned. Commander Luo didn't dare to criticize him like before after seeing Xiao He get angry, but he was still unhappy. His Honor must have his own reason for that. Hua Wuxiang was able to keep his composure. Qing Hun didn't want anything to happen internally and didn't want the morale to slide. Mulan had indirectly saved my life before. I promised him that I'll bid on one of his requests. He used that request to ask His Honor to wait for 3 months. Commander Luo asked. That's right. But these 3 months are precious to us. If we missed out on this opportunity for war. Qing Hun shook his head. I want to use this opportunity to return the favor. It would be better to get the troops out into the abyss of hell after. Wouldn't it be more troublesome if he asked me to retreat after I get the troops out? So it turned out that His Honor did not agree to her request because he wanted to return a favor, but it was because he had plans for the future. Thinking that he would send troops to the abyss of hell, it would be worth it even if he had to feel aggrieved. Thinking about it this way, the few commanders were in a better mood. Moreover, we have already been using this method for a month. Those people are already used to us being this way. When they really send troops over, we will be able to kill them while they are unprepared. Xiao He said, what you should fear most is getting used to something, because it would numb them, letting them lose their sense of urgency. But, Your Honor, why did Mulan want you to delay sending the troops by 3 months? Commander Luo asked, are there any traps? Is the abyss of hell ganging up together with the Ghost Realm? Nope, he has already agreed to not collaborate with the Ghost Realm, he will not go against what he had said. Qing Hun said, as to why he needed 3 months, it should be because he is waiting for Sima Yu to return. That woman is in the abyss of hell? When Qing Hun mentioned Sima Yu, he was clenching his fist unconsciously, the hatred in his heart cannot help but rise. It was all because of her. She gave him the biggest embarrassment in his life, turning him into a laughing stock in the Soul region, even making his master lose the Western Cardinal Point Divine Seal. If he managed to catch her, he would be sure to repay her kindness. Does this mean that Sima Yu is coming back? When Hua Wuxiang mentioned Sima Yu, there was also hatred in his heart. If it was not for her, would his situation be this dire? I think it would be within one of these 2 days. If she manages to come back, then we will deal with her together. If she can't, we shall wait until we take down the Ghost Realm then begin. Qing Hun also did not want to leave Sima Yu alive. Compared to her mother, he disliked her even more. This woman was young but had very good talent. She even had a strong personality, was bold when doing things, and was even on the enemy's side. Once she grew up, she would be a big trouble for the Soul region. So, this time, he actually wished that Sima Yu would come back. Only when he was able to deal with her, would he be able to feel at ease. At times, he would also wonder if he had gone too far in taking notice of Sima Yu so much. However, thinking of the things that she had done, he felt that what he was doing was not going overboard. If he underestimated her, then it would be a disservice to himself. Your Honor, do we still need to continue tomorrow? His Honor did not manage to say anything before someone outside came in with a message. Qing Hun saw the message, waved his hand and sent the person out. Then he said to Qing Hun, release the troops tomorrow. What happened? Deja has woken up, he needs 2 days to recover. Qing Hun said, and 3 months have already passed. Deja was their biggest enemy now. Alright, I will bring the troops out tomorrow. Qing Hun saw that everyone was shocked, and smiled, go and make the preparation. Early in the morning the next day, the Immortal Hex City's guards realized that an army was fast approaching. This time, it was no longer a petty fight. The people in the Immortal Hex City were all panicking. Can hair exist without the skin to bind to? If Qing Hun took over Ghost Realm, what would happen to them? Don't just stand there, hurry up and release troops and fight. Only then did the people react. Deja was not shocked when he heard about the news, because he had predicted this long ago. He had planted spies there, which meant that they would have spies in his camp as well. Do you think that they will be able to hold on for 2 days? Sima Yu asked. 2 days. It will be pretty decent if they can withstand half a day's time. It would be pretty decent to hold on for half a day. After all, there's no person like the ghost concubine who's there to hold you back. You're right. Deja answered, I will go and make my preparations for. Alright. Be careful. Yuko Luo warned. I know, little ant. The ghost realm needed his protection. Although he had planned this with MOU for a long time, he still needed to go and handle it on his own when it was crucial. Mother, I'm afraid that cousin will not be able to persevere until grandfather comes out of seclusion. At that time, we should go and meet with Qin Han as well. Sima Yu's laughter was a little evil. Alright. Back then, he changed my seal, causing you to go through so many twists and turns. We should go and let him know that we are back. Yuko Luo said seriously. Sima Lu Xian watched as the mother and daughter shared similar looks and similar personality. Half a day later, a few princes felt like they could not take it anymore. The Seoul region's attacks had far exceeded their expectations. They thought that they would be able to withstand it for a day at the very least, but judging how things looked, it would be considered decent if they were able to escape with their whole body intact. Your Highness, we can't hold on anymore. Those princes could not go personally, and they were protected by 3 layers inside and outside. Deja's people refused to listen to our orders, otherwise, why would it end up like this? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise our lives will be forfeit here. No way. We can't retreat. Once we retreat, everyone who is behind us will be in danger. No matter what, we have to hold on. But. No buts. Nobody is allowed to leave this place. Even if we were to return, where can we escape to? Ugh. Then just attack. Let's hope that the other places will be able to hold on too. After saying this, a few old guys asked the guards to fight, and they even participated themselves. Just when they were unable to hold on any longer, the people from the immortal Hex City opened the door. The prince felt a commotion behind him. When he was about to turn around and reprimand the person who was messing around. Before he could speak, he saw Deja appear, charging in, riding an underworld beast. He almost could not help but burst into tears. Following him out, the immortal Hex City was now surrounded with many troops. Xiao He saw the people outside, and narrowed his eyes. His people did not realize that the people outside were actually Deja's people. It looked like these people would not be easy to deal with. General? Don't you have to wait a day or two before you recover? A prince was surprised. Lord Mo, you used a secret method. Deja said lightly. As for what the secret method was, well, they could ask MOU themselves, that is, if they dared to go. He rode his mount to the front and looked at Xiao He. Xiao He saw him appear and laughed. Deja, you finally appeared. I thought you were going to hide like a tortoise for the rest of your life. Hide? Do I need to hide from the likes of you? Deja gave him a contemptuous look. My cousin can catch you and your 2 subordinates alone, as a former prisoner. Aren't you too embarrassed to bark here? I'll kill you now, and then I'll catch her and eat her. Speaking of which, her soul is really delicious. Eating it will definitely improve my skills. Oh wait, is it just you? It seems that you forgot about the last time my cousin caught you and your 2 subordinates alone and imprisoned you guys in the Soul Stone. The more angry he was, the happier Zoe recounted the past. The young princess is mighty. The young princess is mighty. As soon as those soldiers heard that the mighty man in front of them was beaten and imprisoned by Sima Yu before, their morale was immediately raised to the highest and they all had on excited expression. And the people on the other side looked at Xiao He in shock when he calmed down at this time, and sneered. It was only her devious tricks that succeeded. The wild and wanton laughter hushed those from the ghost realm. Hey, you better wash that stinky mouth of yours and stop farting from your mouth. It's only been more than a year since the young princess went to Seoul region. Can your Seoul region raise so many elite soldiers in just over a year? De sneered, if you are bitches and sons, don't use others to set up the archway. Those who were a little confused at first all woke up. De was right, if they hadn't been prepared, how could they have gathered so many here in such a short period of time? Commander De is right. Even if there is nothing about the young princess, you will find other excuses to send an army. If that's the case, why not let the young princess imprison you all? A soldier shouted. That's right. Don't try to sow discord. A prisoner is a prisoner, and the things he does are so shameless. The morale of the soldiers was even higher, and they were not shocked by the remarks of Xiao He. Deja smiled, looking at Xiao He, he smiled very proudly. Hey, my soldiers in the ghost realm are all sensible people. It's useless for you to provoke us like this. I didn't think it would be of any use at first. Xiao He was not in a hurry. You are so small, no matter how much you shout, it will not change the fact that you are about to be destroyed today. Before Xiao He's voice fell, many people rushed over. Judging from the number of people, the gap between the two sides is almost 10 to 1. Seeing Qing Han, Deja's expression became solemn. He didn't expect him to come in person. As soon as he appeared, the gap couldn't be bigger. The people in the Seoul region were all excited, and Qing Han and the Ghost King were equal in strength. Sima Yu and others, who were hiding in the dark, were surprised that Qing Han would do such a thing. Sima Yu felt a little pain in her head, and subconsciously stretched out her hand to hold her head. What's wrong with you? My grandfather's soul imprint fluctuated so much that it shook my sea of consciousness. Sima Yu said, I think grandfather may be at the threshold. I don't know if my father can advance. Yuko Luo knew that she was fine, so she began to worry about her father. Judging from the fluctuations during this period, there should be no problem. Sima Yu was not very worried about this, she was worried about the issues that would ensue. Sima Lu Xian also thought about it and said, if he succeeds in the advancement, this can be considered an act against the sky. I don't know what the heavens will do when the time comes. If it's lightning tribulation, it's better, I'm afraid there will be other means. Sima Yu sighed slightly in her heart, even if it was justified, lightning tribulation, she was afraid it wouldn't be so easy. However, now was not the time to worry about that. Sima Yu, how long are you going to hide? He looked straight at where they were, and seemed to have found them here. People have been provocative to this level. They came out of the space and stood together as a family of 3. When Qing Han said that, everyone thought he was just guessing, but they didn't expect them to be here. Back then, Yuko Luo was very famous in the entire ghost realm. As for that human race that she eventually chose, everyone chose to ignore it. Hiding? Sima Yu shook her head. It's not hiding, it's just that it's not worth me to deal with people I've caught before. Well, to repeat the deed? Well, I guess you'll do. Pfft. Many people laughed at her domineering words. As a prisoner, Xiao He was not worthy of her coming forward at all. Now that the Soul Region's ruler had come out in person, and he was worthy of her appearance. Other than being quick-tongued, what else are you good for? A lot. When you all surrender to my ghost region, I will tell you slowly. You should continue to dream while you still can. Really? I don't think so. It's better to never see you again. Yuko Luo said with a smile. After so many years you are still so heartless to me. Who said he is good for nothing? If it wasn't the wrong occasion, Sima Yu would have most definitely praised her mother. Mother is right, my father not only has my mother but he also has me. My father has such a gifted and talented daughter, what do you have? Sima Yu agreed. Oh, no, you have your general, but unfortunately he is my prisoner. This was tyrannical, the lonely man was being ridiculed by her. Sima Lu Xian felt warm in his heart, his wife and daughter were so protective of him. Qing Han's face darkened. Dija was in a good mood when he saw the dark-faced Qing Han, Xiao He and the others. Don't step on other people's shortcoming. However, after his joy, he became worried again. Qing Han's killing intent was no longer concealed. Some people were tempted. Especially those old princes who had such thoughts before. After the battle this morning, with Sima Yu's appearance and Qing Han's words, their thoughts were a little swayed. They really wanted Dija to agree, but if Dija chose to ignore this matter, they would surely die if Qing Han attacked again. The main reason being that Qing Han was too unreliable. Why don't? Someone in the army wanted to say yes. Whoever dared to give up their young princess had to go. They would beat them up so badly that their own parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. After the soldier had finished beating him up, he straightened his clothes and stood up straight as if nothing had happened. When the others saw the little movement over there, smiles showed in their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they realized that this was not the place for them to speak. If you want to catch Yu, fine, you can talk about it after you step over my body. Dija, don't think that just because you are the general of the ghost region, you are powerful. Even if you combine all your efforts, it's still easy if I want to kill you. I know. But as long as I am still alive, I won't let you touch her. Then let me take care of you first. General. Master. The people below cried out when they saw this scene. I'll tell you now what strength disparity means. Dija felt the force coming at his face and was slightly startled. Was he going to die? He didn't want to close his eyes and await death. Thank you. Dija said, and looked gratefully at Wu Lingyu. Wu Lingyu nodded slightly, then he looked at Qing Han. Qing Han was vigilant against the sudden appearance of Wu Lingyu. The last time they met, he didn't make a move, so he didn't know his strength. He moved suddenly and attacked Sima Yu. The two of them fought. Their movements were so fast that everyone's eyes were dazzled. Drops of rain fell from the sky. It was raining. Sima Yu's heart sank. Wu Lingyu's current strength was no match for Qing Han. Huan, Black Shadow, go and protect Lingyu. Wu Lingyu was struck by Qing Han just as Black Shadow went up to get him, and Huan attacked Qing Han. Lingyu, how are you? She helped him onto Yuko Luo's underworld beast and instructed Black Shadow to stay and protect him and Yuko Luo and the others. Qing Han, you hurt my mother more than 100 years ago, now you hurt the man I love and you want to invade the ghost region. For all these reasons, I can't let you live today. The last time she had called out all her beasts was in Fair Eastern City. Back then, it had shocked everyone, as it did now. Little birdie turned into a flaming vermilion bird and flew around her. It spat out a little fireball from its mouth and rubbed it in its hand, then threw it at the people of the Soul region. It was just a little fireball, but it burned a huge in the army of the Soul region. The people who were burned didn't even get a chance to cry out, they just turned into black smoke and dissipated. The power of its flame was not that much lower than the flame of the vermilion by her side. Everyone was shocked. What was the origin of that little thing? Why were there so many powerful flames around her? Before they had gotten over their shock, Little Purple was just getting started. Well, it really only moved its hand a little. When its little hand moved, a few lightning bolts struck down. Although Little Purple didn't usually listen to her and was always aloof, if Yu was being bullied, this should weed out a few. Upon seeing this scene, the people of the Ghost Clan remembered what Sima Yu had done outside Sheep City. Fortunately they didn't say that they would exchange her for their lives. Sima Yu ignored their surprise and brought Blackie to the ground. She patted its head, then she pointed at Xiao He and said, Blackie, do you see that guy in the middle? Go and bite him to death for me. Whoa whoa. Blackie called out twice and indicated that it understood. Xiao He was angry that so many of his people were killed by the contact beast. However, he soon realized that something was very wrong. No, to be exact, those attacks didn't seem to have had any effect on it at all. Blackie came in front of Xiao He's mount. Its small body looked extremely petite in front of the mount. Whoa whoa. Those people were too tall. The mount didn't take much notice of it. Instead, it stretched out its foot and wanted to trample it to death. Blackie jumped up angrily. That was not happening to it. The big foot landed directly onto it and stomped it into the ground. This underworld dog dared to come out? Blackie attracted many people's attention. Are you not embarrassed at taking such an inconspicuous thing out? It was only Sima Yu's little kitten that could discharge fire that had It was just an ordinary underworld dog. Roar. The mount suddenly let out a sharp roar, and its body couldn't help but retreat backwards, and hanging on its bones was a black underworld dog. It didn't die. Everyone was stunned. By this time, as everyone was still staring in shock, half of the mount's foot had already been gnawed at. And how could its small body eat the amount of meat that was several times more than its little body? Blackie nibbled up the mount's leg. If Xiao He still thought that this was an ordinary underworld dog at this point in time, he was not worthy of his reputation. When Blackie rushed over to him, he kicked the mount under him and his body soared into the air so that the underworld dog was unable to bite him. Although his speed and reaction was very fast, he was still bitten by Blackie. A piece of flesh had been bitten off from his calf. Xiao He's heart ached. This flesh had been cultivated by him little by little, and now, it had been bitten off by a beast. Xiao He was angry, but Blackie was even angrier. This guy bullied him for having no spiritual energy and not being able to fly. Now that he had flown into midair, how was it going to bite him? Yu wanted it to bite him to death, he couldn't just bite a piece of flesh off his leg. But he was in the air and it was on the ground, how was it going to bite him? Woof woof woof. Blackie was flustered on the ground and shouted at Xiao He. He was so hateful bullying it for not being able to fly. Woo woo woo, it would jump. Jump. It had to fly too, it had to fly, fly. Blackie jumped on the ground, and each time it jumped higher than the time before that and was in the air for a longer time. When Sim Yu noticed it, it was already flying and chasing Xiao He in the air. It wasn't very familiar at first, so it flew slowly. After it became familiar with flying, its speed increased slowly. At first, Xiao He was able to flee and turn back at the same time to attack Blackie, however, towards the end, he had to concentrate on running away. What kind of monster was this? Sima Yu hadn't expected Blackie to be able to fly in a fit of a rage. However, it had eaten so many medicinal ingredients, it should have finally taken effect by now. The way the other people looked at Blackie was indescribable. Go and save the general. Su Yu ordered. Although the soldiers knew the dangers, they still had to obey the order. Those people were so annoying. When Blackie saw that Xiao He was running away, it called out twice in a hurry. Suddenly, its mind flashed. Yu said to bite that person to death, but she hadn't said that it couldn't bite these people to death. Shortly afterwards, the people below saw a black shadow flashed accompanied by the sounds of screams. Very fast speed. Keep attacking. Whoever kills that beast will be the 10th commander. They had no choice under the coercion and bribery, hence, more people attacked Blackie. Damn it, there are so many people bullying our Blackie. Do they think we are all dead? What a pity, they are all souls without bodies, but I can also try to eat their spirits and see if it will work. Now, the battle between the soul region and the ghost region has officially started. Sima Yu was also about to join the battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Although Wu Lingyu was slightly injured, he teleported to her side immediately and reached out to support her. Sima Lu Xian and Yuka Luo also flew over and said, is it the same as what happened just now? Deja wanted to come over, but now that the battle had started, he was entangled and couldn't come at all. Sima Yu leaned against Wu Lingyu's arms, her face pale. Seeing their concerned eyes and wanting to say that she was all right, but when she opened her mouth, she couldn't even speak. It seems that it is really related to father's advancement. Yuka Luo said, how will she endure it if it goes on like this? But now I can't touch my father's soul mark. Pfft. Someone sneaked in while they were distracted, and was slapped to death with a palm strike from Chanjiu's palm. Go and attack that side, whoever kills Sima Yu will be rewarded with 500,000 top-quality crystals. Hua Wuxiang raised his voice. 500,000 high-quality crystals. Everyone's eyes turned red. Suddenly, a few dozens of waves of people came to attack here, and many old guys with strong strength also joined in. Although Black Shadow and Chanjiu killed a lot, they killed and attacked, but the endless stream of people still overwhelmed them. Mou flew over from the city gate and joined the battle. Yuko Luo and Sima Lu Xian called out all the beasts, but they couldn't resist the sheer numbers. I think if you all really want money and not your life, then I will fulfill all of you. As long as it gives them some bolts of lightning, no one in the area below will have any crystals. It was the first time Sima Yu saw Little Purple's true body. Little Purple didn't listen, and was still brewing a tribulation cloud in the air. All the murders you committed will be counted on her head. Are you sure you want her to bear those? Sima Yu and Yuko Luo were shocked and they heard this, and looked at the place where the sound came from. Chan Shan came out of the space, and then a group of people came out from behind her and quickly went up to protect Sima Yu. Mother? Grandmother? Chan Shan just glanced at the two of them, then continued to look at Little Purple and said, the last time when she had a lot of lives in her hands, there was that death tribulation. If something similar happens again, you don't know what will happen. What will happen? As a tribulation cloud, of course it knows. And you attacked indiscriminately like this. If a person of the ghost clan dies, how do you want her, as the young princess, to face the clan in the future? Every bit of Chan Shan's words poked into Little Purple's heart, causing it to recover its impulse and rationality. Afterwards, the purple cloud slowly gathered and condensed into a kitten, and fell into Sima Yu's arms. Sima Yu hugged it and kissed it lightly on its head to soothe its emotions. Squeak squeak, Little Fire ran to Little Purple's head and stepped on it hard to express his dissatisfaction. This guy almost killed Yu. Even if those people break through their defenses, there's still it. Whoever comes, it will burn them. Little Birdie had been at tit for tat with Little Fire since it appeared, and now she was also on the same front and pecked at Little Purple's head. Who are you? Seeing the sudden appearance of a group of people, Suyu became vigilant. These people's auras were different from other people's, so they can't be ordinary people. You're not qualified to talk to me. Chan Shan didn't even look at him, she just ignored him. Huan, stop now. Soon, Huan appeared beside Sima Yu, and Qing Hun also came back and landed on the front of his army. Qing Hun, you've got guts, huh? Chan Shan looked at him condescendingly. I said that I want to maintain the peace of the ghost realm, but you take my words as wind, right? Or is it because our ninth underworld clan hasn't been out these years? Do you really think that you are the ruler of this world? The Qing Hun, who had displayed his prowess and tried to show that he was invincible just now, couldn't argue for himself at this moment. It seems that you have realized who is the real ruler of the ghost realm. Chan Shan said, speaking of public affairs and private affairs, you dare to use my granddaughter as an excuse for your ambitions, humph. Your courage isn't small at all. Qing Hun looked at her in shock, and then at Sima Yu. She turned out to be her grandmother. Don't act like you don't know, Yu, as the young sovereign of the ninth underworld clan, has such a strong ninth underworld clan aura on her body, you can't see it? Don't tell me, your eyes have been bad recently. Chan Shan sneered, I really don't know. If I did, I wouldn't. You wouldn't? Will it not be in her name, or will you not kill her? Or wouldn't deal with the ghost realm? The more Chan Shan said, the more severe her tone became. I said it before when I trained the few of you, that you can only reach this level. The three are to stand together like a sturdy tripod, and no one is allowed to destroy it. If I don't come out, you can inflate your ambitions? Only then did Sima Yu know that the current situation of the ghost realm was actually controlled by the ninth underworld clan, seeking the best management model for the ghost realm. Those old princes knew something about the ninth underworld clan, but they had not been born for too long, and they had slowly forgotten about them. Unexpectedly, Sima Yu actually had the blood of the ninth underworld clan flowing in her body, and she was still the young sovereign of the ninth underworld clan. This was simply incredible. At this moment, they were once again glad that they hadn't pushed Sima Yu out before, otherwise they wouldn't know how they died. Oh, it's quite lively. Another voice came from the air again, why did you stop? Aren't you going to continue fighting? Everyone looked up and didn't see any space tunnels and only saw a lot of black mist emerging quickly, and then gathered to form figures of people. And these people were all wearing the same black clothes as Black Shadow. They didn't have the breath of the Ghost Clan nor the Soul Clan, but they felt a powerful force from them. Then, a huge skeleton throne suddenly appeared in the air. Before everyone could look carefully, an enchanting man appeared on the chair. The man smiled at them. It should have felt like a spring breeze blowing by, but they felt the call of death. Hades looked at Qing Hun and those from the Soul region, fiddled with his thumb ring on his right hand, and said faintly, I heard that you are going to deal with my underworld's young miss? Huh. The young miss of the underworld? Everyone subconsciously focused their attention on Sima Yu, and she was the only one who could be called a young miss here. And the people around her were dressed the same as these people, so she should be the person he was talking about. But, she was not from the underworld? Also, where was the underworld? Many people had never heard of the underworld, let alone know how powerful it was. Therefore, these people were not particularly shocked and they cast their inquisitive gazes at Hades. They didn't know that just because their level was not enough, and that they didn't have the qualification to know these things. And those high-ranking people have heard the legends about the underworld. Especially Qing Hun and his subordinates have discussed this matter, so they all know the status of the underworld, and the status of the king of the underworld. Unexpectedly, even such a person would come for her. Qing Hun looked at Sima Yu, and his heart flipped. He always felt that Sima Yu was extraordinary, and he always worried about her growing up. Unexpectedly, although she had not grown up, she had found a strong enough umbrella for herself. Hades saw that Sima Yu didn't look quite right, and with a wave of his hand, Sima Yu appeared before him. He grabbed her hand to check, and frowned, why did you choose such a time? If we didn't arrive on time, wouldn't you be in danger? Sima Yu understood what the danger he was talking about was, and she also knew the current state of her sea of consciousness. She shrugged, who knew that it would happen at this time? It's a matter of defying the heavens, and we can't predict what danger will happen. What nonsense. Hades reprimanded with a sullen face, the price of defying the heavens. Sima Yu waved her hand, I'm feeling horrible enough already, can't you be quiet? Hades. Other people. Only people in the underworld were quite calm, because they often see such pictures of getting along with each other before. Hades, I heard that there is an agreement between the underworld and the ghost realm, and they cannot interfere with the ghost realm. Qing Hun said, are you violating the agreement if you do this? Hades turned his attention away from Sima Yu, looked at Qing Hun and said, boy, it seems that you know a lot about the underworld, and you actually know that there is an agreement between the underworld and the ghost realm. When Qing Hun heard this, his heart was slightly relieved. As long as this matter was true, today's affairs would be easy to handle. Chan Shan wants balance, and would not punish him too harshly. But it was not necessarily the case for the person on the throne. He had never met this person before, so he didn't know what to expect. But Hades didn't plan to make him feel happy for long. He paused and said, it's a pity that you don't know what the agreement is. What is it? It's an agreement that the underworld should not take the initiative to challenge the ghost realm, but if someone bullies people from the underworld, I can also take care of them. This is a private matter. She is obviously the young princess of the ghost realm, how can she be from the underworld? Suyu asked with gritted teeth. It's rare that this king is in a good mood today, so I'll explain it to you. Black Shadow. Black Shadow came to the front and said, when the young miss came from the human world to the ghost realm, she accidentally came to the underworld, and she became acquainted with our king. Our king felt that they were like-minded and felt close like a relative. Hence, he acknowledged her as the young miss of the underworld. Everyone in the underworld acknowledges her as our young miss, and we also listen to her words. Did you hear that? Hades said faintly. Qing Hun didn't expect such a thing to happen. It's no wonder that when Sima Yu treated Hades like this just now, the people in the underworld were not surprised. My young miss is low-key and never uses the underworld as a shield. But there There are always so many people who don't have eyes and want to bully my young miss and want to kill her. My king, the young miss has a kind heart, you have to help our young miss. Black Shadow continued. The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched. Why did she think that what he said sounded so strange? This king has just such a relative now, and she's still being tossed by you like this. You say, if this king doesn't care, will you bully this king next time? Huh. When he released his momentum, the people below felt a powerful coercion. Especially those from the Soul region who were close, many couldn't stand it and directly dissipated into black smoke. Only Chan Shan and members of the 9th Underworld clan remained fine, and it seemed that it had no influence on them. Sima Yu saw that even Deja and the others were uncomfortable, so she tugged at his clothes and shook her head at him. Hades glared at her, looking very dissatisfied. But after all, he was still soft-hearted and restrained his breath. Sima Yu smiled gratefully at him. The fluctuations of the soul imprint of the Ghost King in her consciousness had stopped a lot, and she felt more comfortable. She got up and came to Chan Shan and said, "Grandmother, my parents and I discussed earlier. No matter what, we must take Qing Hun's life today. Can't you give him some other punishment?" Chan Shan asked. It's understandable that he has ambitions himself. But I can't bear to take my mother and me to start the brush. Sima Yu said, if he didn't cause trouble over there, send people to the human world to hunt down and kill my parents, forcing my mother to come back. Then he wanted to use the marriage proposal as an excuse to send an army to the ghost realm. Mother didn't want to marry him, and she didn't want her people to be involved in the war, so she had to choose to suppress herself and had not seen the light of day for more than 100 years. And what about him? Because the plan failed, he even changed her mother's seal. If she hadn't managed to get the Northern Divine Seal by chance, her mother would never be able to leave that dark place. Our family of 3 can't swallow this breath. Moreover, he is still using me as an excuse to send an army to the ghost realm. Now, he even hurt Ling Yu. Either way, I can't let him go. Go. Qing Hun clenched his fists, and his drooping eyes concealed the killing intent in his eyes. Sima Yu still felt it. She glanced at him, and then continued to say to Chan Shan, "Grandmother, I am not a kind-hearted person. I am not someone who is able to smile at someone who wants to kill me. On the contrary, I will pay for it. I know you need him to maintain the balance of the ghost realm, but he is not the only one. He can, and so can others. If grandmother must protect him today, then you can only blame your granddaughter for being unfilial." Chan Shan looked at her firm eyes, sighed, and said, "Then, I'll leave it up to you." When Qing Hun heard this, he raised his head suddenly, unable to believe that Chan Shan had given up on himself so quickly. Why? He was asking himself, and also Chan Shan. Chan Shan held Sima Yu's hand, looked at him, and said, "Because she is my granddaughter. And this is what she wants to do. Ha 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 ha." Qing Hun smiled, "Because of this, you are going to give up on me? I have managed the Soul region for you for so many years, but the credit and hard work are not worth her words? You deserve credit for your hard work, but you also enjoy the same rights. It's my right to continue to use you. If I don't use you, it doesn't mean I owe you. Qing Hun, for so many years, you have forgotten your duty." Chan Shan flourished her long sleeves and said angrily, "Duty? What is the duty? Do you want me to be good and just wait for death?" Qing Hun shouted, "Does it mean that if you want me to die, so I will die, this is the duty?" Ugh, Sima Yu's head hurt again, and this time it was especially severe, causing her body to tremble. Other people's soul imprints in the body will not have any reaction. Is it really because he was advancing and it was a matter of defying the heavens, so there will be such a reaction? The pain in her consciousness rendered her unable to think or even breathe. Everyone was distressed and worried when they saw her like this. Wu Lingyu hugged her, Chan Shan imbued spirit power into her, and Hades was controlling her sea of consciousness. The others were squeezed outside by the 3 of them, unable to do anything but were extremely anxious. Fortunately, it didn't last long this time. Soon, she woke up again. "Grandfather, advanced." She said a few words weakly. At this moment, all the spirit power suddenly rushed towards the imperial capital of Ghost Realm. Even if it was so far away, some movement could be sensed here. No one knew what was going on in the imperial capital. The young princess mentioned the king. Is it because the king has advanced? The Ghost King has been in seclusion for so many years, and with such a big movement, no one can make it except for advancing into the ranks of an emperor. Is this a successful advancement? It should be. It's such a big movement. If the advancement is really successful, then the king is now in the ranks of an emperor? But wasn't it said that no one can advance to the emperor anymore? How can the king succeed? Maybe, some kind of secret method was used? If the advancement is really successful, no one will dare to challenge us in the future. Everyone was talking a lot, from shock at the beginning, to excitement later. Qing Hun was stunned. The Ghost King advanced. How could he make the cut? How could he possibly make the cut? All the astonishment turned into anger in the end. Coupled with the fact that he wanted his own life just now, Chan Shan's indifference to him, all kinds of emotions surged up, making him lose his mind instantly, and attacked Sima Yu while everyone's attention was still in the imperial capital. Whether I can survive today, even if I die, I will pull her back together. If you want to ask who is the person he hates the most in his life, that must be none other than Sima Yu. Mingming had never been in contact with her a few times, and she clearly knew that she had only existed for such a short time, but she ruined all his efforts, ruined all his bright future, and shattered all his expectation. How can a person who has not grown up yet be so desperate? Hey! Qing Hun's body froze in the air. Everyone looked at him and saw that his entire chest was empty, and all the breath of life dissipated instantly. Ming's outstretched hand hadn't been retracted yet. He retracted his 5 fingers, and his entire soul turned into black smoke and dissipated. The dignified soul domain venerable, he actually died like this. It's so dead. Everyone looked at Hades with fear. I was afraid that his strength was not as simple as that of an emperor. Hades took back his claws lightly and snorted coldly, making those who heard this speechless. Just like this, I really thought I was an onion. When the people in Seoul region saw that their ruler died like this, they were a little stunned for a while. The honor is gone, what should they do now? By the way, they also have generals. With the general there, they would know what to do next. What? The miserable cry attracted everyone's attention. I saw Blackie bit his body by Blackie, and he was bitten to death by it in 2 strokes. General, dead, dead. The general was actually bitten to death. In one day, their superiors died, their generals died, and their backbones were gone. Several leaders were also afraid. A few of them had conflicts with Sima Yu, fearing that Sima Yu would settle accounts with them, and that she would follow in the footsteps of Shurhi. But Sima Yu didn't have the heart to deal with them. She is now taking the medicine pill and is adjusting her state. With so many people, she couldn't kill them all, especially these soldiers who had no decision-making power. She can kill Qing Hun, but she can't kill so many people, otherwise the whole ghost realm will be in chaos. She understands this truth, and so do others. Chan Shan gritted his teeth. Chapter 2155. You deserve credit for your hard work, but you also enjoy the same right. Insanely pampered wife, divine Dr. 5. Next chapter. Insanely pampered wife, divine. Next chapter. Sima Yu felt that if she survived this tribulation, she must do what she wanted to do, without leaving any regrets. She didn't do a lot of things that she had wanted to do before. If she really died here today, then she would never have a chance to do those things ever again. The lightning tribulation behind her was getting more powerful, and for Sima Yu, who was used to being struck by lightning, could only withstand a few before she was soon lying on the floor. This excluded those absorbed by Little Purple. If it wasn't for Little Purple, she would have died long ago. When she lay on the ground, watching the tribulation cloud in the sky, she could not help but sigh at the power of the heavenly Tao. Compared with the previous lightning tribulations she had experienced, they were nothing compared to this time. However, after she fell to the ground, those lightning didn't hit her much, however, they landed near her every time. Only some small scattered lightning would fall on her. She knew that this was Cloud Spirit giving her some chance and protecting her to the greatest extent within its ability. However, it struck her grandfather mercilessly. The lightning tribulation was so violent that her heart trembled when she saw them. Fortunately, there was Little Purple, this time it is really powerful. There was a vibration in the seclusion room, and then a colorful light appeared over the seclusion room. Seeing this, Sima Yu felt a lot more at ease. At least, he managed to rise to this level. If he survives this tribulation, he will be an emperor. The door of the seclusion room opened, and the Ghost King came out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the medicinal pill and soul tree essence placed at the door. Sima Yu was afraid that when he came out, she would be gone or not able to speak, so she put the things directly at the door and left a note telling him what they were. When the Ghost King saw those things, he smiled slightly. The breath on his body was still a little erratic, and hadn't settled down completely. But the feeling was very ethereal, and when his breath settled down, he would be like Ant Fong. He took the medicine pill, then looked up at the tribulation cloud in the sky, without a trace of timidity in his eyes. He came to Sima Yu's side, and with a wave of his hands, a barrier appeared around her to protect her. At this time, lightning fell, and he didn't have time to say anything to her, and quickly flew into the air. As soon as he came out, all the thunder robbery fell on him. And the tribulation cloud became stronger after he had fully advanced. Sima Yu lay on the ground, watching with horror. Outside the tribulation cloud, countless people saw the Ghost King step out of seclusion and saw him advance to the ranks of an emperor. He was the only person who had advanced to the emperor after so many years. Everyone was ecstatic, as if they had seen a bright future. Their king's advancement means that it was possible to advance further in the world, and there was hope for them. They were all so excited that they didn't think about it in depth at all. The heavenly Tao has not changed, and they didn't have any idea how to overcome it. How could they advance? And the method used by the Ghost King, could they use it? Was there such a resource? It's a pity that they were so excited that no one realized the problem. This lightning tribulation is a death tribulation. Chan Shan said. Death tribulation. The faces of several people changed. They all knew what the death tribulation was, and the lightning tribulation would not stop unless they were struck to death. When Wu Lingyu thought that Yu would be struck to death, he was so anxious that he wanted to break free, but it was all in vain. Hades, let me go. He growled. Let you go? And what, let you die? Hades sneered, although I have no interest in your life and death, I promised her that if I can't let any of you go, so you can't go. Hades, just let us go. Watching our daughter die before us is too cruel. Sima Lu Xian said. Is it cruel? It has nothing to do with me, so it's not cruel to me. Hades said. Everyone. Hades saw that several people were struggling, and snorted coldly, you should just kill this notion in your heart. I've already promised her. Chan Shan was also worried, but not completely desperate like them. She turned her head to look at Hades and asked, do you have a way? What way? Hades asked back. Stop pretending, I know you care about Yuer too. You're not worried at all, is there any way to save her? Chan Shan asked. He paused and thought for a while, before he shook his head honestly and said, no. Black Shadow and Huan, who had just arrived, happened to chance upon this and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Black Shadow even cried out, my king, that's a death tribulation. If you can't save young miss, what will happen to her? Shut up for me. She's not dead yet, why are you howling like a bereaved dog? Hades slapped the Black Shadow away and sent him flying. NOV.L.B/back. Soon, Black Shadow came back again. Huan glanced at Black Shadow slightly, before looking at Hades and said, my king, as for young miss matters, what can be done? He was still asking him what to do in a roundabout manner. What can be done? Hades snorted coldly, you two, leave me alone, chattering as soon as you come, it's annoying. Black Shadow and Huan. My king, you have never been so restless before. Obviously still worried, yet here you are still putting on such a front. Someone hummed inwardly. Inwardly. When Hades saw Black Shadow's look, he immediately knew what he meant. He wanted to slap him again, and Black Shadow quickly stepped back. Humph. Hades snorted, then saw Sima Yu lying on the ground, and said, you haven't taken out that dead dog of yours to protect you from the tribulation, are you going to pull it to death together? His voice was obviously not loud, but Sima Yu could still hear it clearly. Dead dog? Blackie? If Blackie heard him call him by such a name, he would bite him angrily. But she knew that he definitely didn't mention Blackie casually at this time, otherwise why would he only mention Blackie amongst all of her beasts? Moreover, Blackie's identity was very special. The last lightning tribulation did not kill it, but only sealed it, so this time the lightning tribulation should not kill it. As for those who were still making a lot of noise inside, they were still not allowed to come out. If there was no solution to such a lightning tribulation, adding them in would not have any effect other than everybody getting hurt together. After resting for so long, she finally felt that she could move her body. She reached out and patted Blackie and nodded, Blackie, I know, you are very confused a lot of the time, you don't know who you are, and you don't know how you got here. The last lightning tribulation sealed you, I don't know. Can you lift your seal this time? If so, I hope that after the seal is lifted, it is still you. Woof woof woof, Blackie barked at Sima Yu twice. Yu, what are you talking about, it's so profound, I don't understand. What a strong lightning tribulation, don't worry, I will protect you. After the calling out, Blackie ran out. It didn't take the initiative to bear the lightning tribulation, it just flew above the barrier above her and it absorbed the lightning whenever it fell. Every time it was struck, it would bark twice. With Blackie, it was not known if Cloud Spirit's mind had become at ease or it was due to Blackie itself that increased amount of tribulation's lightning in this place was absorbed into Blackie's little body. Sima Yu glanced at Blackie and hoped that it would be able to withstand it. What's the situation with the underworld dog? When outsiders saw how many tribulations lightning strikes Blackie withstood, they were all overcome with shock. Not only was the underworld dog not killed by the lightning bolts, it was still sitting upon the array like it was nothing even after so many strikes. Is that really an underworld dog? We've long heard that the young princess has a powerful underworld dog by her side, one that she brought up from young herself. Really wonder where you can find an underworld dog like that? Having an underworld dog like that by your side, there is no need to fear tribulation's lightning bolts anymore. You really think you will be able to find something like what the young princess has? Stop building sandcastles in the air already. That's true. That's all that damned dog is useful for. Upon overhearing the words of envy, Hades muttered in an indifferent tone. Huan and Black Shadow. They were both aware of Blackie's identity, so they knew very well how rare and precious it was. Only their king would despise that little dog. The Ghost King will not be able to hold much longer. Struck so many times by tribulation's lightning bolts, it's already a wonder he is still alive. Hades lamented. We can't just leave young miss and the Ghost King like that, they will be killed by those lightning bolts. The tribulation's lightning had gone on for such a long period, but the power of the bolt still had not diminished in the slightest, but became stronger instead. Having gone against heavenly Tao, one has to suffer a little of tribulation's lightning at least. Huan then continued. Yue isn't even feeling anxious about it, what are all of you getting so worried about? My king, do you mean to say that young miss purposely wants the Ghost King to be struck by lightning? Black Shadow asked in return. Why? Huan understood after giving it a moment's thought and said, no matter what manner of ways one uses to advance their cultivation level, without being recognized by heavenly Tao, it would still be deficient and incomplete in some way. Even if he is allowed to have his way with it now and he advances in level, his powers will not increase by much in future. Why not make use of this chance to make up for the lapse in heavenly Tao instead? So I see. Black Shadow understood now. I'll say, can't you be a little smarter? You are one of my underlings, you know, you'll only embarrass me out there. Black Shadow immediately shot back, an inch has its usefulness over a foot. I have never seen the usefulness in you at all. Scram to the side away from me. Hades said with contempt and then turned to Huan. Teach him a little more when you have time, won't you? He'll just be an embarrassment outside. How can someone like that be a right-hand man to anyone? He was the choice made by my king yourself. Huan replied coolly. I really chose him myself? Why would I choose him? Hades was stunned for a moment. You're not bluffing, are you? Your subordinate would not dare. All right. It must be a spasm of my mind back then, and I wasn't my normal self. Why didn't you stop me back then? Huan. Black Shadow. Black Shadow's heart was stunned momentarily, but he recovered quickly, and looked at Sima Yu with admiration. Young miss is really amazing. I don't know what method she used to resolve this crisis. In fact, Hades didn't want to explain to him, but he felt that from the various gazes of the others who were bound by him that were centered on him, and they would not be at ease. He cleared his throat and said, to resolve the crisis, it can be said to be simple, yet it's also hard. It's nothing more than letting the heavens acknowledge it. How do you let the heavens acknowledge it? Whatever you use to advance, simply use that to let the heavens acknowledge it. Being able to advance means that that thing can make up for the heavenly Tao. As long as it is domineering enough, it will be fine. The Chaos River. Black Shadow finally became smart once. Young Mist seems to be hesitant. Others also discovered that Sima Yu was holding the jade bottle in her hand but didn't move. She was hesitating whether to release the water from the Chaos River inside. What is she hesitating about? She knew it herself. Sima Yu lay on the ground, tightly holding the jade bottle in her hand. Should she pour it? Or should she not? To say what she was hesitating about, of course it was because of a very simple principle. Water was a very good conductor of electricity. What if she poured out the water but the heavenly Tao didn't acknowledge it? Instead, the power of lightning tribulation increased instead and directly killed them? Boom! The Ghost King, who had endured too many tribulations, finally couldn't hold it any longer, and fell back to the ground heavily. At the same time, the barrier also dissipated. Blackie also fell by her side, and there was not a single hair left from the little guy who had been struck countless times. Sima Yu struggled to get up, picked it up and came to the Ghost King's side. A lightning struck down and she fell down again, lying on the ground. Little Purple came to her side and collapsed too. How are you? The Ghost King struggled, and wanted to come over to see her, but was struck by another bolt. However, he still insisted on coming over. Sima Yu handed the jade bottle to him, explained Cloud Spirit's words, and said, if you feel that the heavenly Tao in your body has been filled, try opening it. This is our only hope. You have to hold on a little longer. He looked up at the tribulation cloud and felt that it was preparing another huge bolt of lightning. Moreover, he had a hunch that this tribulation would not be so easy. He looked down at the jade bottle in his hand. Did he want to fight? If it was just him alone, he didn't feel much, but he implicated his own granddaughter. He then smiled wryly. Did they have any other choice? He opened the lid and water from the Chaos River came pouring out. Very soon, the two of them with one cat and one dog was soon submerged. The river water continued to gush out, almost covering the entire imperial capital. Seeing this scene, Black Shadow couldn't help but sigh. Did young Miss move the entire river of chaos over from the chaos world? All the onlookers were stunned by the Ghost King's move. What was he going to do? Was he going to flood the entire capital? After pouring out all the water, he sat down with his knees crossed and waited for the final lightning tribulation. If this method was useless, then the lightning tribulation this time was very likely to kill both of them. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would not be able to withstand the lightning tribulation that followed. Sima Yu looked at the Ghost King's figure. Even at this time, she still held on to her belief that he would not fall. Zop. This lightning tribulation was indeed much more powerful than the previous one, and after it came into contact with the river water, it spread quickly, and the entire water surface turned silvery white. Coupled with the lightning from other places, the entire imperial capital seemed to have become a cage woven by tribulation lightning. The small barrier around Sima Yu had no effect at all, and was immediately dispersed by the tribulation lightning. At that moment, she tried her best to hug the cat and a dog beside her. Sima Yu felt that she was about to dissipate. She seemed to see her parents madly trying to rush over, and she seemed to see Ling Yu's desperate eyes. There was a deep reproach in her eyes, as if she was accusing her of not keeping her word. She seemed to have promised him that he would never do such a dangerous thing again. Sorry, I broke my promise again. The scene in front scared everyone. They had never imagined that one day they would witness such a situation. Some people even recorded the scene with pictographic stones and circulated it. Later, many people studied what kind of water that would put the lightning tribulation to an end. During the lightning tribulation, the heavenly Tao felt the aura from the water of the Chaos River and finally acknowledged the Ghost King. As the Cloud Spirit was willing to go easy on her, the tribulation clouds dissipated quickly. As soon as the tribulation clouds had passed, the power that was bound to his body disappeared. Wu Lingyu teleported directly to Sima Yu's side. However, he had just hugged Sima Yu and before he could save her, he was knocked out by a force. He held on to Sima Yu and endured the force all on his own. After it stopped, he turned around and saw that a black mist had filled the sky. Someone tried to enter the black mist to help the Ghost King, but as soon as they entered, they let out a scream. Roar. A low roar came from the black mist and the people were terrified when they heard it. Gradually, the black mist moved. When it touched a person, they would hear the screams of that person. What is that? Everyone backed away in horror. They were more fearful at it being unknown. Others didn't know this, but Wu Lingyu did. This black mist was Blackie who had lifted the seal and was flying towards them. Sima Yu's current situation was very critical, and at this time, Little Purple had absorbed too much tribulation lightning and fainted as it was unable to suppress it all. If Blackie fought back at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar. There was strong anger and hatred in Blackie's low roar. Everyone could feel the killing intent towards Sima Yu at this moment. Just as it was about to attack, Sima Yu seemed to sense something and called out in her unconscious state, Blackie, be good. Blackie's body paused as if it was struggling. Finally, the black mist slowly gathered and turned into the appearance of Blackie. Blackie dragged its injured body slowly to Sima Yu's side and stretched out its paws to touch her, but it passed right through her body that was about to dissipate. Woof. It let out a weak cry and then passed out. Sima Yu didn't know how long she had been unconscious, but when her divine sense had slowly returned, she remembered what had happened in the imperial capital. She didn't die. She had gained another life again. She wondered how her grandfather was. She tried her best to open her eyes, but her eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't open them at all. She released her divine sense as she wanted to know where she was, but she was stunned by the sight in front of her. What did she see? Was that her body in the human realm? It had been preserved so well after so many years. Huh? Why was there a faint light on her body? That white light seemed familiar. She thought carefully, wasn't that the white light that ran through her body just before she gained the Sima family's legacy? After the white light had entered her body, it had disappeared. She hadn't expected the white light had been warming her body this whole time. At this time, the door to the secret room opened and Mu Si walked in from outside. She hadn't seen him for so many years, he had fully grown up. Sima Yu wanted to call out to him but she was unable to make a sound at all. Master, when will you wake up? Mu Si looked at Sima Yu, his eyes were a little red. Master, as long as you wake up I won't think about anything else. I will be good. I have activated my bloodline, and it is very powerful now. I have learnt everything that you taught me. Wake up and check my homework. Alright? Sima Yu wanted to open her mouth to answer but she was unable to make any sound. At this time, the door to the secret room opened again. This time, a man in a black cloak entered. When Sima Yu saw the black cloak, she thought of the men in black. Was it them? Were they not from Sage Pavilion? Last time she had exposed them at Sage Pavilion, did the Alliance and people not deal with them? What were these people doing here? Were they here to kill her to avenge that incident? However, that person didn't seem interested in her, but instead rushed directly at Mu Si. Mu Si was right, he was very strong now and it could be seen in his moves. The other party seemed to have some misgivings and obviously didn't assert all his strength, so their fight in the secret room came to a deadlock. Later, the other party became impatient and said in a hoarse voice, if you want something to happen to her then keep resisting. Mu Si made a move and was overcome by the other party who took him out of the secret room. Sima Yu wanted to shout out and save Mu Si but she was unable to do anything. She didn't know how long it had been when her divine sense returned once again. She opened her eyes slowly, they were a little uncomfortable and she blinked a couple of times. After a few seconds, her eyes opened wide and she stared at the stone wall above her head. Wasn't this the secret room she saw before? Why was she here? Surprise flashed in her heart, then she felt herself all over and pinched herself. Body, it really was her body. She sat up from the stone platform and looked at her surrounding environment. It really was her body, she had returned to her own body, she was back in the human realm. Although she didn't know what was going on, she felt excited. It was this feeling that made her feel at ease. I wonder how grandfather is doing, whether he survived the catastrophe. She tried to sense the Ghost King's soul imprint and found that he was in the sea of consciousness, so she knew that he was alright. She moved her body, she hadn't moved for a long time and her body was a little stiff. I've returned to my own body, I wonder if Lingyu has also returned to his? She tried to contact him, but there was no response at all. Forget it, if he is in the devil realm or ghost realm he can't be contacted. I'll first look for someone and find out what is going on here. She came to the door of the secret room and the heavy stone door blocked her way. She remembered that when Mu Si and the other person had left, they had pressed a button on the wall. She found the button and pressed it hard. Finally, the door opened slowly. Sima Yu recognized that this was the back mountain of the Sima family, this was where the Sima ancestor had gone into seclusion and cultivated. It looked like she was really back. She was clearly in the ghost realm, how did she return to the human realm and how did she merge with her body? She hoped that the Sima family would be able to clear up her confusion. When the people who were standing guard outside saw Sima Yu coming out from inside, they were stunned for a moment, then they called out excitedly, young miss is awake. Quickly inform the clansmen, young miss is awake. Young miss is awake. The entire Sima clan was boiling with excitement today. The news that Sima Yu woke up spread throughout the entire family in just a few minutes. Sima Qing, Sima Ji Yuan, Sima Lai, Huang Yingying, Sima Hishan, Sima Lu Xian, Yuko Luo, Sima Lu Feng, Sima Lu Yun and other clansmen all came over immediately. Seeing that Sima Yu was really awake before them, everyone's eyes were red. Sima Yu was also very excited to see them, but was even more amused. In Sima Ji Yuan's hands, he was still holding on to a teacup, Sima Lu Yun held a pen, and Huang Yingying was holding an oar. They rushed over the moment they heard that she had awoken and they didn't even have time to put down the things in their hands. However, seeing that her parents were also here, she felt a little more at ease. Being here meant that there should be no problems in the ghost realm. Ancestor, great-grandfather, great-granduncle, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, Uncle Lu Yun and Uncle Lu Feng. Sima Yu saluted them, I'm sorry, I made you worry. Alright, you are finally awake. Huang Yingying went up to hug her, my poor darling, you have suffered too much. Grandmother, I'm fine now. Sima Yu hugged her tightly. You're looking much better now, before. It was so heart-wrenching. Sima Lai went up to hold her. Alright, Yu is awake, so stop crying already. When did I cry? Huang Yingying glared at Sima Lai, but she also let go of Sima Yu. Alright, don't stick around here, go back first. Yu must have a lot of things she wants to ask us. Sima Qing said, who dared not to listen to the words of the ancestor? So most of the others left dejectedly. Yuko Luo came to Sima Yu's side and held her hand tightly. Only at this time did she have the opportunity to get close to her own daughter. Mother, what happened, how did I return to my body? How is my grandfather? Where is Lingyu? Sima Yu had too many questions in her heart at this moment. They are all very good. Let's talk as we walk. Yuko Luo patted her hand and pulled her to keep up with everyone. That day, you and your grandfather were both seriously injured and both were dying. You almost vanished, n/o/vel/b /. Thinking of the scene of that day, Yuko Luo still had some lingering fears, and she subconsciously held Sima Yuyu's hand tighter. Sima Yuyu also remembered the situation at that time. At that time, she really felt that she was going to die, so she was very surprised to have awoken in her own body. Yuko Luo restrained her emotions and continued, your grandfather's condition was better, and he will be fine after recuperating for a while. You are different. If there was no Hades at that time, I am afraid. Sima Yuyu could imagine how they felt when they saw that they were going to die. She patted Yuko Luo's hand and said, Mother, I'm here. I'm sorry, Mother was frightened. Yuko Luo said. How did Hades save me? Sima Yuyu diverted her attention. At that time, your soul was about to dissipate, and he used the power of the underworld to control your body. That day. The imperial capital of the ghost realm. People gradually woke up from the lightning tribulation, looking at the devastation, they were not in the mood to sigh. After knowing that the Ghost King situation was not very bad, Yuko Luo put all her attention on Sima Yuyu. Wu Lingyu was injecting spirit power into Sima Yuyu, trying to help her stabilize her situation, but her body became more and more translucent, and there were signs of dissipating. No! No! Wu Lingyu hugged her in fear, but found that he could no longer hold her. You promised me that you would live well, you can't die. Yuyu, please, don't leave me behind. Yuko Luo was stunned when she saw the desperate tears in Wu Lingyu's eyes. He actually cried. Seeing that Sima Yuyu's body was getting weaker and weaker, she turned to look at Chan Shan. Mother, please save Yuer. I'll try. Chan Shan went over, a faint halo appeared on her hand. The halo made her grab Yuyu's hand smoothly. She tried to transfer the spirit power in her body to Sima Yuyu's body, trying to control her dissipated soul. It was still effective at the beginning, and Sima Yuyu's dissipation speed slowed down a lot. But it didn't stop. She was still disappearing. Her breath of life was running out. Hey, should I change fate by defying the heavens, or should I follow destiny? Sitting on the throne, Hades looked confused. When did you ever care about this, my king? Hurry up and save young miss, she is about to die. Black Shadow shouted. What's the hurry, I'm still thinking about it. Hades was not worried at all. This time, Huan was no longer on his side, and urged, my king, if you hesitate for another minute, young miss will suffer for another minute. You better hurry. That's enough. Is she your master, or am I your master? My king, you said that we should treat her as our master. Hades was held in his heart by the two people's size, and kicked Black Shadow with one foot. Regardless of Black Shadow avoiding him, he snorted, his figure flashed, disappeared from the throne, and appeared above Sima Yuyu. He stretched out his right hand with his palm down, fingers spread out as a black force was released from his palm like ripples, wrapping Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu's body, which was about to become translucent, stopped dissipating, and became solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many people were excited when they saw this. In this way, Sima Yuyu will be saved. Others don't know what it was, only Chan Shan recognized it. Mother, what kind of power is that? It's so powerful. Yuko Luo asked. This is the power death, as long as it doesn't disappear, no matter how serious the injury is, their lives can be saved. Chan Shan replied, but this has always been a legend, I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. As long as Yuyu can be saved. Yuko Luo didn't care about the rest, as long as Yuyu survived. With him here, Yuyu will be fine. Chan Shan said. Sima Yuyu's soul entity slowly shrank with the power of death enveloping her, and Hades kept her. Her soul is seriously injured and needs a container for her to recuperate. Hades said to everyone, her body is the best container for her soul. Her soul and body have been separated for too long, and they should be merged. You want to take her back to the human realm? Sima Lu Xian asked. That's right. The soul and the body are fused, and the requirements for the soul are very high. How can she be like this now? Yuko Luo cried. Perhaps because she was Yuyu's mother, Hades tolerated her somewhat and explained, there is something in her body that can help her integrate and nourish her soul. When Sima Yuyu heard this, she understood that what he said should be the white light in the inheritance of the Sima clan. She didn't know what that white light was. But when she inherited it, Cloud Spirit had struck her very hard, saying that it was because this thing would change many things in the future. Did it mean that it would help her integrate? Yuer, what are you thinking of? Yuko Luo asked her when she noticed that she was distracted. Nothing, what happened next? Sima Yuyu smiled. Since Hades said that letting you return to your body is the best for you, then we will naturally not object. So we asked to come together. Yuko Luo continued to share with her. Hades didn't agree, right? Indeed. Even if we were your parents, he still didn't bring us back. Yuko Luo was still a little speechless about Hades at this point, but he took Lingyu away. He actually brought Lingyu along? Sima Yuyu was a little surprised. Based on her understanding of Hades, he would not bring anyone along. Lingyu had a tough attitude and insisted. Hades agreed. Yuko Luo said, we only heard about it after we came. Hades brought you here and scared the entire clan. At first, they thought it was some powerful enemy. Later, when they saw Wu Lingyu, they didn't clash. Entering directly for someone powerful like Hades would be regarded as a provocation. Sima Yuyu thought that fortunately he brought Lingyu along. Patriarch and the others listened to Lingyu's words, and immediately took them to the secret room. Hades sent your soul back to your body, and then fed you some medicine, and the thing in your body began to glow white, covering you all over. After you stabilized, Lingyu went to the devil realm. He said that the situation there really can't wait. Sima Yuyu understands that the devil realm has always been bad. Before she asked him to go back, he insisted on rescuing her mother. Then how was grandfather when you came over? He had already recovered by then. Yuko Luo said, because we knew you were fine, we didn't rush back. First, because your grandfather had just experienced a tribulation and needed to rest, so we didn't feel relieved to leave regardless. Second, it was also because those dynasties were suffocated by the ghost concubine, we cleaned it up. When the ghost realm had stabilized more or less, we came back. What about ghost concubine? Sima Yu asked. Although the way and time of her return was a little different from what she expected, but speaking of it, her trip to the ghost realm has been quite successful. The only regret was that ghost concubine was not resolved. However, Mou and the others also said that it is best for ghost concubine to let her grandfather deal with it. If you think about it, it's nothing. Ghost concubine fled when she saw your grandfather's advancement. But she was quickly arrested. Most of the people that worked under her were actually sincere to your grandfather. However, they were encouraged by her before because he had been in seclusion for too long and there were some misunderstandings. So ghost concubine didn't have many places to hide. Did grandfather kill her? She should have been killed. The two of them were inside at the time, and no one knew what they were talking about. But only your grandfather came out alone. And ghost concubine's life token was also broken. It's good that she's dead. It's just a pity that she couldn't see it with her own eyes. The imperial capital was destroyed in that catastrophe, and now it has returned to its original state. Sima Yu then remembered a very important question. Mother, how long have I been in a coma for? It will be your 200th birthday in 2 months. How long do you say you have slept? I've been waiting every day for you, and mother was really worried that you would keep sleeping. Yuko Luo didn't even want to think about how long she had waited. Sima Yu was speechless. It would be her 200th birthday in 2 months. Then didn't she sleep for decades? For the family, you have slept for more than 100 years. Sima Lu Feng happened to hear her words and added in. Sima Yu thought about it, isn't it, she has been in the ghost realm for decades. In addition to these decades, it was not more than 100 years. More than 100 years was not too short to say. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the family did not relax at all. It's really been a long time. She sighed. It's really long enough. Our family has already developed into a first-class force. Sima Lu Feng said, when it comes to the Sima clan now, I don't dare to mess with it casually. So fast? With the things you did for the family, it's not too fast. Sima Lu Yun said. She and Yuko Luo said the same thing, and others started to join their conversation. Yes, you have left so many things, and if we can't develop it again, aren't we too useless? Sima Lu Feng said. Sima Yu thought about it too. She kept so many ancient ores, so many ancient spirit beasts, as well as the perfect fusion spirit skills, beast defense art, countless ancient pill formulas, and so on. The people of the Sima clan were not stupid, and it was extremely unlikely that they would not develop under such circumstances. However, she still felt that the speed was a bit faster. In addition to leaving us so many things, you also left us a condition for development. Sima Hishan said, a crucial condition. Sima Yu was puzzled. Apart from those things, she didn't remember what else she had left. Networking. Sima Hishan said, you rescued the alliance leaders in the Sage Pavilion, and you also found out the strategy of the black-robed men, so everyone sees your face and gives us a lot of convenience. There are also many loose cultivators who admire your reputation and are willing to join the clan. Now the clan has accepted many foreign experts and talented people. Will this bring trouble to the family? Sima Yu asked worriedly. After all, it was not a family member, so it is possible to have other ideas. We've thought of this for a long time. Therefore, anyone who wants to join the Sima clan must swear an oath. Those who don't want to swear an oath would not be accepted by the clan. Ah, Chin. Sima Yu called out, damn, she doesn't think I didn't abide with my words, right? Speaking of oaths, she thought of Chin, who had promised to bring her to the human realm. Don't worry, Chin and the others followed us to the human realm. Yuko Luo said, now your senior sister and the others are in Paramount Valley. Are they really together? When we came back, we happened to meet your brother and sister to see you. Both of them love to eat, so they got together. Yuko Luo said, by the way, your brother and sister have children. They all have children? Sima Yu was overjoyed, doesn't that mean that I've been promoted to the ranks of an ant? I'll go check them out later. They walked outside chatting all the way, and everyone from the Sima clan gathered around them. Sima Yu looked around, but didn't see the person she wanted to see, her heart sank, and she asked, where's Mu Si? The lively clan quietened down and looked at Sima Yu guiltily. When she saw their reaction, she knew that something must have happened to Mu Si. Yu, we didn't take good care of your disciple. Sima Ji Yuan said, Mu Si disappeared 10 years ago. Yu was in a coma from her injuries and had left behind such a disciple, yet they didn't protect him. They felt really ashamed. 10 years. Was that the scene she saw last? How did he disappear? She asked. She hoped that it wasn't as she had seen. He went to visit you and then he disappeared. Sima Hishan said, at that time we trusted the spirit barrier, so we didn't send anyone to guard it. Therefore, no one saw how he disappeared. Because of Mu Si's disappearance, they had sent additional guards outside the secret room. We searched for a long time but we couldn't find any information about his disappearance. We have been tracking his whereabouts all these years but there has been no news. It's like he has disappeared from this continent. Although Sima Yu had been in a coma for more than 100 years, the influence that she had left behind hadn't dissipated. When everyone heard that her disciple had gone missing, they had searched for him immediately. However, even under those circumstances, there was still no news of Mu-Si. It was so weird. Mu-Si was special to Sima Yu because his father had died in order to save her father. As a result, he was bullied and deceived as a child, and had struggled in life. From the moment they had met, she felt guilt towards him. Later on, he had followed her and became her only disciple. Since he was the only one, naturally, she doted on him a lot. When everyone saw that Sima Yu hadn't spoken, no one dared to speak again. They had let her down. After a long time, she said, "I know who did it." "You do?" Everyone was surprised. Hadn't she been in a coma this whole time? "I regained my divine sense for a while, though I was unable to move my body." Sima Yu said, "I released my divine sense and just so happened to see that scene. I thought that was my hallucination. It appears that it really happened." "So who took Mu-Si?" "Black-robed men." Sima Yu said, "Black-robed men?" If it had been someone else who had said this, they might not have believed them. However, they believed her. "Hasn't the matter of the black-robed men been resolved?" "That's not necessarily true." Sima Yu said, "At the beginning, we realized that the black-robed men and Sage Pavilion had a connection, but it wasn't necessarily the Sage Pavilion's doing. Maybe it was just a partnership between them. Or maybe he belonged to Sage Pavilion and later on was taken over by someone else. They haven't appeared in 100 years. Now that they have made an appearance, could they be planning something?" More than 100 years ago, the black-robed men had extended their power to many forces in the central regions and inner regions. They had also taken action against many major guilds and turned the whole continent upside down. They had been silent for 100 years, now they were coming out again. I'm not surprised by this. What I'm wondering is why they had taken Mu-Si. Sima Yu said, "Did Mu-Si cause trouble outside?" "No." Sima Ji-yuan said, "He rarely went out, he spent most of his time in the family clan. He would occasionally go out with family members on missions, but he was always with them. After he had disappeared, we spoke to the people he went out with and they said that he never had a conflict with anyone." "Could he have been taken because he is young Miss Disciple?" someone whispered. "Probably not. If it has something to do with Yu, they would have taken action a long time ago and not waited 100 years. Sima He-shun said, "Therefore, the reason is probably Mu-Si himself." Sima Yu thought of something and frowned slightly. Sima Ji-yuan and the others anew at a glance understood the situation. With a wave of their hands, they sent the clan members away. At this time, they went to the living quarters at the front and went to the council hall with everyone else. Yu, what did you think of?" Sima Qing asked. "When I went to the ghost realm previously, I heard that Mu-Si was not from the ghost city but was brought in from the outside by his father. There are very few dark spirit masters outside now, so I think that this is related to his identity." Sima Yu guessed. "Moreover, I heard him say that he has activated his bloodline and he has cultivated very quickly. If that's true, then it sounds very likely. But his father is dead so we don't know his identity." Sima Ji-yuan said. "We can only investigate." Sima Yu said. NOVLB //JNN. "Go to Ghost City?" "It's useless for us to investigate." Sima Lu Xian said, "They are very averse to foreigners there, not to mention the things that Yue and I have done there in the past. Father is right, it's no use if we go. So, I want to contact Siyu and see if he can help us. Siyu is considered the little princess of the Ghost City after all and has a good relationship with you. If she came forward to investigate, it would be much better than us sending someone. While you've been in a coma the past 100 years, she has been to visit you several times. If she knows that you are awake, she will definitely be very happy." Huang Yinging said, "She came to see me? She's still in the human realm and hasn't returned?" "I don't know. But it wasn't just her, there were many other people who came to visit you too. Your senior brother and senior sister, and your little friends. They will come to visit you every so often." When she thought of this, Sima Yu's mood brightened up. She really wanted to see them. "Great-grandfather, do you know where they are now?" "They are probably in Paramount Valley." Sima Ji-yuan said, "Do you want to go and look for them?" "I should probably go back to Paramount Valley to take a look." Sima Yu said. How was Fenger doing now? Was Lear still blaming herself? She would be a little worried if she didn't see them. "You've just woken up, you don't know how your body is." Sima Ji-yuan refused to allow her to leave. "Once they hear the news of your waking up, you won't need to go looking for them and our family clan's threshold would be worn out by them." "That's right, you've been asleep for so long, you should stay at home." Huang Yinging also disagreed with her going out. "It's not that you can't see your friends. Tell you what, your 200th birthday is coming up anyway, how about we hold a birthday banquet for you and invite all those people?" The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched. "Will it be too high profile? It's only my 200th birthday. This is not just your 200th birthday but also to celebrate your new life. Besides, I don't think that they will think it's too high profile." Sima Ji-yuan said, "Well, the clan will take care of this matter, you just need to take care of your injuries." Previous chapter. As everyone else's feelings towards the matter was unanimous, Sima Yu's protests were futile, and the decision was made. The people of the Sima clan were extremely excited and they heard that they were going to hold a birthday banquet for Sima Yu. Over the next few days, this was all the clansmen could talk about. Not only was she being treated like a sick patient being unable to do anything and having to rest, several doctors were also called to examine her. Sima Yu was speechless. She was a doctor herself, why did she need someone else to examine her? Doctors don't heal themselves. Also, how will we know if you are hiding something from us otherwise? One sentence deterred all her excuses. How could she explain to them that the white light had been nourishing her body and soul very well all this time? She didn't feel anything other than well. They wouldn't believe her even if she had told them, but she didn't want them to worry either. Therefore, she felt like a crippled who was bored stiff in her own courtyard. She moved her rocking chair to her small garden. There were fruits and snacks on the table. She had just sent away Sima Yun and the others and she was rocking in her rocking chair, bored and basking in the sun. Anlei was tidying up next to her. The sun was warm on her body and made her feel very comfortable. Anlei, let me tell you, the sun in the human realm is the most comfortable. Sima Yu said with emotion. Young Miss always says that the ghost realm is overcast and dusky, but it's a pity that I've not seen it. Anlei said, but I also agree that the human realm is the most comfortable realm. Anlei had been in the spirit pagoda this whole time, hence, over this long period of time, she had learnt many things. You've been aggrieved. Sima Yu said guiltily. Why would there be any grievances following young Miss? It's just that I haven't been able to help at all. Anlei felt that ever since she had met Sima Yu and been able to escape the Eastern Lai clan, it must have truly been a blessing from her previous life. Ah. Sima Yu remembered something. She took out the little door of the little black lotus realm and infused spiritual energy into it. It then opened and she entered. As soon as she had entered, everyone inside felt it and they all looked towards her. Aunt Xiang. Sima Yu had come to the place where the Feng clan had resided and said apologetically, I'm sorry for keeping you all in here for so long. Fortunately, time passed the same as it did outside and only 100 years had passed. If it was the same as the spirit pagoda, it would have been awful. Young Miss. Feng Xiang and the others were excited when they saw Sima Yu. Young Miss, did something happen to you? Well, it's a long story. But it's all over. Sima Yu said, come out with me, the people of the Feng clan must be worried they haven't been able to contact you. Alright. It had been 100 years, now that they were able to leave, they should contact their clan. Sima Yu brought the people of the Feng clan out, knowing the strength of the Sima family clan now, they were able to return. Sima Yu sent the Feng clan on their way, then she returned to her rocking chair board. Anlei, why don't we sneak out? She asked. Young Miss, I advise you not to. With the current mentality of the clansmen, if they found out that you're missing, they would go crazy. Anlei shook her head as she thought of how precious she was to the clansmen right now. Maybe it was because she had contributed a lot to the Sima family, and that she had been asleep for so long, everyone thought that her awakening was very mysterious. It was as if she would disappear again in a blink of an eye, hence, everyone was very nervous. Sima Yu thought about how nervous they all were and sighed helplessly. Forget it, she would stay home obediently. Anlei, do you believe that your young miss is in good health? Sima Yu asked. Young Miss, it doesn't matter what I believe, the clansmen don't believe it. Anlei smiled at Sima Yu. She knew that Sima Yu wanted to go out. Young Miss, I know you want to go and see your friends, but they will all be arriving very soon. She wasn't someone who sat still usually, and now, all she wanted to do was to see her friends. Besides, young Miss, the people outside have been very excited once they found out that you are awake. If you go out now, you will be watched by everyone like a monkey. Anlei continued. Well, I hope someone is closer and can come to see me sooner. She had seen through Sima Yu's thoughts, but she wasn't ashamed. You are an ugly woman, you're finally willing to wake up. A familiar voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. The next moment, Siyu's fiery red figure floated in from outside and slammed into Sima Yu at once. You are in such a hurry to hug me, I can't bear it. Sima Yu called. You wretch, I thought you were never going to wake up. Siyu got off her, but instead of moving away, she grabbed her neck with both hands and shook it vigorously. Are you trying to fulfill your wish of killing me with your own hands? Sima Yu called out with her tongue sticking out. Enough Siyu. Third Mo's voice called out from behind and he stretched out to pull Siyu up. Only then did Siyu let go. She poked her forehead and said, Humph. I'll let you off. Sima Yu was a little excited and also a little surprised when she saw Third Mo. She hadn't expected the first people she would have seen when she returned would be the two of them. What was more surprising was the gestures between the two of them. You're together, she said with certainty. You've slept for 100 years, has your brain been damaged? Siyu took the chair that Anlei had brought out for her and sat down beside Sima Yu and placed her legs on the rocking chair. My eyes are clear, you can't escape my eyes. Sima Yu said, but it's not bad either. I thought that no one would be able to move Third Mo this rock. She looked at Third Mo teasingly and saw that Third Mo was a little uncomfortable for the first time. NOVLB //JNN. You were right at the time, it was a really hard process. Fortunately my willpower was strong enough and I finally managed to warm the stone's heart. Siyu said, I'll tell you more later when I'm free. Alright. If they had talked about it now, Third Mo would most definitely have left in a huff. How did the two of you get here so quickly? We happened to be nearby. We came as soon as we heard the news. You said you have something to tell me. What is it? Did you want to tell me you miss me? Siyu said narcissistically. You wish. Sima Yu said, I asked you to come because I want to ask you about Mu Si. Mu Si? He's your disciple, why are you asking me? Mu Si has been abducted. Sima Yu said, Ancestor and I have analyzed the matter and we think it might be to do with his identity. So I want to ask you if you know anything about his origins. I don't know. Siyu shook her head. Mu Si was brought back from the outside by his father, but he never said where he had brought him back from. His father was quite withdrawn and didn't talk to outsiders much. It will probably be a little difficult if you want to investigate. I also know that this matter is difficult to investigate, so I want to ask you for help. Sima Yu said, but looking at you like this, you probably don't have time to go back and investigate. It's not like you don't know me. Do I have the ability to do this for you? Siyu said. That's true, you're just eating, drinking and having fun in Ghost City. Sima Yu said in a serious manner. Siyu gave her a kick and said, I will get eldest brother and my third brother to investigate this matter. If they do it, they will get twice the result with half the effort. Well, I will have to trouble eldest brother and third brother then. Sima Yu was not polite and finally felt more at ease. In fact, she just gave it a try to see if she could get any clues from his background. But after so many years, it was still not easy to find out. I'll ask them to check later. Siyu said, don't lie down. Aren't you saying you're bored? Make me something to eat. I haven't eaten anything that you've cooked in over 100 years already. I'm a patient, are you going to exploit me like this? Come on, I heard you shouting that you were bored from all the way at the gate. Siyu rolled her eyes. Sima Yu suddenly felt that if that group of foodies came, would she have to eat a lot? Thinking about their foodie attributes, she thought it was very possible. However, these days she was really bored, so she decided to do it. She cooked a table full of dishes and made Siyu so happy. As soon as the dishes were placed on the table, she couldn't wait to eat it. Yu, I contacted my eldest brother and third brother while you were cooking. They said they would check it out and told you to wait for news. They also gave you time to play. Siyu said. Alright. Sima Yu took out 3 bottles of fruit wine and opened it. The fruit wine was given to Cloud Spirit last time, and these were all brewed by Little Spirit over the years. Siyu happened to have eaten something spicy, so she took a jar and took 2 sips, then said with emotion, your fruit wine is still the most delicious. Yu, the fruit wine in Memory Restaurant is still far from yours. Sima Yu smiled and gave the other jar to Third Mo. Third Mo took the wine, but he didn't drink it, he held it in his hand and played with it. Aren't you gonna try it? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. I'm wondering what it tasted like. Third Mo smiled. You'll know if you drink it. Sima Yu raised the jar and touched his. Third Mo pursed his lips, raised the jar and took a sip, then looked at her and said, actually, I think it's better if I don't know you. Sima Yu, is there anyone who reminisces and reunites like this? I mean it. Third Mo said, after knowing you, I always feel sad when I can't see you. I feel as though you are going to disappear from the world. If I don't know you and you die, I won't be sad anymore. Sima Yu knew that he was frightened by her death last time and the fact that she had been sleeping for so long. She patted his shoulder and said, my tribulation has passed, and I will live for hundreds of years to come, and I won't scare your little heart anymore. Third Mo glanced at her and said lightly, given your previous performance, your words have no credibility at all. Sima Yu curled her lips, mouth as hard and sharp as a knife, yet your heart is soft like tofu. Come on, let's celebrate that Yu finally woke up. Siyu raised the wine and said to the 2 of them. The 3 of them had just raised their cups when a familiar voice came from outside. I thought I was early enough, but I didn't expect someone to be earlier than me. When Sima Yu heard this voice, a smile appeared on her face, and she got up and went out. I saw Little Helper dressed in white, standing outside. Compared with more than 100 years ago, he looked much more mature and stable, without the tenderness of the year. Sister Yu. He flashed Sima Yu a brilliant smile that could move even the heavens. Sima Yu walked over, gently hugged Little Helper, and said, Little Helper, I'm back. Little Helper's eyes slowly filled with tears. He reached out and hugged Sima Yu, put his head on her shoulder, and said, Sister Yu, you are finally back. Sima Yu patted the boy on the back to soothe his emotions. Little Helper left after a while and said, I haven't eaten anything made by Sister Yu for a long time. Can we be together today? Of course you can. Do you have anything you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Sima Yu invited him in. When Siyu heard her words, she pouted, you are really partial. I had to ask you to do it just now and you did it for me. Now that Little Helper is here, you actually took the initiative to ask him what he wants to eat. Yeah, I'm biased, come and bite me then. Sima Yu lifted her chin towards her. Bite you, that's fine, just get me a chicken wing with honey sauce. Siyu said. Little Helper, what do you want to eat? Sima Yu asked Little Helper. No, these. Little Helper, it's rare that she wants to make it for you, so you should not hold back. If you don't know what you want to eat, let her make chicken wings with honey sauce. Siyu winked at Little Helper. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Little Sima Yu quickly prepared the chicken wings with honey sauce and passed him some fruit wine as well. Little Helper, did you divine that Yu would wake up soon? Siyu asked. In the beginning, it wasn't for Sister Yu, but that day I had a sudden epiphany. I felt that the fortunes of the continent was changing, so I did a divination. I didn't expect this divination to involve Sister Yu. Little Helper said. What kind of divination was that? Siyu asked curiously. This, heaven's secret cannot be leaked. Little Helper sold off. Sima Yu looked at Little Helper, his bearing became more and more similar to Yin Lin's. It was the feeling of a magician fooling people, it was really similar. Thinking of Lin, Sima Yu felt a little sad in her heart. If it wasn't for him knowing that she was going to encounter a catastrophe and had her seek out Aunt Feng, her life might have really ended. If he hadn't predicted that she would come back, others might have given up on her. He was very kind to her, but she didn't even have the chance to thank him. You don't have to be sad for the master. It's all your credit that he can hold on to his body for so long. Little Helper said, the master once said that cause and effect, you and him are cause and effect, you don't need to mind this. Well, I know. It's just in my heart. Sima Yu smiled, forget it, I don't want those things to disappear. Come on, let's get together and celebrate. Cheers. Siyu was very excited, raised the wine bottle, and the 4 wine cups clinked. Somewhere in the inner perimeter, in a huge room, a figure was hidden in the darkness. Someone pushed in the door, knelt on the ground, and said, Master, Sima Yu is awake. Awakened? After so many years, she finally woke up. A hoarse voice came from the darkness, with mixed emotions, if you don't wake up soon, my patience is almost. Previous chapter. It was very lively outside Sima's house, and many people were talking about Sima Yu. Sima Yu and Little Helper heard it when they were walking. Are you used to being the sect master? The two came to the back mountain and went to the highest peak where they could see the panoramic view of the Sima clan. Little Helper had a signature smile on his face, what's there to be used to be? Whether or not I am, I'll still have to walk on. Sima Yu held him and said, you don't have to do this in front of me. You can laugh when you are happy, but not when you are unhappy. You don't need to be sad in your heart, and you don't need to pretend to be indifferent when you're happy. With your sister, you are still the kid back then. Little Helper looked at her with a real smile on his face. Laughing and laughing, the smile became bitter, and there were little tears in his eyes. Sister, I miss Master. Little Helper said, I have always felt that he was watching me by my side for more than 100 years. I miss him, and I want to ask him if I am doing well. However, I can't see him. You are the best divinator now, and your master will definitely be proud of you. Sima Yu comforted him. Sister, do you know? Master originally had a few more years to live. However, he said that I had a death catastrophe, and he used his lifespan to resolve my death catastrophe. Little Helper said, almost every day, I would think about it. Is this supposed to be my last day? Is it because of my master that I am able to live until now? I am very sad, really sad. But my master said that no matter where I am, I can't reveal my emotions. So every day, I practice smiling, and finally no one can see the emotions hidden beneath. However, my skills may not be enough. When my sister said this, I couldn't hold on anymore. Sima Yu patted him on his shoulder and sighed softly, silly boy, your master doesn't want you to feel guilty for a lifetime. He used the rest of his life to save you from death. It's his love for you. He wants you to be well. I know too. But I still feel unbearable in my heart. Little Helper said. This requires you to come out on your own, and what outsiders say is just empty talk to you. Sima Yu said, however, no matter what, I will support you. I know. He squeezed out a smile. He knew her, so he showed his emotions in front of her. Many times he didn't want to pretend, but no one cared about his emotions. They just needed him to be steady and indifferent, and they needed a good sect master. He was very happy that there is such a person who cares about himself. He was sad for a while, and after putting away his emotions, he said, Sister, the continent is going to be in chaos again. Is it related to the black-robed men? Sima Yu asked. It seems that you have a premonition. Little Helper said, the black-robed men have been silent for so many years, and are about to come out. Can you figure out who is behind the black-robed men? Little Helper shook his head, I did. But. Sima Yu saw that his expression was different, she seemed surprised and disbelieving the result of the divination, and asked, what? NOVLB //JNN. I can't divine the specific person, but the result of the divination was an aura from long ago. Little Helper said, this has never appeared in the previous divinations before. An aura from a long time ago? What does this mean? Sima Yu asked in surprise. That is to say, these things were arranged a long time ago. Little Helper said, there is also a possibility that these things are being done by someone from a long time ago. A long time ago, how long? Hundreds of thousands of years. Little Helper said, so it's impossible that someone has lived to do this now. But it's a bit unbelievable that this was arranged hundreds of thousands of years ago. Sima Yu thought about the chi spirits that were born in the cemetery before, and it took hundreds of thousands of years to form. Could it be that black-robed and chi spirits are actually connected? She speculated. It's related. Little Helper said, not only that, but you are also involved in it. Me? Because I found out about Sage Pavilion before? I can't figure it out, so I can't be sure. Little Helper said, your divination is surrounded by clouds and mist, so I can't see it clearly. Sima Yu was even more surprised. During their meal earlier, she heard from Third Mo and the others that Little Helper's current strength was not much worse than that of Lin, and he couldn't even see her fate path. Am I going to be involved? She asked with some resignation. Yes, it should be said that the men in black have been silent for so many years because you were in a coma. They are about to reappear because you are back. Little Helper said, although I can't figure out the reason, you are deeply involved in this matter. I see. Since things are going to happen, let them come over. I have nothing to be afraid of. Sima Yu said. You have to be careful. I will send you any news immediately. He added. Thank you. However, aren't you always going on and on about how heaven's secret cannot be leaked? Tell me, will you be punished? Sima Yu was a little worried about him. I will remind you what I can, that's within the range I can afford. My body was given by my master, and I will not hurt it casually. Little helper said. That's good. Sima Yu nodded. By the way, can you help me with a divination of Musi? I've already divinated it, he replied. Why did they catch him? Is it because of his background? Is he still safe? He is safe now, so you don't have to worry about that. As for the reason for arresting him, I can only say that he is a key part of the whole thing, and it is also to attract you into the game. Sima Yu can't figure out why Musi was the key to this matter, but knowing that his life was safe now, she felt relieved. Later, Little Helper asked her something about being in the ghost realm, and Sima Yu also chose some good things about her own experience to tell him. After staying for a while, Little Helper asked to go back. You have an old friend here. Little Helper reminded her. Sima Yu was happy, he didn't tell her who was here, so she kept guessing all the way back. Little Helper smiled and said nothing to the people she guessed. Can't you tell me first? If I tell you, there is no sense of expectation. You are so much like your master. I am master's apprentice, and I was brought up by the master, so naturally I will be very similar to the master. Sima Yu guessed a lot, her brothers, Fatty Chu and the others, senior brothers and seniors, or Qin Mo, people from Heavenly Sect, but none of them guessed correctly. She returned to her courtyard, and as soon as she entered, she saw a little kid rushing towards her. If she didn't feel the familiar aura, she would subconsciously fight back. A little kid about the age of 7 hugged her waist and complained, "Boo hoo hoo, where have you been, little 10? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu looked at the little kid who had tumbled onto her, with a bright yellow skirt and 2 buns tied cutely on the top of her head. The small face was round and adorable, making people want to pinch it. The tone of her complaint was so familiar, as if the two were really acquainted. But she had not been in the human realm for more than 100 years, how could she have such a small old acquaintance? Little 10, what are you thinking? You don't remember people, do you? Little 11 called out. Only then did Sima Yu notice what she addressed her as, and she said in surprise, "Are you little 11? Humph, fortunately you recognized me, otherwise I'd be angry." Little 11 said. Ha ha ha, it's really you. Sima Yu felt a rather familiar aura, squatted down and touched her head gently, and asked, "Why are you alone? Where's the rest of the family?" "They didn't come out, I sneaked out myself." Little 11 said with pride as she puffed her chest out, "I said that you were about to wake up, but they didn't believe me, so I ran out." "How is it?" "I was right. You just woke up." Little 11 was very proud, there was a connection between her and Little 10. Little 11 and elder sister are linked in heart. Sima Yu said with a smile, "But if you are like this, father and mother will be worried." When she was born, everyone was so nervous about her, you can imagine how precious she was now. "It's alright, they know I'm safe, so they won't worry." Little 11 said with a smile. "I will have someone contact them, and I have to tell them that you are here." Sima Yu said. "Alright, since you said to tell them, just tell them." Little 11 had been restless since she was born, but maybe it's because of her spiritual strength that there was closeness between them. She did not listen to anyone, but she would still listen to her. After Sima Yu asked Lei to do it, she then dragged Little 11 into the room. Sima Yu took out some spirit fruits and snacks, put them on a tray, placed them in front of her, and asked, "Little 11, why did you transform into a human form so early?" Little 11 chose a spirit fruit, took a bite of the spirit fruit that was bigger than both of her hands, and said, "I've advanced, and then my bloodline was stimulated, so I changed shape by the way." Sima Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard her answer, and pinched her little cheek. "Little 10, why have you slept for so long? My parents and my elder brother said that if you were here, I wouldn't have to be hacked by the lightning tribulation so badly. Let me tell you, it hurts so much." Little 11 likes Sima Yu to be close with her, so when Yu pinches her, she doesn't dodge. "Sister." Sima Yu corrected her, "Sister was injured and my soul went to the ghost realm, so my body has been sleeping the whole time. Now that I am back, naturally, I woke up." Then Little 10, "Are you in pain?" "I haven't suffered multiple injuries last time, but it hurts." Little 11 insisted on calling her Little 10. "Yes, it hurts a lot. So you have to be obedient. The less you get hurt, the less pain you get, you know?" Sima Yu said. "Oh, I see." Little 11 nodded. Sima Yu praised her with a smile, "What a good girl." Little 10, "Who was the person who was with you just now that was like an immortal? He looks very good. He's even better looking than all our brothers." Little 11 said. "That's sister's friend." Sima Yu said. "Can I play with him?" "He likes to be quiet, so don't go disturb him." Sima Yu said. "All right." Little 11 replied obediently, her big eyes sparkling. Sima Yu felt that Little 11 was much more obedient than when she was a child, and even praised her a few times. But it didn't take long for her to be beaten in the face. Miss, the 11th princess lifted the roof of the little helper's roof. Sima Yu was chatting with Siyu and 3rd Mo when Lei ran over and exclaimed. "What?" Sima Yu was shocked and went to the place where little helper lived. There were already a lot of people gathered there, and on the other side of the crowd, the roof of a house was knocked over. Seeing Sima Yu coming over, they took the initiative to make way for her to pass. Sima Yu went in and saw a helpless little helper, and an angry little 11. What's wrong? Sima Yu went over and saw the overturned roof, who is so powerful that overturned the roof. Little 11 looked up and saw Sima Yu's abusive eyes, and knew that she knew what she had done. I just wanted to play with him. He always ignores me. I was angry and couldn't control the power in my body for a while. I'm sorry, little 10. Little 11 said in a low voice. When Sima Yu saw that she knew she was wrong, she changed it, so she didn't get angry with her, and said, didn't you promise me not to disturb him? I just think he looks good. Little 11 muttered. At such a young age, she was so smitten. Sima Yu poked her on the head, and then said to little helper, I'll give you another courtyard. All right. He nodded, it didn't matter where he lived. Sima Yu had someone rearrange another courtyard for little helper, and then she took little 11 back. Little 11, you can't disturb little helper anymore, you know? Sima Yu urged. Oh. Little 11 lowered her head in frustration, but he's really good looking. Everyone has a love for beauty, it's nothing if it's just this. But if you cause trouble to others because of your liking, it's not right. Sima Yu said, and if because of your like, it will bring trouble to others. Tell me, if the person you like hates you, wouldn't you be sad? Isn't it more worthless? Tell me, am I right, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Little 11 thought of the indifferent expression on little helper's face and pondered on it for a while. If you like to see good-looking people, it's fine to look at them from a distance, don't disturb them. There is a saying, but you can't look at them from a distance. Sima Yu continued, if you like someone, you must respect that person. I see, little 10. Sima Yu saw that she really listened, so she didn't say any more. If she said too much, it might be counterproductive. By the way, little 10, where is little 7? I've not seen her for quite some time. Little 11 asked. In order not to make the good-looking guy she likes hate her, she decided not to go to him today. So she finally remembered little 7 who had played together at the beginning. At that time, it was a difficult birth, and she was saved by little 7's essence. Little 7 also played with her later, and the two could be considered to have some revolutionary friendship. Little 7 and the others went out to play. Sima Yu said, they were locked up for too long before, so I let them out to play after I woke up. Not only little 7 and the others, but also the elders of the Egret clan and the Four-Winged Rock clan. Now that her strength had improved, she didn't need their protection. Therefore, except for Crimson Flame, there is no one else around her now. Little 11. A low roar made little 11's body tremble, and she subconsciously ran behind Sima Yu to hide. Previous chapter. As soon as Sima Yu heard this voice, she smiled when she saw little 11's reaction. Didn't you say you're not afraid? Why did you hide? You don't know, the other brothers are very good at discussing, but the eldest brother is fierce. He always wants to hit me. Little 11 with a scowl. Fortunately, the Royal Violet Water Dragon clan still had someone who could keep her in check, otherwise, the sky will be turned upside down. Wu Lali came out of the space and saw Sima Yu first, and was stunned for a while, as if she didn't believe she really woke up. Big brother, you don't recognize me when you look at me like that? Sima Yu asked him. Are you really awake? Wu Lali was surprised and emotional. After so many years, she had finally woken up. Yeah, am I not standing before you? Sima Yu laughed when she thought that Wu Lali, who usually looks vigorous and resolute, would also be stunned. Little 11 said you were going to wake up, we thought she just wanted to come out to play again. Wu Lali said, it's good that you've woken up. Little 11 has been here for a few days, and I sent someone to send you guys a message, don't you know? Then how did you find your way here? Sima Yu asked. When little 11 disappeared, I came out to find her. I followed her aura and discovered the route, so I guessed that she came here. I must have missed the news. Wu Lali said. There is some affinity between little 11 and me, so I can feel that I'm about to wake up. Sima Yu reached behind and patted little 11 and asked her to come out. Little 11 stretched her head out from behind her and said, see? I told you, little 10 is awake, none of you believed me. Even if you're right, you shouldn't run out alone. What are we to do if something happens to you? Wu Lali went over, grabbed little 11's ears, and pulled her out. Look. Am I not well? Little 11 said, besides, I'm not a child anymore, why do you need to worry so much? Say it again. Huh. I said. I was wrong, I won't dare next time. Every time Wu Lali was like this, little 11 knew that it was better to admit her mistake obediently. Alas, this eldest brother was fiercer than her father, Queen, and Queen. Even the father, Queen, and Queen can't do anything about him. Big brother, little 10 just woke up not long ago, don't you want to catch up with her? She diverted Wu Lali's attention to save him from punishing herself. After all, she also pulled Sima Yu's skirt. Brother, it's alright, little 11 also knows that she's wrong. Sima Yu said, you have worked so hard to find her during this time, so just stay and have a good rest. It's my 200th birthday in 2 months, if it's fine, stay with little 11. That's right, little 10 is about 200 years old, and she just woke up. Why don't you stay and celebrate for her? Maybe the father and mother will come in the future. Little 11 quickly echoed. Alright, don't be so rude, go and reflect on your mistakes for me. Wu Lali said. Oh. Little 11 obediently walked to the side, stood at attention, and thought about a flower. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows, she was so obedient. Wu Lali motioned to Sima Yu to sit in the pavilion nearby. The position of the two of them just happened to be able to see the back of little 11. You know, because of the dystocia, everyone loves her very much. In addition, her bloodline has been activated, so they let her do as she pleases. In the clan, she is like a little devil. Wu Lali said, if I don't keep her in check, she will really be lawless. She's still young, so you don't need to press her too hard. Sima Yu said. Young? Wu Lali gave her a sharp look, do you know how much older you are than her? You're too embarrassed to say that, she's too embarrassed to admit it. Sima Yu touched her nose, she really wasn't much older than little 11. It's not as exaggerated as you said. Why not? Look at what you've been through. What's she been through? Wu Lali shook his head sharply, if she was 1/10 as stable as you, I wouldn't be so anxious. She did a lot of troublesome things. If it's not today that she pulled out someone's dragon beard, and tomorrow she smashed someone's home. Or it'll be that she beat up the young master from next door, and there was even once that she destroyed someone's family treasure. There are countless of such incidents. But my imperial father and imperial mother and they all dote on her, and every time she commits a crime, she will not be punished. Now, she has become a little overlord of the sea. Sima Yu now thinks that little 11 was really a bit naughty, but just hearing him say it gave her a headache. Fortunately, we have almost ruled the 9th star ocean over the years. Even if they didn't submit to us, they wouldn't dare to mess with us. If it was somewhere else, she would not have led such a peaceful life. You don't have to worry too much. What kind of environment has long been what kind of person? If 9th star ocean is as chaotic as before, she will not be like this. Sima Yu explained, since it has become like this, in the future, take her out for more walks and experience, but it will make her grow faster. You can't stop her from coming out because of the danger outside. It will be even worse for her. I thought about it too, but she doesn't listen to anyone. Let her come out like this, I'm afraid that the land will be turned upside down. Wu Lali said, why don't you let her follow you? She was still in the egg before. She was close to you since young, and she still is now. With you watching her, she won't be too naughty. You want her to follow me? I'll discuss it with my parents later, and they'll agree. You've always been their pride. Wu Lali said. Sima Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and said, I don't have any big business yet, she can follow me. If there is any danger in the future, you have to send someone to pick her up. Is something wrong? Wu Lali asked, it's dangerous. Dangerous? Something that hasn't happened yet. Sima Yu said, just in case n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If there is really danger, you inform us, and we will bring someone to help you. Now most of the 9 stars and underworld seas are under our rule. Wu Lali said. Alright. Sima Yu was moved. Yu, we're back. Look who we brought you. Little 7 shouted and ran in from the outside, seeing the little doll in the yard, who are you? Little 7. When little 11 saw little 7, she ran over excitedly, but was thrown over by little 7's fist. Little 7, she is little 11. Sima Yu said. Little 11? That egg? Thinking of little 11, little 7 laughed twice and said, I'm sorry, little 11, I was so excited that my mind didn't turn around for a while. She went to pull little 11 up, little 11 pouted and looked like she was about to cry. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu saw little 11's aggrieved appearance, walked over and touched her head to comfort her, then looked at little 7 and said, you said you brought someone here? Yes, a group of people. Little 7 exclaimed. Sima Yu felt the movement at the door of the courtyard, looked up, saw the person coming, her eyes immediately turned red. Sister. Shiman Feng shouted with a tremble. Shiman Li was much more straightforward as she rushed over, held Sima Yu in her arms, and called her with a choked voice, Sister, you finally woke up. Lear. Sima Yu felt that the clothes on her shoulders suddenly became wet, she reached out and patted her back, don't cry, I'm here. Sister, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you will. It'd be good if you didn't come to see me back then. Even after so many years, Shiman Li still felt remorse when she thought about what happened at that time. Because she was arrested back then, Sima Yu went to save her, only to find out that black-robed men were related to the Sage Pavilion, and so many things happened. Many times she was thinking, if she hadn't gone out to practice at that time, had not been caught, or had not contacted Yu after being caught, wouldn't the latter things have happened? What nonsense. Sima Yu let go of her, reached out and wiped the tears from her face, and said, I'm your sister, how can I ignore you? Besides, I don't have anything to do, so I went to the ghost realm to rescue my mother. I wasn't sleeping, I just went to do what I needed to do. You gave me an opportunity, otherwise I would have to find another way to go to the ghost realm. So, stop blaming yourself. Yeah. Shiman Li nodded, not really accepting what she said. You are awake. If you didn't wake up this time round, we would have thrown you far away. Bei Gong Tang, Ouyang Fei, Wei Ziqi, and Fatty Chu came over and said with a smile. Sima Yu was quite emotional when she saw the 4 of them, as if she saw the time when they grew up together. Hearing Fatty Chu arguing with her, she raised her eyebrows and said, that's not necessarily true. Could it be that your strength has increased again? Fatty Chu couldn't see her strength and looked at her in surprise. When the soul returns to the body, its strength increased by quite a bit. Sima Yu said with a smile. Then what level have you reached? Oh, I've only reached the rank of Paragon. Pfft, only the rank of Paragon, and that's all? Fatty Chu sprayed, thinking that they had a lot of opportunities over the years, and finally surpassed her. Who knew that when she woke up, her strength would rush straight to the rank of a Paragon? It was a hard blow to them. Everyone in the room was surprised when they heard about her strength for the first time. You don't have to look at me like this. I didn't cultivate these strengths. It was my ancestor who gave me all his power. When my soul returned to my body, these strengths were fed back to my body. That's why I have now strength. Sima Yu said. In fact, she did not absorb all of her strength, and some of her powers were still sealed, otherwise her current level would be even more frightening. After all, that was the ancestor of the 9th Underworld clan, and his lifelong strength was not as simple as just an emperor. But you guys are doing pretty well now. It's only been over 100 years, and your strength has reached such a level. Sima Yu felt that their strength had increased a lot over the years. We did have some luck over the years, Wei Ziqi said. Yu, how is your body? Bei Gong Tang went up to hold her hand. Will you still? The divine devil physique gave her a strong talent for cultivation, but it also put her body at risk of exploding at any time. When she was in the Sage Pavilion, it was the conflicting powers of both the dark and light powers in her body that ran amok and spiraled out of control that caused her to explode and die. Now that she woke up, they were all worried that something like that would happen to her again. Don't worry, my physique has been resolved. Sima Yu said, nothing like that will happen again in the future. Really? When I exploded last time, the dark constitution in my body disappeared from my body along with my soul. Now I can still use the dark power, but it is connected to my soul, not my body. One exists in the body, one exists in the soul, so there will be no more internal conflicts. Sima Yu explained. After hearing her say so sure, they were relieved. If that's the case, then fine. You don't have to worry about this in the future. Ouyang Fei said, yeah, this sword has been hanging on my head for so many years, and now it's finally resolved. Sima Yu said, why did you guys arrive so soon? You forgot, Paramount Valley has subgrains in the 64 states, and now we are all managing things here. Shimin Feng said, we came immediately after hearing your news. I see. Grandfather and the others didn't tell me. Sima Yu said, why are you the only one here? Where's Xiang Yi? Xiang Yi gave birth to a baby a few days ago. She shouldn't go out when we leave, so she will bring the baby over when you wait for your 200th birthday. Shimin Feng said. Really? I'm an aunt again. Sima Yu was very happy. When she came back, she first heard that her senior brother and senior sister had a child, and now she heard that Shimin Feng and Kong Xiang Yi had a child, and she felt happy just thinking about it. Let's count the days. When the little guy was born, it was the day you woke up. My sister-in-law heard about it and kept saying that she wanted you to name the child. Shimin Li felt a little more comfortable, and also participated in the topic. Xiang Yi gave birth to a child, I should go and see it, but unfortunately I'm being treated like a cripple by them now, and I'm not allowed to go anywhere. Sima Yu said, you have to go back to pick her up, you can't let anything happen to her. Alright. Shimin Feng replied. He also planned to go back to pick up Kong Xiang Yi after seeing Sima Yu. He was worried about her temperament, and he was afraid that she would run over with the child in a few days. Forget it, you can go back after a rest. With Xiang Yi's temperament, she must not be able to sit still. Sima Yu said, anyway, there are many people who have come here recently, and I don't have time to greet you. You should go back earlier and bring my little nephew here. Shimin Feng. Wasn't this biasness too great? Oh come on, don't think I don't know you well enough. I'm afraid you have the same plan. Sima Yu pierced through his careful thoughts. Then I'll go back first. Shimin Feng said, be careful. Sima Yu thought of the black-robed men, but she was not at ease, and said, Little 7, go along with Onyx. Alright. Little 7 responded. Little 10, I want to go with Little 7 too. Little 11 said immediately when she heard that Little 7 was leaving.